Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. It's all about lead left, grow right, and Tony Maralt, of course, is here, the owner of his own company. He's on a mission from Kansas City, Missouri, but it's worldwide, affecting leaders. And he has this consulting and publishing company that really helps people and companies and corporations all lead better. He's also an author and so much more. Tony, take it away and introduce yourself, because you have a lot of titles.
Sure. Yeah, I am chief leader and president. Pick chief leader specifically, since I have two foci, I guess technically is the word. But so one is on process integration, and the other is all about leadership. I wrote a book called The Leadership Quotient, based on 9 years of active duty military service in the Navy, and 25 plus years in a Fortune 500 company at the time, Hallmark Cards.
Wonderful. Well, we're excited to have you here. We're going to do a little recap. Before we do, hold on. How do we contact you?
You can contact me by phone directly at my cell, 816-694-4656. You can also email me directly at tony.maralt, M-A-R-O-L-T, tony.maralt@gmail.com, or you can go out to my website, Lead Left, Grow Right. There's a lot of great material out there, leadleftgrowright.com, and submit a form, a contact form, and I will get right back to you.
Beautiful. And let's talk a little bit about what we talked about last time. It's a little recap of setting up and executing leadership experiments to develop people. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we talked about development being a huge part of, if you're a leader, whether it's since I believe everyone is a leader, period, the end. So you yourself can conduct leadership experiments, but your boss may have you be conducting leadership experiments with you. And the goal is to get growth in areas you may not have a firm grasp of yet, or you want personally to grow in. And some of the things we talked about last time that go directly to that, we talked about two major things. One was about resiliency. And we read through something called a little treatise on the egg, the carrot, and the coffee bean.
And they all, which one are you? I remember.
Yeah, I'm definitely a coffee bean. I may not have been earlier, but you build a lot of resiliency. I went to the United States Naval Academy, so they specifically try to strip you down and build you back up. And in so doing, they are building in and upon any resiliency that you brought to there. And then life's events, and you and I talked about a couple of things in our lives where we've had to, be resilient, and they were very difficult things. And I thank you for sharing last time. So we talked about egg. Are you a carrot that kind of bends as soon as you get into the boiling water? Are you an egg, or are you a coffee bean where once you put in the coffee into the water, it becomes and transcends into something different and more powerful, better tasting, and that can be spread. And that's the kind of leader we're trying to build. And then the second thing I touched upon is, if you want to be a great leader and develop yourself or develop others, then you absolutely have to read about other great leaders. And one of the greatest leaders, in my opinion, was General Colin Powell, who was with us for quite some time, and he left us with Powell's Rules of Leadership. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but I just wanted to pick out a couple that really I think are unusual but pretty cool. So one of them is, it ain't as bad as you think. It's going to look better in the morning. The second one was, get mad. So we're all entitled to get mad about something, then get over it. That's where a lot of us struggle, getting over being mad. And that's not productive. Be careful what you choose, because you might get it. You can't make someone else's choices. You shouldn't let someone else make yours. You can provide input to others, but ultimately the choice is theirs. And ultimately, any choice you make, good or bad or ugly, is yours, no matter how much input you receive. The ninth one, sharing credit. If you're the kind of person that needs to have the credit all the time, then you're not following this. You've got to, most people work with teams or on teams. You've got to be able to share the credit, not just say at the end of it, oh, well, so-and-so was the one who ran the project, so they get all the credit. No, that's a very terrible way of looking at things.
Yeah.
And it does speak to humility. And General Powell was, he was not a wimp by any means, but he definitely shared. If he had success, he knew who brought him that success, and it was others on his team. And last, don't take counsel of your fears or of naysayers, because those things will just do nothing but drag you down. So those are kind of the two main topics we talked about last time.
Beautiful. Well, thank you for sharing that. And love the recaps. Again, Tony Marolti here joining us. Let's get into today's agenda, which is really informal leadership power, correct? So non-official
Right.
leaders we're talking, and how does leadership then transfer from your personal life to your professional life and vice versa? So
Correct.
let's begin with that informal leadership power. Who are the informals? What does it look like, in a sense, in the military versus the regular civilian world? Go for it, Tony.
Yeah, great. So as we discussed in my book, I believe everyone is a leader, period, the end. Not everyone has the capability, but everyone's a leader. And if you treat it as such, you're going to be able to grow and bloom your organization into something amazing. So the informals, those are the people, if I have a title of director, I have a title of vice president or supervisor, or whatever the official company title is, that's the formal leader, right?
Yeah.
You're given a position with a specific title, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But the informals, those are the people around you. It could be peers. It certainly can be the people you lead. And those are the informals. These are people that are leaders, but sometimes you have to recognize them. Sometimes you have to grow them. Or tap into them. And ultimately, if you're a great leader, you're tapping into everyone's leadership capabilities. And the reason I put something in about the military versus the civilian world. So in the military, for those of you that aren't familiar, I think everyone's familiar with the rank structure. But in every military branch, there's usually the first three pay grades where you're either an airman or you're a basic soldier or a seaman in the Navy. But as soon as you get to the fourth pay grade, it's called petty officer. And petty officers, and typically, well, in the Navy, it's called petty officer. I'll stick with what I know the best, right?
Of course.
So they have a specific rank. They are not the boss necessarily, or they could be the boss. At some point, they might be supervising groups of folks or running a shop on a ship, for instance. Let's say you're a welder and you're running a shop with other welders that have petty officers below you. So there's a recognition in the military that everyone is a leader after you get through the initial, hey, you're welcome to the Navy and serve a little bit. Then you start going up the ladder, which it's not formally recognized typically in a civilian corporation. Not until you probably get to supervisor. Well, in the Navy, for instance, the supervisors, middle management, that all comes when you become a chief or senior chief or master chief petty officer, which are the upper three enlisted ranks. So you can see in between your basic Navy sailor and the supervisors, the chiefs, there are a number of ranks that go before that, 3 of them, in fact. So the Navy recognizes that we need leaders that are below the supervisor level. In corporate America, that's not really true. We don't have people. Once in a while, you'll find something with a title like group leader. Now, that would be akin to a senior petty officer, but not a chief. So it's even more important if you're serving in a nonprofit or a for-profit organization that you recognize and tease out that leadership and then call it to the forefront for others. So,
And by the way, just your background, not everybody knows your service. Would you mind just sharing quickly? You were
oh
in the
yeah,
for
yeah.
yeah,
I
that's
want.
big news.
Yep.
Sorry.
I bumped off the bus in Annapolis, Maryland. Just a young high school graduate from a small town in northern Minnesota. Immediately got my hair cut and got thrust into a world. I was like, what the heck did I just do? But anyway, it was a very trying experience, but boy, did I build me strength and resiliency and friendships that last a lifetime. So I went to the Naval Academy first, got my degree. And then once you graduate from the Naval Academy, you owe, since you didn't have to pay for that college, you owe 5 years in the military. So I served 5, and then I served another 4 beyond that until we had some family issues that made me separate from the Navy. So I was on 3 different ships. I got to teach at the Naval Academy when I went back. So it was a wonderful leadership experiences. That was kind of my initial forge in leadership, putting things to practice that I had already been taught.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing that. And thank you
You're
for
welcome.
your service. You
You're
can
welcome.
continue, but just
All right.
you should be, I would talk about like all the time. I'd be so proud, but thank you. You're so modest.
So, we talk about this informal leadership, and why are they important is those are the people that behind the scenes, they're the ones that are most likely to be directing and influencing people, or the conversation that occurs beyond when you tell someone, okay, here's what we're going to do, our team, this is our goal. These are the folks that are putting those plans into action, even though they may not officially have a title of leader.
Yep.
And in the military, we call that soft power. I call it informal leadership power. So you're very, very, you may hold great sway over whether a group does something or doesn't do something, or how they do something. And that's informal leadership power. And the informals are the ones who really get everything done. So if you don't have the informals on board, or you don't take the time to recognize them, then you are not going to be very successful as a leader, because those are the people that you want. They're, to put it in today's terms, they are the influencers on Instagram and Facebook and any other social media.
Yeah. And
so skills that they possess are the same kinds of skills that you would in any leader. Great communication skills typically is way at the top. They know how to organize people. They understand how to read people and influence people positively. So many of the same skills that you would find at in a formal leader role, they're there, and they are actually practicing them every day. Yes, they might still be a technician and working their trade, so to speak, but they really have leadership skills in spades that can really drive your organization and its progress towards any vision that you're doing, or in the military to accomplish a mission. And one of the ways that, so these people are really, really important in either setting, so military or civilian. So how can you help them lead better? Well, first of all, you have to really dig in and recognize, and that could be some informal polling of people, getting to know individuals themselves, so you understand observation of how those individuals act in certain situations, a number of different ways that you can identify first. And then once you identify, then you can either have a formal sit down with them, or you can just conduct some leadership experiences yourself. And you have to also be on the lookout for these informal leaders, even in other parts of the organization, because you can still influence them. You could decide, wow, this person has just tons of talents. I'm going to see if they want me to mentor them. So they may not even be your direct responsibility in the organization, but you can find this talent anywhere in an organization. And so if that's important, then what's the repercussions if you don't do that? Well, you're going to have, you're going to have, whether it's a military or whether it's in a nonprofit or for-profit organization, you're going to have people leave. And right now, talent drain, given that we have many more openings than we have people for the openings, you can't afford to lose a single good person. So, but that's what's going to happen if you don't cultivate those people, because they will get frustrated. They will turn into, well, I brought all these ideas forward, but so and so, Tony doesn't ever listen to them. So fine, from now on, I'm not going to bring them forward because I feel like I get stonewalled at every turn. Or, I went to Tony for some help on an issue and he just blew me off completely. That's what causes people to leave, or in some companies causes them to transfer to another department as soon as the job opening, et cetera, et cetera. So that all hurts the organization. It's sort of like your garden, right?
Yeah.
If you don't plant
Mm-hmm.
the seeds and then you watch over the carrots or the potatoes or whatever it might be, then in fact, you are going to not have a good product at the end of the season. You'll get tomatoes that are tiny, or potatoes that never grew roots, et cetera, et cetera. So the same thing happens in our real life if we don't take care of informal leaders. And by the way, you also can do this with formal leaders as well. You can still mentor them and recognize their talent, give them support, et cetera. But if we don't do it, especially with the informals, then we're going to have a garden crop that just withers on the vine and dies. And you don't want that, because every person is so unique and brings so much to the table. It's up to us to find in our garden the vegetables. So sometimes you have to uproot that and take a look and say, oh, these carrots aren't growing. What's wrong? Do I have the wrong amount of water, et cetera? Same thing as with people. If you don't take the interest to try and observe and learn and look and then assist where you can, you're not going to have a good garden. So does that all make sense?
Oh, yeah. You got lots of water in that garden and sunshine too, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Good soil would help too. You can't plant it in mud or in clay. So absolutely.
Perfect. Wow, we're good. We're good, Tony. We got 13 minutes. Continue to go, baby. 12 minutes. Bring it on.
Okay, so we talked about informal leadership power. So let's talk about a different subject, and this is, how does leadership or leadership skills, how do they transfer from your personal life to your professional life and vice versa? Or is there anything that can bridge across those two ways? So these are not all inclusive, but let me just rattle off real quickly. Here are some leadership skills that are practiced in my personal life and probably in most people's, yours and others. Communication, project management or organizational skills, problem solving, creative ideation, integrity, planning, motivation, counseling, change management, composure, compassion, and everything else. So that's everything else kind of makes it comprehensive. We just don't have time to go into, and nor would it benefit you as the viewer or the listener to do that. Okay, so does that seem reasonable to you, Jill, that those are leadership skills that can be practiced in your personal life?
I think so.
Yeah.
Why not? I got
Yep.
it.
Yep.
You got it. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So now, just to compare,
Sure.
I wanted to illustrate, do skills transfer from personal life to professional life or vice versa? Okay, so I am going to read another list, and this is for your professional life. So listen carefully, see if there's any differences or whatever's going on. So let's go. Communication, project management or organizational skills, problem solving, creative ideation, integrity, planning, motivation, counseling, decisiveness, change management, composure, compassion, and everything else. So did you hear any astounding things in there? Similar. They're exactly the same if you were to go through each one of those. Right?
Very similar.
Yeah, very similar. Yeah. So the reason I did that was to illustrate
that.
People
Yeah.
think, oh, my leadership skills in my my job are very different in what I observe in others or myself than what I have in my personal life. And the answer is typically they're not different at all. How you apply them
Is.
definitely can change, right?
Yeah.
But you still have the leadership skills. If we're expecting people, let's say you're a director and you're expected to have great communication skills,
Mm-hmm.
the audience is different. But when you go home and you're talking to your spouse or significant other or your kids, communication skills are just as important and as vital. The only difference is your audience is now shifted. And
Yep.
so how you communicate now shifts. Instead of
Ah.
talking about, ones and zeros, and if you're in technology, or instead of talking about marketing
Mm-hmm.
or, procurement or something else, you change the language. So now it's like, you do not go outside to catch a school bus in a pair of shorts when it's 42-degree weather out there. And that's
I'm
a
laughing.
real
It hurts to laugh, but yeah, that's my father. I'm sorry, that's my father.
well.
He does that. Oh,
So it was my grandson 2 days ago. The weather has dipped here, and I had told him, okay, we got to make sure everything. So I walked out to see what he's put on, and sure enough, he put on his long soccer um, socks and short shorts and nothing else. And I'm like, it's 40 degrees out there. Are you kidding me? So again, you have a different conversation, but you're addressing some of the same
mm-hmm.
problems in some ways. Problem solving. The only difference is you're solving different problems at home than you would at work. At work, you're trying to solve work-related problems to help the company to go forward or to accomplish an objective. At home, that problem solving might be, Dad, Mary broke my piano keyboard. Can you fix it? Okay,
Oh,
well, you might have to get creative and look on YouTube, or maybe you already are a whiz with that.
true.
Same thing, but it's a different problem to solve. So, does that kind of resonate with you? Can you see the parallels there really are between your
They're
personal life
so
and your work life?
similar. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
so similar. Absolutely.
and
Absolutely.
and that's why when I say everyone is a leader, well, if these skills are the same, they're just the how is different, or the what, or the application's different, then you are a leader, and it can start at home,
Yep.
but in the workforce, you have similar challenges, and that you can solve those actually in the workplace. So your skills, it just means you have to have a wider repertoire of communication skills so you can deal with the stuff at home as well as the stuff at work. Or
Yeah.
problem solving might be, maybe there's let's say you're the head of a hospital, and there's issues with the ER. So problem solving there might be more
Huh.
life and death than it is at home, where you're trying to literally problem solve with your child doing new
So
math, and
true.
you're trying to figure it out and helping them solve a problem.
Yeah.
So it's all kind of the same there. So um, I just I think that the point, I think people might have said, okay, well, we're going to get a good, a good listen on what makes it different, etc. Most of the time, you will, in fact, if you drive down to the real issues or the real skills that you need, it's the same skill applied in a different manner. So,
Interesting.
and often, so then the next question is, well, what can I use at home, at work? Well, let's say at work, you're not the most terrific communicator in the world. You struggle with, let's say, giving performance reviews, one-on-one conversations with your employees that you're in charge of.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you are a really great mom or dad who has a really good way of communicating with a 5-year-old. Well, if you stop and think about, okay, how do I why do I talk to my son? Why do you talk to, for instance, Jackson differently than at work? Well, if you think about those, you may say, oh yeah, I kind of treat Jackson this way to get results. And then you say, hey, well, maybe this will work at work where, I'm struggling with so and so. And the same thing can happen at work, how you treat people. Let's say you're really good at work at recognizing people and patting them on the back, and you look to your personal life and say, man, I really wish I had not wasted that opportunity to praise Jackson when he got an A on his test or kicked a goal in soccer or whatever else it is.
Yeah.
So they are interchangeable. You just have to open, in camera sense, you have to open your aperture so you can capture
That's
more
true.
ways of working it.
So I like that.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I wanted to talk about. I thought next time maybe we'll take a crack unless I find something else that I really am excited to present first. Leadership challenges across generations, ethnic cultures, corporate cultures, etc. That's a big topic, but maybe we can just kind of muddle through some of the key points there and talk about what that is. What does that look like right now in society if you have to bring leadership skills to bear against different individuals or different groups in the workplace?
Perfect. Sounds like a plan, Mr. Muralt.
All right.
How do we reach you?
You can reach me, my personal cell, 816-694-4656. You can reach me through my personal email, tony.marlt, first and last name, Marolt, tony.marlt@gmail.com. Or you can go out to leadleftgrowright.com and fill out a contact form, and it will shoot right over to my email, and I can answer you directly through that mechanism.
Great.
Or you can show up at the door, but give me some advance notice, right?
Yes, and normal hours, not in the middle of the night.
Thank
you, Tony. You have a fantastic day. Bye-bye
too,
now.
Jill.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online Radio Box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. And we are back here with Gregory Moore, our supernatural, right? I'm going to call you our supernatural. Well, that's part of his name of his company. It's Supernatural Entertainment Productions, correct?
Yes.
Beautiful. Also has his own YouTube channel, website, Gregory Moore TV. Tell us how we can reach out to you.
You can reach out to me through Gmail at supernaturalentertainment@gmail.com, or you can reach out to me at Gregory Moore TV on Facebook or on Instagram, The Flaming Godhead.
Beautiful.
Either way, you can reach out to me.
Great. And would you mind introducing yourself to our listeners, please?
Yes, my name is Greg, aka Red Venom 10. I'm the host and director, producer of the Flaming Godhead, as well as Red Venom 10 show, and so many other different things. But the founder of Supernatural Entertainment and Productions that specialize in psychic healing, psychic awakening, meditation, spell work, better decisions in self-mastery, and so many more fun things.
Great. Well, it's exciting to have you here. Always great conversations. You're usually on fire. Literally, your mind is going a mile a minute. You're connected with spirit. You're helping people contact their loved ones who have passed to the other side. There's a lot to you, and on a daily basis, also as a dad, Gregory is super cool. I mean. God bless you. How do you keep it, shut it off? But there's so much you help people with besides contacting deceased. Do you also see a little bit into their future?
Yes, I do. The reason why I don't, it's kind of like this. It's not a contradiction, but let's just put it's in middle ground. Depending on the person, how close I am to them, and if they're open to it, and I know that they're not going to try to, backfire on me or try to hurt me or something like that, I'll open up and tell them that part about themselves, but I have to be close with you just because of in the past. I've told many people their future and it wasn't pretty, and that backlashed on me. So to make sure that I'm safe and that my family's safe, I don't want nothing bad to happen. So I kind of play it that way. But I mean, there are some people that their future just screams out to me right away and I can't help but pick up on it. So it's one of those kind of things as needed, just put it this way. If you really needed it and it's something that's needed, most of the time, if you pay attention to what I'm saying, I'm really warning you about a lot of different things. Sometimes people just don't catch it. Like I said in the last conversation we had before with you, Jill, sometimes it just goes over people's head, and and you got to pay attention to that, because sometimes how the supernatural works, especially when it comes to reading the future, it's the little small subtle things that goes completely unnoticed that could do a great wondrous deal. And sometimes it comes in just keyed words, and the more you meditate on it, the more it evolves and open up for you, versus sometimes. So it foretelling the future is something that I specialize in, but it comes in its own form. And it takes a great deal of patience in letting it come in its own form instead of just coming in the form of basically me putting it into words where it doesn't make sense to the recipient, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Wow. You can sense those types of things. I mean, can I ask you a personal question? Are you sensing anything about this sickness that seems not to be going away for me? It's been 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's more like a flu. I mean, it's
not COVID, but it's my throat, my nose, my ears are clogged.
I know it's the flu. It's a lot of, that's what I mean by a lot of people overlook that one too. And
okay, all right.
Believe it or not, literally. I mean, my daughter, me, and my baby mama, but I have this breathe easy stuff that kind of helps the nose and breathe easy stuff. And the more, like when I told you before, when I'm connected with people, I pick up on it. So my whole family does. So it's weird how this works, but trust me, it's definitely not that. It's more the flu, because I mean, a lot of places the snow is coming and then it's not coming, and then some places, I don't know, down here, especially in Tennessee, I mean, we get the snow, and right now it's raining. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm pretty sure up in New York, it's probably like snowing or something like that.
Yeah, well, we had snow over the weekend, almost 2 feet out on Long Island where I'm from.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? So like, yeah, that's insane. Oh my God, I don't miss it. I got to drive up there to Oklahoma and this stuff. Oh my God, I'm like dreading it. My body has just been completely drained. Like, oh my God, what is this? This is not me, but I'm already knowing that it's transitioning on top of everything else. And I keep checking into my spirit, and I keep checking into myself. Are you sure? 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 And I'm really known for this. So it's the flu. A lot of people are not. I mean, your immune system is strong enough. If you haven't gotten it already, I mean, it's not making you feeling sick or any of the symptoms like that in the matter. I mean, it's definitely the flu, because it's flu season. this COVID has got us completely wrapped up into a lot of different.
Yeah. It's all about COVID. And I'm like, it's
Yeah,
not
and it's
COVID.
like,
So what is it? I'm like, can you have a cold for 3 weeks? It feels like a new cold every week, and it just won't go away. So finally going to the
that's the
doctor
flu.
tomorrow. I'm like, what is it? So good. I'm gonna get tested for the flu. I'll let you know what he said.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely the flu, and that's one of the things that evolves more rapidly than that Omicron, whatever that, which is the
Omicron.
new
Oh
strain.
yeah.
Omicron. That's basically focused on the kids and stuff. So if it's not hitting the kids or anything like that, which is hitting some kids, but I mean, the fact is that we're so far along with this COVID evolving, and to the point where it's now hitting the kids, and it's just like all parasites, or however you want to call it. You know, some people call it biochemical weaponry or whatever, because it's tested done on humans. And if you look at the stuff that's coming out now, especially with certain people coming with certain ways to be able to track human from implanting things in their brain and stuff like that, it kind of does make you feel a little kind of skeptical and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, that sometimes it's the universe talking to you. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just people who actually have been there and known these people physically and overhearing them talking about it. And they decide to just, leak that information. But none in the case of the matter. I mean, one thing that's for sure is you can guarantee is that the more you know about your body, the more you'll be able to tell exactly what it is and stuff like that. And if your body is screaming at you, it's just the flu, and it's evolving because maybe, you're like me, we got a little bit of Indian in us, you know what I mean? And sometimes it takes we get sick like every 7 years.
Yeah.
Sick for like 7-8 years. And when we get sick, oh my God, it's ridiculous. It's like, it's all of them at once. We get the stuffy nose, we get the sore throat, we get the coughing, we get the aching body, we get the shivers. It's all of the above. And it's like, once your body go ahead and shell shock that and get rid of it, it's like, you don't even feel it anymore. It's like that was what your body needed, your immune system needed to basically keep itself focused so that it could overcome any other bacterial infection that may come our way within the future. And this is something that, we fell away from, but this is true. You'd be surprised how many people don't get sick for like 20 years plus, 7 years plus, and it's like, wow, you don't get sick at all, do you? No matter what the situation is. It's like, yeah, that's just how it is. But when you do, it's tough. But once you overcome it, though, you feel so much better and so much stronger. It's like, yeah, that's just what it is, a transition. And your body's just keeping itself in check.
Got it. Oh my goodness. Well, what did you want to talk about today? I know you were always on a roll. Thank you for letting me ask my question. And what did you have in mind for us specifically?
Well, I was like thinking about some things, and I was thinking like, what? I mean, I don't know if Jill is comfortable with talking about her past, or
Of course I am. Anything you want to say, I don't care. Swear to God, I'm an open book.
Well, I would like to hear some of the people that you introduced, an interview with in the past. I see myself in you know who I am and stuff like that, but I'd rather like get to know the superstar that's in front of me, because a lot of people need to, they need to have their brain checked a little bit and just retune into that, and it's like, yeah, remember, this is a superstar right here talking to you, and it's cool to let a superstar. I mean, that's one of the most greatest feelings, is to let a superstar let you, be yourself and talk, but then still be humble enough to open themselves up and talk to. And it's only fair that I be on the recipient end and listen to you talk about some of your great moments. You know what I mean? Because it's that's what makes you who you are.
No, my greatest moment, I'll be honest with you. Well, it's not even work though. It's becoming a mom. I always wanted to become a mom so bad. Like that's all I ever wanted, and it couldn't. I didn't. I wasn't able to get pregnant. Lo and behold, I ended up having my first son by myself with a sperm donor. I wanted a baby so bad. I made it happen. Right. So,
there you go.
And then I realized after having a first kid, and then the second one I had with my friend, it was like, oh my God, wow, work means nothing anymore. It's like, I mean, you still need to work, but it's like looking back, I lived my life to work. Now I want to live my, I want to work to live. I used to live to work, and I used to be here, there, everywhere, and working so much. And, like you mentioned, that I was always doing a lot of entertainment stuff on the red carpet, interviewing celebrities. And yeah, that's great, but it gets tiring. Like we talked about last week, though, I met some great people. So I'm very, very blessed, but it taught me also to be, just to be, I mean, not me to be grounded, but that more people should understand that they're just normal people and they're just like us, type of thing. But my biggest achievement is becoming a mom. I have my son turns today. He's 5. I've been working on his cake all night and stuff. So yeah, he's turning 5, and then my other son's 7. But I also feel like I lost myself. I love being a mom, but it's full time 24/7. I live alone. I have my 2 kids. I'm working. I'm like, so it's hard. But then, what? Someone else has it harder. But that's all I can say is I've always wanted kids my whole life. So that was finally my dream. At 35, I finally have a kid. I was like, yay. So that was, that's it. But work wise is amazing. But I mean, you have kids too, right? How old are they?
Yeah.
I think of the baby is a little, how old is the oldest?
My oldest is 7.
Okay, got it. So you understand. It's like,
yeah, I totally do.
Beautiful, right? Oh my God.
Totally is. And then you ain't lying. It's a job, and it's like, oh my God, there's moments you'd be like, oh my God, you're like a warhead. Your head is just completely popping off. Because it's like, I'm surrounded by ladies too. So,
I know a lot. Yeah.
Like, I'm a guy, and it's like I'm surrounded by all these different ladies, and and it's, it's not something that's bad or anything like that, but a lot of people don't take into consideration either. It's an interracial relationship, so it's even more harder. And then the fact that I don't have family there, so I have to teach my daughters how to be, be Black, and how to be Indian, and how to be a sorcerer and all this other stuff. And they got their grandparents here that's teaching them how to be Asian and stuff. And it's like,
oh wow,
yeah, it's and I ask myself every day, like, how in the world do I even understand them? I'm trying to figure it out, but it's true. And congratulations on your son with his birthday today. I mean, happy birthday to you. I hope you have a great time. I already know he's gonna have a great time, because I be seeing it like on Twitter, like, what? Like he went to Legoland or somewhere like that. I'm like, oh, that is so dope. I know.
Yeah, we did that a few weeks ago, but I post things later in life. Yeah.
No, it's all good. No hard feelings. I mean, you're doing it, and you know what? You got your wish, and you're doing what you would want with your wish. So you're not one of these people out here that wish for something and then regret it once they get it. You're full 100% throttle on this, and there's nothing but blessings that's going to continue to come your way from just that alone.
Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Yeah. So family changes everything. Work is, it's part of life. But see, I'm like you, like you're fascinated with my work. I'm fascinated with your work. You get to connect to
I know. And you'd be surprised at the knowledge that gets passed on to me too, and it's some people, you come across them and they say some wise stuff, and it's just like,
tell us some of the stuff that you're learning. Can you share?
Just one person, yeah, for sure. This is specifically for you. I mean, because it was shared to me, and I want to share it to you because it's definitely blossoming there. One person was like, man, as long as it was this Asian guy, he said, as long as you take care of your kids, and whatever money you get for your kids, and you take care of your kids first, and always put them first, no matter whatever situation it is, you're going to be just fine. Just never, ever forget that. Because, when you have kids and you get this, when the divine, I made a post before about this, about being a God and being a goddess, because we have the ability to create life within our womb. So many people, sacrifice that power over to the higher power, but we've been blessed with that ability to become like that and to be like that in that image. And we forget that. And, some people just get so down in their feelings, and they forget that, we were born to be better, born to be great. And with that message right there, saying that's like basically saying that, the gift of life is something to not take lightly. And if you treat that gift of life that you've been given the way that you're supposed to, there is nothing but abundance of life that'll keep on coming back your way. So it just keeps transcending. And I mean, that's your legacy right there. And, you want your legacy to be blessed. You don't want your legacy to just die out, right there with you. You want it to keep going. And, when the future comes, you're seeing the future through your legacy eyes. You're not seeing it through, it's safe to say that the immortality has been reached once your offspring has been created and you've left legacies behind for them to inspire themselves off of your work and stuff like that. So it's like, it's a great concept to play with, and it matches a lot, but reaching to that point of longevity and living long enough to see 1,000 years into the future and still live that 1,000 years with your kids right there. It's like, yeah, that's, but you know what? It's nothing to be really worried about. A lot of people look at death as the last final stage. It's not. It's just another stage. Mm-hmm. It's another part of ourselves, and I should know that as much as I've been around it growing up. I should know that, So it's sad, and it's one of those things that catch you off guard. No matter how you look at it, no matter how comfortable you are with death, there's another death spirit that's even more powerful and more dreadful than the one that you met before. And it's like, how do you speak to that spirit without being afraid of that spirit? Well, between you and I, it's just another being that has a purpose. It's just another being that has a purpose. Once you get to know deaf spirits and talk to them on a regular daily basis, and working with healing and stuff like that on a level like I'm working with, and like the kind of healing where you're a shattered individual from within. We already know that once you become a shattered individual from within, it's hard to put those pieces back together. Mm-hmm. How do you put those pieces back together to rebuild yourself? And what greater teacher than teach you that than death itself? Because how many people have shattered just because of witnessing or seeing death? So from an occult point of view, and I want to take you there. From an occult point of view, we look at every aspect, and from a Wiccan point of view, because I've studied my Wiccan too from way back in the day, and now from a holy sorcerer voodoo perspective, which is a Bukor, and from a perspective, we look at the aura, the shape, the meaning of it, and everything else that goes along with it. So like, as you start breaking down these different parts of what it is that you're looking at and what you're meditating on, you begin to dissect that energy and process it, and you're able to see it for what it really is. And that relationship begins to grow stronger, and it becomes to the point where now you know where it is, and you know what it is, and you know what it is. And it's just like, I know what that is. And it's like, hey, now you see death, you're like, hey, you ain't coming to get me today, is you? Like, no, I don't have no time. I ain't coming to get you until, maybe 2036 or 2044 or 2050. I might give you an extra few years too, just because we got a tight relationship. Like, what? You can do that? I'm deaf. I can do it pretty much when it's in my area of power. So like, you got to really think about it from that perspective.
Uh-huh.
What are pathogens? What are cancer cells? What are all these different things that we carry that represents both life and death? You know what I mean? And in between is immortality. And what we do on a day-to-day basis, we stop growing physically, but from our childhood tragedy, those that come from a real bad background, to say, not everybody's born with a silver spoon that had that beautiful life, where they just blissful about everything, you know what I mean? And they didn't have to learn what the meaning of happiness was. They learned it from just getting talked to or whatever like that. But like, you come from a background where basically you just wake up because, oh my God, you felt something bad was going to happen. And then next thing you know, you go to the window and you see somebody get shot and killed right there in front of your face. And of course, you got parents that neglect you because they have high drug problems. And when they're around, people lie on you. So they beat you into a buddy pope and stuff like that. That kind of childhood like that, you once you begin to understand what those different spirits mean and what that was preparing you for in life, you resurrect from that. You know what I mean? You become like, in a sense, you do kind of become Jesus, because once you learn how to resurrect those different parts of yourself, you put it back together, and now you have to find the right functioning vibration for it so that you can continue to have that part stimulated, which is the same thing that surgeons do and other MDs that do up in the medical room when they're doing surgery to replace your heart or replace your liver with another liver, or, do, how can you say, different incisions on your liver because it has this blister on there from drinking too much or whatever the case. And if you don't get it off, this cyst on your liver. And if this cyst on your liver doesn't get off within, 6 months or 60 days, you could possibly fall into an ill coma and become a vegetable for the rest of your life. You know what I mean? There's just so many different ways of how we are instruments, but then we are the facilitator of these different powers transcended down in human form, that it's impossible to say that there is no other higher, greater life force that teaches us through the invisible, or who likes to stay unknown to us. I mean, hey, I'm pretty sure you have plenty of moments. And if you haven't had moments where you literally walked into a room and like, what the heck was that out of nowhere? Yeah. And it's like it just disappeared. I mean, those are real spirits. Those are real life, entities that's coming, and, ancestors or whoever it may be, coming in there and visiting on you and stuff like that. And sometimes it'd be other things, but it's the truth. I mean, the invisible, and learning how to feel those invisible energies and becoming tuned with those invisible world. It's a gift all by itself, and it's something that's earned, regardless if you're born with it or not. Because what happened is that the spirits are now aware of you, so therefore you have to earn your way. Just like you have to earn your way in society. Everything matches itself. Everything repeats itself, from the higher heavens to the low underworld, back to the earth again. You know what I mean? As a tree, it represents the high heavens, the middle earth, and then the underworld.
Yep. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. I know you've shared your personal story with us quite a few times, and it can't be easy, can't be at all. And thinking now you have a family and your kids, and like for them to grow up to experience that, to see that, I mean, it's just heart-wrenching. And so I commend you on getting through all those hardships, and it's making you help so many people. And I can only imagine, as a parent now, how are you raising your kids? You clearly want the best for them, right? We all do. Yeah. And you want to be that dad, and that, that strong presence in their lives. And it's so sad that my parents, they never got along. My dad was a drug addict. They were together for many years, but still. But the problem was they always fought. So that, everyone has their own story, their own chaos. But things, everyone goes through these childhood traumas, and it affects us later in life. I mean, I'm sure that still has an effect on you. Everything still does. I mean, it's hard to get to that root cause to change. But your work, and like you said, you found Jesus, you found God, you found this whole other, I mean, gosh, and now you're helping others, unfortunately, what you went through, but it's part of our life's purpose, right? Unfortunately, to go through whatever unfortunate events in our life are, not making excuses. It's horrible, but I just feel those things in our lives are just part of it. And it's like our path, which some may say that's horrible, that's sad, but it's just, right? I mean, what does spirit tell you? I mean,
one of the hardest things I have to deal with, and sorry to hear about what happened with you growing up, Jill.
But hey, everyone has something.
It's never easy. It's never easy to go through anything like that. But we're gonna be brave here. So going on. Man, Jill, honestly, being close and being strong with my daughters, especially being that they're emotional beings, it helps me to be able to feel, because for a very long time I couldn't feel. So now I'm to the point where now I can actually feel a lot better than before. I can stay happy. I could, before I couldn't even feel happiness. I couldn't do anything just because of this. And one of the things that I'm working on now is feeling sorrow and all this other stuff to put myself back together. And the hardest thing that I have to hear coming out of my oldest daughter's mouth is like, Dad, I couldn't even imagine coming home from school and dead or something like that. It's like, oh my God. It's like, typically in the back of my head, it's like one of those, it's another what is it? Atomic bomb just went off in my head. Like, oh my God. It's like, I don't want to hear that. But at the same time, it's like, you know what? I'm going to be brave enough, because you know what? That's what she's going to, this is her legacy too. She's going to have to grow up with that, and how I see it and how I deal with it. It's the same way she's going to either learn to adapt, to learn to deal with it, or not. And I want her to adapt to deal with all situations exactly the same, but in its proper maturity. And, you know, and it's never good to hear that. But you know what? Honestly, I'm pretty sure when she gets older, she's whoever finds her, they're gonna love the heck out of her, and they're gonna be like, this is the new age of a woman right here. And you know what? They're gonna realize that she's very worth keeping, and she ain't worth to just treat like a dog. You know what I mean? So like, the spirit tells me this: you have to learn how to realize a generational curse, and you have to realize the difference between what your parents have done versus you, and you have to fix it within yourself, because there is nobody else wise enough to fix it in your family, unfortunately. It's like, oh wow, you got to tell me like that. It's like, well, look around you. Do you see anybody else in your family trying to reach out and help you? They know what you're going through, bro. They see you got all this success. And look, if other people can find you because of your success, there is no reason that they can't find you the same way. So what do you think it is?
Yeah.
It's like, you got to be, you know, sometimes that's one of the things that we have as individuals is hard. It's hard to embrace, is to accept the truth right in front of our face. It's like we could be a nurse assistant, we could be, you know, graduated from Harvard, but it still doesn't explain the reason why things are. And sometimes the truth that's just lying right there in front of your face, it's hard for you to grasp that. You know what I mean? I mean, if you know already, then why? But that's because you don't, you know, but you second guessed yourself. But if you really take the time back out and look, I mean, most psychics will tell you this: why would you doubt yourself for? You've been great so far. It's like, yeah, but you know, it's always something that just always pops up in between that. My approach is that, oh, you have no need to doubt yourself. Now let's go back into the past and think about it. How many times have you ever spoke something to existence and it manifested? Even though it gave you a little bit of problems, but how many times have it manifested? Every time. Okay, so it manifested every time. So now what do you think that you should be learning from that, even though it manifested every time? You know what my clients usually say is like, well, that I can actually manifest things. Right. But you're also forgetting the lessons that goes along with it too, that's preparing you so that it can manifest for you. You see what I'm saying? So like, it's like, so you're looking like, so what is that supposed to mean? Okay, so say for instance, I wanted to be a star. I ain't thinking about exactly how much it takes to be a star. I never meditate on it or nothing. I just keep saying I want to be a star, and I'm going to speak it into existence because that's what I'm going to be. I don't care what nobody's saying. And then all of a sudden, I'm getting all this beat up and beat down, and I'm getting all this chaos and all this everywhere from everywhere. Like, what is this?
Wow. Take your time. Don't worry. I've been blowing my nose too. I'll get a tissue as well.
Sorry about that.
Opie, I sneezed before to have a tissue, so I've been holding my snot in myself. So it's cool. See, I just grabbed one. When you got up, I was like, all right, let me go bed.
Here you go. Hey, look, we're sick brothers and sisters, but you know what?
In the mic though.
Nah, it's right. I mean, but as long as, see, and you know, it's so many, it's just certain things even about that drives people insane and be like, oh my God, you can't be human. But dude, we're human. It's like you said before, you know, you got to remember, we're just human. We're not, regardless of what our special talent is, at the end of the day, we're still human.
Yeah.
We still fart, poop, pee, and do all that other stuff. You know what I mean? Real talk. So, I mean, but back to what we were talking about. So like those lessons that need to be learned right there. And all of a sudden I'm getting all this chaos, but I never even thought about it for once. I'm just sitting here praying for deliverance, and I'm going crazy because, oh my God, I can't believe all this stuff has happened to me. But I never even thought for once that it's because of what my desires is it to be a star. It was going to bring all this chaos, and I have to learn how to overcome all this, because that's just the way the universe works. It wants to make sure that what you're asking for, you can handle it, so therefore the universe prepares you to receive what you're asking for. You know, and then, you know, Bishop T.D. Jakes says the same thing too about God. And I mean, in all divine spirits that cares about the individual, putting it just like that. So we have no issues. You know what I mean? This is our amendment. We all have the freedom of religion here. So therefore, with that being said, I don't want to hear any nonsense about I'm wrong for whatever. My individual religious, how can I say, religious relationship with Jesus and God is my own, and I'm teaching it to other people just like with anybody else, regardless if I practice voodoo or not. You know what I mean? And as long as at the end of the day, I'm prayed up and I'm literally saying from the bottom of my heart nothing but good things, and I choose to use my tongue in a good way to help people to mature and become encouraged. There ain't nothing that you can say against me about that other than the fact of what. So with that being said, we're done with that one. So just know that, you know, when you ask for these things, you are getting prepared. You are getting put to the test to see if you can handle it. You know what I mean? You've passed your test. You know what I mean? And this is what you want, Jill. You know, you manifested 2 children in your life. You wanted to be a mom, and this is what it means to be a mom. You know what I mean? Right here, this moment, you working, you know, you doing your thing.
Working hard for them, starting to save for college. You know, I mean, who knew? I never had was around boys. I mean, I had a brother who didn't do sport, but like now all these sports, how much they cost, and then the equipment. My son done it for lacrosse, and it was $300 for the equipment, $300 to sign up. I'm like, what? And then he wants to do wrestling, and so I want to be that mom to try to provide and give him those things. But it's a lot to raise a kid. My mom was right. My mom warned me years ago, and now she's passed, and she's looking down and laughing at me like I warned you. So gotta work. We gotta work. Gotta do our thing. Gregory, we're over time. I didn't even realize it. I apologize. I have to go to the next show.
It's okay. It's okay.
So we got to wrap this up. I'm so sorry. Would you mind sharing your best form of contact information?
Okay. Supernaturalentertainment@gmail.com or Gregory Moore TV on Facebook or Instagram, The Flaming Godhead.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for sharing everything with us. And we'll talk next week, I hope. Okay.
Okay, for sure.
All right, bye, sweetheart.
Right,
have a
bye-bye.
great day. Thank you. And all of our
Bye-bye.
listeners, stay tuned. More of the show is coming up, right? When? After the break. Don't go anywhere. Bye.
Okay.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online radio box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, you know, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. We are back here with our soul expression psycho-spiritual counselor. It's Michael Bean. We're joining here again here from Berkeley, California. And Michael Timothy Bean, I should say. Middle name is important as well. Thank you so much for coming back, being here with us today and occupying space today. I think it's going to be a great show for a lot of our listeners and viewers. Also for those of you on the radio cast, we're on the Zoom cast as well. Michael, to start your website, soul-expression.com.
Correct. Yes.
Beautiful. Would you mind just introducing yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right. Sure. Thank you. Yes, my name is Michael Timothy Bean, and I am a psycho-spiritual counselor who works with clients individually and couples on their real life stuff using symbolic sight and metaphorical representations of the things that are going on with them in an effort to help them go internally and to process whatever it is that might be getting in their way of fully expressing themselves in this 3D world, and to improve their place in space and existence for themselves. Yeah.
Beautiful. I know you have a very diverse background. There's a lot more to you. We got to know each other, in the past. And for new listeners out there, just want to also point out you offer energy healing work, right? Site work,
Yes.
symbolic work,
Correct.
counseling, coaching. Also, you work a lot with couples, but also individuals. You do EFT. You do so much. There's a lot on your plate here that you can offer us, which makes you so versatile. And of course, even though you're located in California, you're here virtually and you can work with anyone around the world. And what did you have in mind for us today?
Great. So I woke up this morning to a comment on a social media ad that I ran that said that this is the work of Satan. And sounds like sorcery and witchcraft to me. And I got to thinking, no, this isn't the work of Satan.
Yeah.
Sorcery and witchcraft, perhaps a little bit. And let me qualify that. So what I mean by sorcery and witchcraft, like we were talking about in a previous interview with respect to spells and their intentions, right? Black magic and white magic, if you will, and energy work versus voodoo hexes and that kind of thing. I shared the story of how a voodoo spell was cast upon me and how I learned how to release it and had a profound experience as a result of it. And so with respect to this work, when I was getting trained, I called my school sorcery school. And it's an interesting use of the word, but the work is sorcery and witchcraft in the sense that tapping into the ethereal, tapping into the spiritual, tapping into the oneness, the messages that we receive intuitively from wherever they come, and then using them in service to others, right? Whereas the negative connotation of sorcery and witchcraft would be using them in service to self, right? In service to get some kind of gain at the expense of some other person. This work is sorcery and witchcraft, or wizardry, if you will, in service to the person who is seeking assistance. So it's not for my own good. It's for the good of my client. And they are skills that we employ that help one create magic in the world, right? Through vocal expression, through creation with your hands, through creative expression. And that's what I mean when I say sorcery and witchcraft. It's sourced from the oneness, the love, right?
Yeah.
And trying to help people come to the point where they can realize their true potential for themselves without the confusion, without the influence, without the judgment, opinions, and whatever else other people are throwing at them. And so, like we talked about last time with that objective detachment exercise, we clear out other people's energies because they can be considered a possessive force of some kind, to get you free of the things that might be in your way because of fear related to other people's opinions, judgments, how you might be seen, and how that might have an impact upon you. And so the work is a lot about clearing out other people, helping you find more about yourself, and then encouraging my clients to go with that. Right. To let that be the thing that leads, as opposed to the concern of judgment from others.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. That happens a lot of times with judgment. And
oh, absolutely. We're all susceptible to it. And so the tools we use in session we begin with getting grounded, like I said before, getting present in the moment, recognizing that this moment is our reality, and then working with it from a place of personal clarity. Not confused by other people's judgment, not confused by possessive forces. And that's what I wanted to talk about today, is this idea of possessive forces and how they might get in the way of our full self-expression, right? Our full soul's expression, if you will. And so,
No. So exactly. Well, let's talk about it, because how it does. I mean, how I express myself. Let me ask you this way: how I express myself, is it different from my soul expression? Do
Well, that's
sometimes
kind
I
of
hide behind my inner thoughts and I think a lot of us do.
right, sure. We put up our own filters to ease the things that we need to say or want to say, to perhaps make it more palatable for somebody else to receive. Diplomacy is all about that, figuring out what it is that the language of the other person that you're speaking with is, and by language is how they receive information and what works for them. And so we take that information and we perhaps sugarcoat or change or not be as direct in an effort to be less impactful in a negative way, if we might fear their judgment and opinions and that kind of thing. And so I consider that those things that we put up in front of us, those things that land in us from whatever source, conditioning, traumatic experience, past life experience, whatever it might be, as a possessive force of some kind, right? And there are a variety of possessive forces. And what I mean by a possessive force is that energy that comes in that takes over.
Yeah.
It can be a heightened state of awareness and it can be a heightened state of emotion. Right? Imagine yourself in a very heightened state of emotion, right? You can witness yourself, witness yourself in that moment, saying things, doing things, being in a specific way that is not truly expressive of who you are as a person. You're reacting in an emotional way that, is true to form. You're releasing it, you're going through it,
but
you might not be in total control of what you're saying, how you're saying it, and mindful of your presence in that moment, right? And that's an example of, say, a possessive force, some kind of heightened emotional state internally. Another one is from the ethereal. I'm a believer in spirits. I'm a believer in ghosts. I shared a story last week of how I cleared a house with ghosts, and the clients invited the ghost to stay, right?
You're like,
After
what?
I had
What are you doing?
communication.
Yes.
Right. We talk about spirit guides, and that's an ethereal intelligence of some kind. And so when there are ethereal intelligences out there that don't have physical form, that are up to no good, right? As we judge good or bad. And they can take over with permission. And this idea of permission is really interesting because it's indulging in things that are welcomed in your worldview, right? So say if you believe in spirits, if you believe in ghosts, if you have an awareness or experiences with them, they are present in your worldview, and therefore they exist for you. And then you can have experience with them, all right? And communicate with them intuitively. Some people can even actually see ghosts in the 3D realm. I'm not one of them, but others can. And there are channelers out there who channel the energy. But the bottom line is these possessive forces come in, and with energy work and the kind of things that I can do, we can clear them, right? No matter what kind they are. If it's a heightened emotional state, if it's a force from externally, if it's some kind of archetypal energy like spider energy or snake energy or something like that, those can be seen and dealt with and communicated with and delivered elsewhere. And an interesting thing that occurred to me in classes that I was taking, took a session with a Chinese medicine doctor, and the teaching there was possessive forces are just like any other living intelligent force, and they too need healing. Wow. And we offer those possessive forces the opportunity to be seen, named, heard, and then healed, and then offered the door, be gone. And so, energy work can be inclusive of that kind of thing, right? In various movies and popular culture, the term exorcism comes to mind. That's connotated, that's connected to something negative, right? And again, I like to see these ethereal intelligences as ethereal intelligences that can be worked with, recognized, cleared in an effort to help one reveal their true self so that they can express themselves fully. Yeah. Ooh. So yeah, fun stuff. It's great stuff. And so wizard, sorcerer, witch, sure, but it's not about Satan. This work is from a place of love and connection. It's from a place of high integrity. It's from a place of truly desiring to be in service to others, not in service to self, right? We serve others in such a way that our own environment improves, right? And so in serving others, we get the opportunity to see our impact in a light way, in a way that's good in service. As long as we're working in service for others, this is not black magic, right? This is of help. And we're not doing this kind of work to make other people change, right? We're doing this kind of work to help ourselves grow, right? And what was I going to say? And I've had some experiences with these ethereal intelligences.
Can you share some? I mean, this is
absolutely
for someone who's never experienced it. I hear about, I believe in it. I believe everything you're saying. And I have friends that actually can connect and all. I can't. So, I mean, this is awesome. I love hearing these stories. I wish I had your sixth sense. Maybe one day.
There was one particular experience that comes out to mind. A few years back when Arnold Schwarzenegger was, and this was before I had any of this training and I had an experience with an ethereal intelligence. A few years back when Arnold Schwarzenegger was the governor of California, he chose to remodel the 10th floor of a big hotel in downtown Sacramento, California, which is the state. And I was at a conference in Sacramento that particular time, and lo and behold, he remodeled half the floor and left the other half open to guests in the hotel. And I remember walking out of the elevator, checking into the hotel, having no idea that Arnold Schwarzenegger was there on the 10th floor in his, in his suite while he was the governor.
Wow.
And the Secret Service person attending to that particular floor, I walked out of the elevator. He goes, "Welcome to the 10th floor, Mr. Bean. We know all about you. This is the suite of Arnold Schwarzenegger, the governor." And I was like, "Holy smokes!" It was a strange surprise.
Yeah.
It was a 5-day long training course that I was participating in, and maybe about day 3, it was in the middle of the night. I woke up in this state of sleep paralysis. And I don't know if you know what that is.
I'm assuming you can't wake up, but
from a sleeping state, you suddenly have consciousness.
Okay.
But you can't move. Right. And I remember just moving my eyes and opening up and realizing I'm in a state of paralysis here. I can't move muscle. And I became keenly aware of a dark figure, hooded figure at the end of the bed that was malevolent. I felt the fear. I felt the malevolence. It was a dark hooded figure. And I was freaked out, unable to move in my bed in the state of sleep paralysis.
Wow.
And what I remember was feeling scared, but then at the same time feeling like, oh, I'm still in control here. And I remember opening my eyes like abruptly and closing them and opening them and wishing that thing to go. I said, "Be gone." And sure enough, it went. And that fear of dread and malevolence vanished. And so that was my first really discernible experience with possessive force, right? Wow. And the message that person was, or that entity was sending was, we're watching you. We're the governor's spirit posse. We're on the lookout, and we're just checking you out to make sure you're not a threat. Right. But it was a very malevolent force. And I'm not saying Arnold Schwarzenegger is a demon or anything like that. No. But there was that protective force out there, and I was subject to it. And it was a very interesting thing. And there have been others too, in classes, seeing when we were learning about possessions, right? Suddenly, when you open your mind and eyes to the possibility of them, you begin to see them. And what I learned is that many people are possessed in all kinds of ways. It's not as uncommon as you think, and it's not as extreme as you might think. Again, it can be an emotional state of mind where you lose a little bit of your mindfulness or a lot of your mindfulness and react instead of responding. And again, coming back to the work that I do, this work is inclusive of recognizing that we have forces that sometimes take over our control of ourselves, and seeing them for what they are as a place to look and perhaps for something to learn from, and then naming it as something that is a possessive force, healing it using the stuff that we use in energy healing, and showing it the light, showing it the door, showing it the pathway. and inquiring about what the message is, right?
Yeah.
It's not uncommon for somebody who is having a spiritual awakening to come face to face with their demons.
Yeah.
And to come face to face with other kinds of messaging entities, like example, spider energy.
Ooh.
I remember waking up to a dream where I could completely be aware. I was completely aware of the figure of a spider biting my belly on the left side, biting my belly on the left side. And I'm like, what is the message of this spider energy, right? Freaked out, woke up. Oh my gosh. And I had learned about possessions and spider energy and that kind of thing in class. And there it was. I was having this experience of the spider energy. Thought nothing of it. I asked myself, what could this mean? Knowing that that kind of energy is sending a message. And sure enough, maybe a month or so, I was diagnosed with a melanoma on my belly in that spot. And I made that connection. Holy smokes, there's something happening here that I needed to be concerned about. And I connected it after the fact.
But
that bite that I got was the exact spot where I had the melanoma removed. And so, the connection was a little bit bizarre for me after the fact. I was curious in the moment, recognized that it was a spider energy, wondered what the message was. As soon as I asked that question, it went away. And then the answer came. The answer came when the answer was right to come. And that speaks to this idea of integration of the messages that we get, integration of the insights that we get through energy healing and other kinds of internal work, and the time that it takes to be ready for the new state of awareness after that work is done. So with energy work, with self-development, we put effort into the work, but the impacts come over time. They come over time when we're ready to receive that next level. And so it can't be rushed, right? We look for messages, we look for insights, we ask what might this mean, and then forget about it. Dismiss, detach and dismiss from it, and then let it come when it comes. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. It's going to come at some point, but the act of engaging with the question, the act of engaging with the inquiry, the act of being open to the intuitive hits is enough.
Yeah.
Right? You receive, you accept, you put something into action as a result of the receiving and the action, and the accepting, and then drop it. Let it go. Let it go, like you were saying,
let it go. Yeah, frozen.
Let it go. I don't want to sing. I have a terrible voice.
So do I. But it's funny. Just maybe off track for a sec, but we have a sec. Like there's in my home, I have two little closets in my bedroom, not walk-in closets, but two little closets, which are packed in a mess. Anyway, since I moved in, not since I moved in, because my mom passed here in my house, this light flickers in my closet, and it's almost every day, not all the time. The other day, the other closet started blinking. And so then I got goosebumps now. I'm like, is this you trying to talk to me? And I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm like, if it is, I'm trying to rationalize my mind. I said, okay, blink. Okay, so every time you flash, maybe let's go through the alphabet together, Mommy, trying to spell something out. So it blinks 11 times. And I'm like, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. K. Okay, go to the next one. And it's like 8. And so I'm thinking she's trying to spell me something and it doesn't work. But am I looking too deep into the signs, or sometimes maybe this will make sense in the future?
Yeah, good point. Probably both.
Or am I just crazy and it's just I need an electrician to fix my light? It doesn't make sense.
Well, yeah. So all kinds of possible real world answers, right? Yeah, maybe you just need to screw in the light bulb a little bit more and it'll stop.
No, now it's the other one too. So no.
Okay, so then something you might be disrupting the electromagnetic field with your own bioelectric energy there.
Wow.
So when you're in those closets and checking out that light and it's freaking out on you, can you go back and ask yourself, what state of emotion am I in? Am I in a heightened state of emotion at this time? Am I disrupted in any way, or am I calm and peaceful? How were you when you were in those closets looking at those lights?
Well, the first just 2 weeks ago, I tried cleaning out a closet. So I was a little stressed out. My kids were home and the closet's so packed. That's the new closet that started blinking on me. But I felt good because same with my mom, we used to organize and clean and I haven't had time to do the closet. So I felt relief of doing it. But the stress of all the stuff everywhere brought it on. And then the other closet that blinks all the time randomly, I'm in there stressed or not stressed. It doesn't matter. That's where like my dress clothes are. Not that I dress up much, but yeah, I'm in there almost every day getting a shirt or something. So yeah, there's no real no. I'm in all different states and in the other closet. Yeah, so but I have to be.
Sounds like you weren't completely grounded and present and calm in the moment, taking each second as it comes and accepting it for what it is. There are probably some other energies in there. We are bioelectric people, you know, our nerves and our nervous system are electrical conduits for electrical signals, and that radiates outward.
Yeah.
And it's not uncommon for electrical equipment to go crazy in the presence of somebody who's in a heightened state.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I had this experience, Cape May, New Jersey, riding the bike around late at night one time, and you know, in the thick of coming to terms with what I was learning at that time, and 7 times I counted going under these street lamps. They would go out when I went under it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, as I exited the lit up zone of, or what would have been the lit up zone of that street lamp, it went on again. And it happened 7 times in a row as I went from corner to corner. The lights going out as I got there, and then coming on as I rode out. And so I'm a believer that we can affect the.
Sorry, I had to sneeze. Okay, good. Oh my gosh.
Sneezes are releases of energy that are.
Isn't that funny? I'm like, why do I have to sneeze? Gotta hold it in. I can't
sneeze out
on
of possessive force.
Good. It's in the tissue. I caught it.
There you go. Honor it, see it for what it is, and detach and dismiss from it.
Good.
Anyway, so
sorry, back to our other
not
conversation.
Uncommon
thank
for
you.
Electromagnetic disturbances to occur when people are in that kind of heightened possessed state.
Yeah.
You know, and I was fully possessed with the curiosity of what was happening with me at that
to
time.
you and
awesome. So yeah.
Sorry to digress. Yeah, that was on. I forgot where we were.
Not a digression at all.
Thank you. We were on the conversation. Back to where we were.
Yeah. So the idea of permission.
Allowing, giving.
Right? Possessive forces require permission.
What is that?
And permission comes in a variety of forms, right? Like we talked about with the objective detachment we did the last week in that person that you were detaching from. The fact that you think of somebody and bring them into your space, metaphorically, energetically, is permission to engage with them, right? And so like this person who commented on my ad, my Facebook ad that I posted, you know, they mentioned Satan. Satan is a part of that person's world, right? It was named.
Now they just brought that into your space.
Comes into existence, into the space. It came into my space.
Getting it.
And I got to thinking, wait a minute, no, be gone, Satan. You are not welcome here, right? This is not about that. However, the witchcraft and sorcery idea, yeah, sure, somewhat, but in service to others, not in service to self. And so it got me thinking about this idea of permission and the various levels of it and what kinds of permission we offer and how it can, you know, invite other people's energy, invasive forces, possessive energies, things that get in the way of your full self and soul expression. And so other kinds of permission, naming something is permission. When we give it a name, when we name it with a qualifier like good, bad, evil, saintly, whatever it might be, we bring that energy in too. So just by thinking about somebody, just by naming something, just by recognizing or even reading it, those are all examples of a permissive state where we can invite those kinds of energies in. And so what's the opposite of that? How do we keep them out? Well, set yourself up in a way that those things just don't exist in your world. Process the energy, invite it out, and go for the amount of time that you can without it in your life, right? As opposed to something that sticks with you. And so that's where energy work comes in. We clear out the energies in your energy centers. We clear out the influences of other people with their various tools and techniques. And we give you a reprieve of the things that we permit in our lives that could be disruptive, right?
Yeah.
Social media,
Mm-hmm.
right? Endless news feeds, all those things that get us thinking about other things out in the world, the evils of the world, and can cause us stress. And so that led me to thinking about, well, what about social justice? What about fighting evil? What about doing good in the world? What about engaging in the battle against evil, or the righting the wrongs of society, etc.? And so where I landed with that and doing some meditation on it was that we each have our own experience. We each invite our own possessions to come and inhabit us. We each have the opportunity to clear those, and we each have the opportunity to become fully self-aware and self-present and present in this moment, to then share what it is our natural gifts are out in the world in service to others, be that one-on-one, or effectual with a group, or as a leader, or in whatever role. And so it speaks to this idea of choice, choosing your path, choosing how you're going to serve. Am I going to serve a group of people out in the world that could benefit from what I'm sharing? Or am I going to serve my partner in relationship, right? When we've had a fight, so there's this idea of service, and possessive forces comes in and out of all of the work that we do for ourselves and with other people. And this clearing energy and seeking to understand and seeking to be present with others in a peaceful, truthful, present, and mindful way, that opens us to being even of more service, right? Without resistance.
Yeah.
This idea of resistance comes in. We resist evil. We resist this. We resist that. The act of resistance is something that brings us to that present moment of accepting that thing that we're resisting. There's that saying, what we resist persists, right?
Yeah.
And
I never heard of that.
it's
I
true.
like that. Yeah.
It's true. It's a phrase that I've heard quite a bit. What we resist persists. And you can think of that thing that we resist as a possessive force. And you can look at it and name it. I am resisting this. It's a possessive force. It's in the shape of a spider. It bit me. I'm not going to resist it anymore.
And there it
I'm
is.
Look for the message.
And you
Say
got
hi
it.
to detach from it. Thank you for your showing me. And what this means, I don't know yet, but it's going to come. I trust that. And sure enough, it did in that example with the spider. So I can guide people through that process of clearing their possessive forces, helping them understand what the messages are, if there are any, and having them do something like we had said before for themselves that isn't necessarily connected to the 3D world, but can be applied to it in terms of message received and message understood, and integrated of, material integrated or information integrated and that kind of thing.
Got it. Thank
awesome.
you. It
Yeah.
is. And we're just about out of time. We are. Oh
Wow.
my goodness. How does that happen?
Time flies.
It does. Let's remind everyone how we could reach out to you. If you don't
Yes, thank
mind,
you.
give us your contact information.
Yeah, Michael Timothy Bean, soul-expression.com. That little dash or hyphen in the middle of the soul and expression is important. 510-606-8118 is the phone number that you can text or call. And my website, soulexpression.com.
Perfect.
Please have a look, reach out, take a look at my content, and would love to hear from you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to the next time we get to talk. And again, to all of our listeners and viewers, thank you for being here today. And I guess, are we back in touch next week? No hiatus, no holiday, right? Not yet.
Right.
All right. We'll see you then next Friday. Have a great day.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. I am Ross Morasso. My guest today, Lauren Stinnett, Chief Organizing Officer at Order in Your Court, based out of Dallas, Texas, but traveling anywhere in the United States to come and meet you. And Lauren specializes in organizing your home, your work, and even your life. Lauren, welcome to the show.
Exactly. Thank you, Ross. Thanks for having us. Good to see you again.
Sure. Now, I do want to mention right away that people can find you at orderinyourcourt.com. So as we get into our new year here, packed full of resolutions and all of that, what are you seeing from people that are contacting you, or what's a good focus for us to have in a new year?
In the new year, everybody says in all sorts of ways in our life, new year, new me, new life. So with our existing clients, we tend to do a lot of refresh in the new year. Where we come in and where we've organized existing spaces, and we'll help refresh those spaces because they've gotten maybe a little unmaintained or out of control through the holidays or since we've last been there. We'll start new spaces with existing clients, and then with new clients as well, we'll start new spaces. We're also taking down a lot of holiday decorations. A lot of people got through the holidays and now they're ready to put their house on the market, or their house sold over the holidays, and now we need to pack and move them and unpack and organize in their new house. So that's kind of what we have going on right now. But a lot of those refresh and starting new, and the bigger focus is 2023. You don't want to hang on to a lot of stuff. So how can we start now to start slowly purging and decluttering your home, your office, your mind, to have a great rest of the 2023?
Now, when you say refresh, give us an example. I don't know if you want to pick a room or a closet or an office space. Like, if you're going to come in and refresh something, what does that look like? What should I expect you're going to do to me when you get here?
So for an office, for example, if we've done their supply closet or files, we'll go back to where we left off, see what's happened since we've been gone. Are people not upkeeping with ordering the supplies that's supposed to be, or are things not getting filed in the system that we created? Is there something wrong with that system we created? Why things are getting filed, or people just not doing it? So for an office environment, we can help get everyone back on track with those files. So filing all the paperwork that didn't get filed. Do we need to pull old documents, maybe from 7 years ago, that we're not using anymore, and get those shredded and move clean into the new year? The supplies. Who is supposed to be ordering these supplies? Is that person also responsible for filling and maintaining the organizing or the supply closet? Did it just go into shambles over the holidays because so many people were in there trying to find things in a quick? So we kind of go in there, kind of refresh. If there's any specific spaces within that area that aren't working, we'll find a better solution. As professional organizers, we pretty much know what's going to work and what's not going to work. but we're not in the space every single day. So if there's something that we created or built for a system and it's not working for that team or family or individual person, we'll recreate it so it works for them. Doesn't happen that often, but it does in some cases, and we're happy to fix that. So that's a lot of refreshing.
In the office environment, do you sometimes sit down with a group of people there to sort of have to get the lay of the land and do a powwow with everybody to figure out what it is that needs to be changed?
Yes. Depending kind of on what it is. If it's files that 20 people are touching, I want to touch base with them really quickly. Who's touching these files and what works for them and what doesn't? Why am I here? Is the main reason. Obviously, it's not working for you guys. So what can I do to better that? So I'll touch base with them. If it's one or two people that touch the system, then I'll just talk with them. Talking with the boss is great because that person will have visions too. But if they're not daily hands-on wherever that area is, then it's good to actually touch base with the people who use it daily.
Now, do you find for yourself, and maybe it's all over the place, but even though something like ordering supplies and creating a structure to make sure that they're being reordered and stuff, and now supplies are often physical things, but what do you see for structures versus like using digital mechanisms, like using technology versus pen and paper? Do you try to steer people in one direction or the other?
It's what works for them and their team. Some people are working from home and going more in the cloud and virtual and things like that. So we do have to have files accessible, both physical for maybe tax or legal reasons, but we also need to have them in space so everybody can access them when they're at home or on the road with clients. So yeah, we have to create systems that are up in the cloud with whatever they're working through their process. I don't steer either way. Some people are paper people. It's just what works for them. If they are downsizing in an office because 50% are working from home now, then maybe they don't have as much space to store those paper items that they did in years past. So how can we adjust to that new environment? So maybe that is, we have to scan and upload a lot more documents than we did in years past. So just depending on the space, everyone's so different. It's never an across the board answer. So yeah, it's really what works for the team or that individual person.
Do you have, or have you found any pieces of gear or tech or software programs that you like or that a lot of people seem to be using that are effective?
Ooh, that's a hard one too. Usually in a professional business environment, that's really kind of business to business. Usually they already have some sort of software they're paying an arm and a leg for that we can utilize and that will work, or they already have a cloud system. We just need to build that maze or mind and whatever within that system of what we're uploading or putting out there. Personally, there's so many different cool tools. Do you need a calendar tool? Do you need grocery tracking tools? Do you need who picks up what kid and where tool? There's so many different tools like that have access that multiple people can see. There's task apps that you can use with a family or with business. So it just, again, really depends on, if it's business or home personal.
If I recall, you started, now you've been an organizer for life, and I want to ask you about that in a little bit, but you started Order in Your Court in 2020, wasn't it?
Yes. I did corporate event planning pretty much my whole career, all of my career, but always wanted to have a professional organizing company. And COVID happened, and no more big events for a while. So it allowed me that opportunity to start my passion and dream company, and it's just taken off, and it's been wonderful. Get to help so many different types of people. It's fun.
Yeah, on one hand, starting a business in COVID seems to have been like, that's a bad time to start a business. On the other hand, your particular business, I think a lot of us were taking stock in our lives at that time. How did you find the trials and tribulations of getting a business going, as an entrepreneur, right in the heat of the pandemic?
Yeah, I mean, it was scary. My husband's like, you should start that business now. And I was like, in the middle of a pandemic, and I was pregnant. And, there was so many cons, and it's scary to start a business. I had no idea what I'm doing. I've worked for large corporations my whole career. So I don't know what I was doing. So I reached out to people that I could trust and lean on, and that have always supported my idea and my passion, and took it from there. My business ebbs and flows. You'll see, people want to get ready for the holidays, and then it slows down. The new year goes up. Summertime, people don't want to do a ton because the kids are at home, they're out of school, kind of same with fall break and spring break. So you'll see kind of it ebbs and flows. That was really hard starting off, because I was like, why aren't we consistently busy all the time, every single day? But you learn your business. So there is always challenges still every day. I'm learning, I don't know what I need to do. Oh, the taxes have changed, the laws have changed. So I just really lean on people that are good at what they do and let them guide me. I know what I'm good at, and I know what I'm not good at. So I just lean on those people. And the internet is amazing. It has so many resources. And your friends and family, they know a lot that you probably didn't even realize. So just asking those questions, if they know someone, it's kind of your own personal LinkedIn, if you will.
With staying on with this theme here, you were talking about during the pandemic, it was created remote work, right? So that caused two things, one of them you mentioned, which was, offices now don't need as much space because they don't need the people, but they still got their pile of stuff. And then all of us have come home and now have to sort of find space to have a mini professional environment, right? While still being in the same house or whatever. So do you work with getting people with remote work, like set up in a special space at home?
Yeah, absolutely. Tomorrow evening, we're actually they're moving out. He's moving out of his office and moving into his home, and he doesn't have a designated office in his house. So we're kind of building this area. He has a large master bedroom, so we're building kind of this area out where we're going to create his own little office environment. And we've done that a lot. I've done refreshes for that too. It's like my laundry ends up on my desk, and it's like, I don't want that. I want this to be my work. I want to be able to focus. So it is hard for some people, especially if they are, used to going into the same office for 25 years. So it's a big adjustment for a lot of people, is that some people have put two kids in one room and made one bedroom an office for both parents. So there's lots of different ideas people have added on to their house. They've built up, they've built out, all for more space because they're spending more time at home, especially working.
I have two sisters, and one of them couldn't wait to get back into the office, and the other one, who is more in an IT sort of situation, is at home, and she can't wait to forever not go back to the office. Now,
Yes.
For those of us, though, that don't have the resources to, put an addition on their house or move, you brought something up. I thought this is really interesting. So you can probably recognize potential in spaces that we all can't see. I mean, that's sort of why you exist, right? With your work. So let's take this master bedroom component. It's a single space without walls, right? But at the same time, you're going to try to section it off for them to keep a space that becomes sacrosanct for work. So what does that look like? There are some examples in the past. I know every room is different and you probably have to get creative, which is why, we need people like you to figure it out. But when you're dealing with a space inside of a space that is not sectioned off by like full physical unmovable structures like walls, how does that work to sort of put that together so that I could feel like when I sit over here, it's a different mindset than 7 feet over here? What do you do to get that set up? What's like a few opening steps to create that space?
Well, if you need that actual divider, but you don't want to put up a wall in your bedroom, very understandable, and it's costly, get a folding wall. We do that a lot. There's so many different colors and textures. Don't face your computer towards your bed. So you wake up and you start working, you're like, that bed looks really nice. I just want to go get in it.
Good tip.
Face it towards a different way. If there's a window in that room, we highly suggest facing towards a window so you can feel maybe some vitamin D or C. You want to go outside and not crawl back in bed. Those are really good tips. Kind of just positioning those items in the room, both for your bedroom and for your office, making sure everything has a home. So your laundry doesn't end up on your desk and on your work computer or your work phone and it's ringing and you can't find it because there's so much stuff on it. So making sure everything has a home is really, really key, and sharing a space. So if a husband is officing out of the bedroom and the wife comes in and doesn't really dawn on her that there's, that's his office now, and she's setting her purse and things like that. You really have to respect those two different spaces and boundaries.
So much of us when we're working from home or just remotely, wherever that might be, we get on Zoom, right? Something like that, or Microsoft Teams or whatever it is. And so we also have to deal with what's in the background. And I know when Zoom first came out in the pandemic, people took a exceptional delight in putting, action figures and weird stuff in the background. But what do you recommend though for dealing with the what's behind us stuff for that? Is that something that you've ever had to deal with? We're sort of creating our own little mini theater, right?
Yeah, no, we've done that a handful. We've done, staging and light decor in offices a lot. It's creating whatever that type of environment that you need. Do you want it to reflect your business behind you or the company you work for? Or do you want it to reflect you? Or maybe it's a combination of all three. Or maybe you kind of want to pull what your office looked like at in the office building home. So how are we going to do that? Do we need to add in shelving? Do we need couple of floating shelves? Do you want personal photos? Some people don't think about that. It's their home. So yeah, I want personal photos, but then they're talking with strangers, maybe all across the world, and maybe they don't want their, son and daughter on the screen. I think having a clean and calm, not busy, distracting environment is key when you're for you, because you can see your background, and for your viewers. For me, I think it also kind of depends what you care about too. For me, I'm always moving. I'm always in someone's new space or different home. Today, I'm in someone's backyard. So it really just depends. I'm not a person that really cares what's going on in my background as like, oh, it has to be so perfect, because life is life and it's constantly changing. But you have to respect what's behind you for your viewers, and so you don't get distracted as well. It's a beautiful day here in Dallas, so I said, why not sit outside?
That's it's an interesting point. If we go 5 years ago, sure, Zoom probably existed, but now it's a household name, right? We could almost turn it into a verb, like Googling something.
Yeah.
Do your clients anymore? And by the way, for those of us who have just tuned in, let me pause for a second. I am talking to Lauren Stinnett. She is the CEO or Chief Organizing Officer at Order in Your Court. And you can find her at orderinyourcourt.com. So we are talking today about getting your life organized, your office and home organized. And that is exactly what she is, a professional organizer. And so not only do we talk about the physics of things, but also some of the mentality behind it. So have you heard from your clients that there's as much of a concern anymore as to what's going on in the background. So for me, when I was first hopping on Zoom, right, it was all like, no, I can't show that or whatever, but like it was new. Now I wonder if there seems to be more of an acceptance that, look, we're all people and like we don't even notice it anymore. And so do you still find that your clients are really concerned about their whole studio presence, or is it just more about I need everything to be functional? That's all I care about.
The main thing is I need everything to be functional. I see the different generations care about those. The older generations want everything to be perfect in the background. Maybe that younger generation is like, it's okay. We're people. If you call a lot of like 1-800 customer service numbers now, you will get a recording. Hey, our X team is working from home now, so please pardon any dogs are barking or kids giggling. Like, I mean, I hear it on recordings. I see it on websites when we're calling people. So it's just kind of the new norm, and everybody, I think COVID opened the eyes to everybody is a person. We're not these perfect robots that work in this perfect office every single day. We're real people.
So when you go into people's homes, are they ever apprehensive? Like, do you find that clients need some confidence in you that, no photos of the before pictures will be taken or whatever, like, have you ever walked into houses and wondered, how ever am I going to figure this out for people? Or is there always a solution?
There's always a solution. Most solutions, I say that lightly. Most solutions, there's not an overnight quick solution. Organizing your life, your work, your mind, your home, it's a process. Good things take time. Yes, 9 out of 10 of my clients are embarrassed to send me photos or embarrassed to let me in their house. But that's, or even their office sometimes. But that's, when they call me, they're getting there. They might just need that little extra push. So I had a client last night. She was like, I'm going to send you pictures, but I have to straighten up the house first. And I always see the space in some sort of fashion before I arrive. If I'm not seeing it, if it's a FaceTime, if it's photos and videos, that's what we're here for. We do not ever judge a space and what it looks like. That's what we're here for. We don't care. The messier, the better. We can make a bigger transition. So I tell that to all my clients. A lot of people do care, what it looks like, but that's why we're here. We don't care. We don't judge. So open up your heart and your mind and let a professional organizer help you.
Yeah, okay. So to give all of us, listening here today, some comfort, if I feel like I'm living in a pigsty, okay, and I couldn't possibly let people come over or let you in even to come help me get things organized, how alone am I in that, or how much is my neighbor is exactly the same way? Like, like, tell us all, like, is that something like, should I be looking in the mirror, or am I just like everybody else?
No, you're just like everybody else. Most people don't have their house, their office, their whatever picture perfect. You watch these TikToks and these Instagrams and all the things, and what you don't see is the other 10 rooms in that space that are just piled with stuff because they cleared the one space they're recording in for that moment. And then, you walk around the rest of the home, the office, or whatever, and it's a disaster. So, and I think a lot of people get caught up in that. They think, oh my gosh, no one can come over because I see all these videos and everyone has a beautiful and your house, your office, it is perfect. It is for you. And we are just there to make it sustainable, maintainable, and a comfortable, enjoyable environment for you. It doesn't matter where you are in life. We're here to help. And we actually come in a lot of people's bad moments in life or hard times in life. We are trained and educated to handle those types of situations. And, let's take it down a notch. We're not here to judge. We don't care what you have and how much of you have it, but let's go through these things and why are we keeping them? And so It's a process. Yes, you are like your neighbor. Most people are, but it's okay. Do what's right for you, and we can help you get there.
Okay, so the bombshell of the show. Do you mean to tell me that what people are showing on social media might actually be misleading?
100%. Mic drop. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I mean, the internet has totally changed from what it used to be. It's crazy, but don't get caught up in those things, and enjoy what you have in life and what you've worked hard for, in whatever space that is in.
Okay, so you are in a position to actually create a lot of media, if you want to, with these before and after photos and everything else. So we have just a few minutes left. So tell everybody all the places that they can find you if they want to connect with you.
Sure. We're like you mentioned, we're on our website, orderinyourcourt.com. We are on Instagram. We are on Facebook. I'm in the generation where it's kind of half and half. Half of us are really good at social media. The other half are not. I'm in that other half that's not really good at social media. I do have a goal this year of getting better at social media and getting more involved in it, only because my clients and people that follow us have asked for more content. But again, I focus on what's going on, not what people are worried about and what we're watching. So I am trying to find that fine line of what works for me and, kind of accomplishing my goal. So we're not everywhere yet, but we're definitely on Instagram and Facebook and our website. And you can email me at lauren@orderinyourcourt.com. My cell phone number and our business line is on our website. So that's easy to find, and on Facebook. We're going to try to launch the TikTok thing this year as well, so we'll see how that goes.
For Facebook and Instagram, what do people search to locate you? Do you know what your handle is?
Yes, it's at Order in Your Court on Instagram, and then just Order in Your Court on Facebook.
Okay, then also I noticed on your site, if you could touch on this, that you have a little mini toolkit or something for people to use or whatever. Is this like a brief introductory to sort of wrap your head around what they're getting into?
That's more of kind of resources, and that's something else we're going to work on this year. That was asked by clients as well. They're just going to be free or very reasonably priced resources that you can download to your phone or to print if you're a paper person, that gives you action items of what to do around your home and office or in your mind, and how you can organize and get where you want to be. So maybe that's your first step if you're not quite ready to have a professional organizer come into your space.
Okay, I like it. Or a way to maybe get a couple of things set up for where you might be trying to take us all down the road.
Exactly.
Okay, so Lauren Stinnett, this was really enjoyable as always. I think all of us can use a lot more help getting things organized. I doubt you come into too many houses that say, I need you to help me fill up some space, right? It's always about getting what we need structured down. And so I'm surprised it's taken me this long to learn that you have a company like you do. So always a pleasure to talk to you. Lauren Stinnett, Chief Organizing Officer at orderinyourcourt.com. Look her up. You straighten out your life. And to everybody else, thank you for tuning in today. I am Ross Morasso. Until next time.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house, and there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. And we are now back with Tamaya Urban once again, the Urban Healer, joining us live from Canada. And she's here to help you worldwide today, as always. How are you, darling?
I'm amazing. How are you doing? Thank you for having me.
I'm doing great. You look so sunny and fresh, always in the light colors. I noticed that about her. She's very bright and airy. I'm always like dark, black, beige today. But yes, welcome to the show, Reiki Master, RN, healer, and so much more. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, amazing. So my name is Tamaya Urban, the Urban Healer. I'm based out of Toronto, but I have clients all over the world because everything's virtual. So yay for that. Yay. I started off as becoming a nurse almost 10 years ago because I'm super passionate about helping people and helping people on their healing journey. And through that, I discovered that being a bedside nurse doesn't really get to do that. Yeah. So through my own healing journey, I discovered other modalities. So I like to use things that are a little bit older, ancient healing modalities, such as tapping or hypnosis, Reiki. So I kind of put everything together into this beautiful little bundle where you get a little bit of Eastern medicine, a little bit of Western medicine, a little bit of science-based, a little bit of woo-based, and together it's the perfect package.
I love it. Well, thank you so much. And for, months now, we've been friends with Tamaya, and she's here on the show enlightening us. And she always comes up with the most amazing topics to talk about. I just can't believe this girl has so much knowledge and wealth of information. We're talking about cycles today, cycle syncing. Exactly. What is that? Yes. Could you share a little bit?
So this is kind of funny because I'm obviously a nurse. I'm a healthcare professional. Mm-hmm. And I literally only found out about this maybe like 2 years ago. And I'm like, women don't know this. This is not common knowledge. And like, we are going to be talking about a menstrual cycle. So if this does not interest you, doesn't apply to you, this was your warning. But please stay because it's really interesting.
And you can pass it along to that female friend or loved one in your life. Hello.
Absolutely. And you might be able to understand why they are a certain way in certain times of their month.
Yes.
Just saying. So that being said, yeah, no, it's true. Or like, when to come with ice cream. Be prepped. There you go. So with that being said, us as women, we cycle through different hormones through a 28 to 30-day cycle. And that's very different from men who usually just reset within 24 hours. So they have no idea what this is. But that being said, we usually don't either. Like no one really sits down and talks to you about your cycle and the different hormones and what that means for your mood, for your energy, your productivity, what you should be eating, what kind of exercise should you be doing? Like you just kind of like, well, it is what it is. And then you have your bad days, you have your good days. But what if you kind of knew and could sync your life to your cycle and kind of also plan ahead to it? So there's certain times of the month you should be doing restorative yoga or just lying down. And there's certain times of the month where you should be kicking butt and like get out there and pick up a new project. But if you don't know that, then you're not really using your body and working with your body. You're kind of like at war with it. And you're almost like, why aren't you working? What's wrong with you? When it's like, no, this is a hormone and this is happening and you should just have a better idea. So I wanted to dive into that. So even if you're like, no, I'm not really going to do it, but just maybe food for thought, just check out how you are for the next month and be like, interesting. That is how it came through for me. And then make tiny little tweaks that can make life feel better.
Awesome. I'm loving this topic today because I've never talked about it. I don't know much about it, but I'm here to learn as well with you all. Urban Healer is here. So we're going to talk about the 4 main phases of the menstrual cycle to start, right?
Yes. So you have your menstrual phase, your follicular phase, your ovulatory phase, and luteal phase. So whenever, like, let's say your doctor's like, what's the first day of your period? The first day you get your period is day 1 of your cycle. So FYI, that's what that is.
Wait, but then it gets confusing for someone who's done IVF. It's like, well, full flow, half flow, what is considered full day? And what my doctor always told me was it's got to be a full flow type situation. So if you start bleeding a little bit that day, and they don't count it. Do you agree?
True.
Right.
True.
Okay.
True. So that there's like, and that's the other thing, like
so
some people will have a 28-day cycle or 27-day cycle. And then some people will have 30, 31, 33. Some people are irregular. So, I mean, this is also a very general, but then there are certain apps that you can download where it will monitor your cycle and then it'll kind of adjust.
Oh, that is so
just
cool.
as a, no, it is pretty cool. So that being said, every single phase will have a different characteristic. So first phase is menstrual phase. That's when you actually get your period, and it's day 1 to 7 of the cycle. At this point, your estrogen, your follicle stimulating hormone, and luteinizing hormone are at their lowest, which means your energy is also low. I mean, are we surprised here? You're menstruating. Your body is literally bleeding.
Yeah.
And it takes a lot of energy to do that. And I'm sorry, but if a man was bleeding for 7 days, he would be useless.
Totally. Oh, I'm cramped. I'm tired.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, man cold. No offense, men. You guys are horrible when it comes to that.
Oh,
and
my
again,
God.
it's like, been a bedside nurse. I used to deal with a lot of young men, and I'd be like, oh God, you guys are so special. So back to our topics.
Special.
They are. That's like its own conversation. We can maybe talk about that.
My son's father, the kids are off all week, so he was taken for a few days. Came one Wednesday. Oh, I have a stomach ache. Took them out and then went home, and that was it. I'm like, really? Like, that's it? But okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. No, agreed. There you go. So again, your energy is low. most of them. Let's just be honest here. So again, it's like your mood is going to be affected by the fact that you're tired. Your body is doing a lot of actual activity, and like you can feel it, and you shouldn't be doing much. So you might be less patient. You might be more triggered, and it's like you're less likely to let things go. And this isn't a like, oh my God, you're on your period. No, how about the things that you swallow throughout the like entire month and you just like let it slide? This is when it's like the straw that broke the camel's back. And that's normal, and it's totally fine. And this is maybe when you have that extra courage to actually like snip a little bit and say something to somebody. And hey, no judgment. 1, it is your hormones. And 2, this person has probably been bothering you for the entire month. And this is the final like, okay, got it. So again, you want to be really mindful that your body's doing a lot. So you should not be doing a lot. So in terms of your productivity, actually, I'm going to say that afterwards. In terms of your food, you want to be eating things that are high protein, high fat, because they're super wholesome and nourishing. And you don't really want to do a lot of refined foods or high sugar content, because that's going to give you a spike in your blood sugar and then a drop, and that's going to make you even more crusty. So even though you're craving those kind of things, have high protein, high fat, because that's actually what your body wants. And then you might not even have those crazy like cravings for the sugar. And again, you want to have things that are like very easy to digest. So something that is like a stew, slow cooked, like really easy to digest. Not the time to have celery sticks. Also, I've never wanted a celery stick ever, let alone when I'm on my period. I can guarantee you that.
I agree.
No, thank you. In terms of exercise, you should be resting and recharging. So gentle yoga, going for a walk, you need to sleep more. It's totally okay. But then in terms of your productivity, this is actually the perfect time for you to really reflect. And you want to ask yourself, like, what worked this past month? How can I change that for next month? And this is where your left and your right side of your brain are at its best in terms of communication. So you might have a lot of really big ideas coming through. So if you are a business owner and you're about to like launch something, this is when you want to brainstorm. And like, this is when you want to literally reflect. And like, again, it totally makes sense. You should be lying down, not pushing yourself. And the moment you lie down and you're not doing, you're being, and your mind can process things. So again, if something really bothered you, rather than being like, oh my God, I'm so hormonal, being like, have you been bothering me for 3 weeks? And this is when it finally hit me. Huh. Interesting. So like, Food for thought, ladies. Food for
I love it.
thought.
I've got it. I love this.
There
These
you
are
go.
good notes today.
I know. I was like inspired and I was like typing them out last night. I'm like, I can't wait to talk about this. There you go. So the next phase is the follicular phase, and this is day 7 to 12 in your cycle.
Okay.
This is when your estrogen is starting to rise. And once your estrogen is starting to rise, you're going to be more playful, more lively, more curious. This is when you have a higher tolerance for stress. You're going to be better with your communication, less likely to snip at somebody. And you're less on edge. So you're more fun. You're more easygoing. People are like, wow, you're so funny. You're like, yeah, I know. So this is the time.
I was such a dud last week, but because that was just so the menstrual phase.
It is. And then again, it's like, if you actually like lie down and chilled and process, you're going to be even better when you get into this phase. And like, we all feel better once our period goes away, but like, it's also because of the estrogen. So in terms of your productivity, this is a great time for you to start a new project, a new hobby, something that is like high energy. Your motivation is high. So this is like, if you are wanting to go to the gym and start a new membership, start it now because your body is ready for it and you're going to be more motivated to actually do it. So again, try something new. In terms of your exercise, you can do your HIIT, you can do your CrossFit, you can do kettlebells, super high intensity because you literally have the energy to do it.
Yeah.
And then for your nutrition though, which is interesting, you will have a lower metabolic need. So really you shouldn't be eating as much. And again, if you had your hearty meals during your menstrual cycle, you're good and you're not starving. And if you didn't eat crap food, which means then you're now detoxing and feeling crappy about it. If you had those good wholesome meals, you're totally a-okay to have like a lower caloric intake during this phase. If you want to entertain things like intermittent fasting or keto, again, always do this with a medical professional, just saying, everyone's different, but you're okay to eat less carbs. You're okay to like focus more on those healthy fats. And that's also what is recommended in this phase. So things like avocados are going to be the perfect thing to prep your body for the next phase, which is ovulation. So you might want to consider lighter cooking, like sauteing, steaming, and having those healthy fats, because then again, it preps you for your next phase. It all makes sense.
There's a lot that we have to go through, men. I mean, I hope there's men listening that didn't tune out because it makes so much more sense then. You know, they think we're crazy times of the month, but and all this that we're going through, it's a lot. Men don't have to worry about any of this, do they?
No, they don't. And it's like they just reset every single day. They're like, okay, I'm awake. Okay, going to bed. Oh, I'm awake. That's it. And it's like we have that. And it's like also we're very affected by the season. So it's like during the dead of the winter, you should not be like hustling, bustling, pushing. You need to bring down your energy and settle and ground and sleep more and rest more and hibernate. And it's like men are just not affected as much by these cycles. We're cyclical beings.
Wow.
So for us to force ourselves to be so masculine and just like reset every day, we're not working with our body. And like, that is one thing that is really important for me to like remind women of, just like, oh my God, I'm so tired. Have you slept? No. Okay.
That could be an issue. That could be why.
You know, and it's like, you have to honor these phases. And it's like, when you start to kind of like look at your cycle, whether it's 20 to 30 days, whatever it is, and you look at your month, you're not going to like shove a huge like project in the middle of your menstrual cycle. You'll be like, how about 3 days later when I'm actually done? And then that is when I'm going to have the energy to do that. And it's like, for those business owners who are like, when should I launch my next program? Don't launch it when your energy is low and you're like, I don't want to do this. This sucks. Cause like, if you're energetically being like, oh my God, I hope no one signs up. I'm really tired. I don't want to do this. You're not going to get the clients that you want. So then be mindful of where you are in your phase and plan your month ahead, or just try. And it's like, even like when I'm on my menstrual cycle, I'm not going to be like, sure, let's have a family function. I'm going to be like, oh, I'm just going to lie down. Next week, I can handle it. Let's go. So just food for thought. So then the next phase is the ovulatory phase. And this is going to be around 12 to 16 day of your cycle. Again, everyone's different. So you can check in with your doctor in terms of your hormones and where you're at. But here, your estrogen, your luteinizing hormone, your follicle stimulating hormone are at their highest. So when they're at the highest, your energy is also going to be at the highest. And I mean, this makes sense if you think about it. you're ovulating, you want to be attracting the right person. If you want to talk about like just primal instinct, this is when you want to be lively and be like, hey, I'm amazing. Let's mate.
Yeah,
like
exactly. That's
straight up, right? Makes sense. So again, your energy is super up there. Your mood is confident. You're going to be expressive. You're going to be outgoing. You're going to be social. This is the best time for you to do things that are like networking because you are vibrant and magnetic. Like people are gonna be like, oh my God, what's going on? And you're like, I'm ovulating. Thank you.
They're attracted to you. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that do your presentations, have like your big launch of your program, because like literally people are going to be like, I don't know, but there's like a glow to you. I'm so intrigued. Tell me more. This is your time to speak up, shine, be out there. Also, your body is going to be able to handle more and with more ease. And it's, again, so true. At this part of your cycle, you can handle anything and you got the energy for it and you're like, let's go. But then if this was in like the middle of your menstrual cycle, you're like, I can't do life. I'm leaving my business. I just want to like curl up into like a blanket. Again, makes sense, but you can't shame yourself and your body for like, you suck. Why are you tired? Because you have your menstrual cycle. I'm sorry. It's biology. It's science, guys. Like be kind to your body. So again, this is going to be a time where you actually don't need as many calories as well. You want to be focusing on the high protein, high fat. You don't need as many carbs. You may want to consider eating more raw vegetables and fruit, or just increasing your fiber. So when you increase your fiber during this time, it actually helps you clear some of the extra estrogen because again, your estrogen's high. And then sometimes having too much estrogen is what can cause the PMS for you prior to getting your period, which I actually did not know. And I was like, interesting. And then in terms of your exercise, you may want to do things that are more group oriented. So go for like a group run or do a spin class, do team sports. But again, you want to be networking and out around with people because you have a lot of energy. You're going to be feeding off their energy. It kind of just works out really well together.
Wow.
Interesting, eh? I know.
Yeah, well, let me just ask you, so do you recommend that women, we go to the, doctor, it's important to go, but to get all levels tested, because some of us, I'm 44 and I know people that were 40 who went through like menopause. I don't think I'm going through it yet at all. I still, right. But like, do you recommend following up with your doctor first? How do you know if you're really in these phases the right way? And it could be someone in their 20s, 30s. It doesn't have to be someone 40s or 50s, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm just going to be speaking as like personal information as opposed to a medical professional because everyone is different. But one, you can go see a doctor or naturopath to get your hormone levels checked. You can also do something like getting an ovulation stick. So it's like a pregnancy stick, but you just like dip it in pee and it can tell you whether you're ovulating or not. I think it's really important for women to, I do it. I have an app on my phone where like I actually put in like have my period, ending my period. And then from there, I can kind of figure out when I should be ovulating, use an ovulation stick, make sure that it is happening at that time. Then you can like mark that. And then it's like, if your period sometimes resets, which happens throughout the year, it's normal. Like, don't be concerned of it, but just start tracking. And once you start tracking, you'll notice like, is it regular? Is it not? Oh, last week I was on a 28-day cycle and this time I'm 35 days. Oh, interesting. And then again, it's like, you may want to just start your own tracking and then go see a doctor. I don't know, like in the States, I assume you have to just pay for all of these tests because it's not like essential.
Yeah, no, some are included at the gynecologist. Like that's if your yearly checkup and all. But yeah, if like the specific hormonal test, they do like the luteinizing hormone, the FSH, LH. I'm trying to think of my medical records, but the other ones that you need, like they don't. So yeah.
So this is my own biased opinion. I really like going to a naturopath because sometimes when you go to a regular medical doctor, it's like, it's all fine. I'm like, okay, thanks. But then a naturopath might choose more specific tests and go into more detail. And even if you're within the normal range, but you're near the low, they might like investigate and see what they can adjust, as opposed to medical doctors like check, perfect.
Yeah.
And that being said, I love my GP and she is incredible. She's not a normal GP. I am blessed, but most people don't have that luxury. That being said, it's like, you got to do it on your own. You got to start on your own in terms of checking. And like, I remember when I was nursing, I didn't know what freaking day it was ever, let alone when my period was coming.
Well, I don't even know. Today, the 24th, 20th. I just looked 25th. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. When you're
You know?
busy working, you're so sometimes into things you don't even.
100%. And it's like now, like add in like a full-time job, add in some kids, you have a pet, you have a side hustle, you're trying to exercise, your friend is having some issues. Like you don't know what day it is. So track it. It's something that I just do on a regular basis. And then it also like, I have a record. So if I were to go see my doctor and they're like, oh, when was your last period? I'm like, yeah, let me check my app. Sad, but true. And then also know that sometimes your body will reset. And this might be like a whole other conversation, but most women end up having the menstrual cycle and their ovulation with the moon. So whether it's a full moon or a new moon, and it's actually wild because you're just like, what? It doesn't make sense. But most women will sync up with one of them. And then for me, like, and a lot of women do this, sometimes you flip in between and then you're like almost like a little bit late, little bit late, little late, and then you flip to the other cycle. And that's why sometimes your menstrual cycle is called your moon cycle or your moon phase. I was like, what? I'm like, this feels witchy.
What?
But it makes sense. Whoa. So also just like food for thought. And in case you don't menstruate with the moon, like there's nothing wrong with you. Don't worry. But like, it's something that some people are more aligned to. And that on its own, like the moon has a lot of energy and it like affects the tide of like an ocean. We are mainly water. Of course, it's going to affect us as well. And I will like honestly say when I was nursing, anytime there was a full moon, you're literally like your patients turn into zombies and like wild beings. And you're just like, oh, it's a full moon. Oh my.
Yeah.
Everyone falls. There's more accidents. There's more ambulance calls.
Crazy, but it's so
like,
true.
It's always like that. And it's like your emerge department has extra staff. They're nervous. Ambulances are waiting for weird things to happen. Like, it's just like, don't tell me there isn't something to that. Like, that's not woo. Like, there's like stats on this. Come on, guys. So again, interesting food for thought. So for our last phase is the luteal phase. And this is going to be day 17 to about 28, 30. Again, depends on how your cycle is. And this is where your progesterone peaks and then your estrogen peaks again. In terms of your energy, at about day 21, you're going to start having a decrease of energy. And this is kind of having to do with just the hormones changing. And then it's like, kind of like the PMS. And I hate how like people like abuse that. Like, oh, are you PMSing? Stop. Like, it's just hormones.
Yeah.
Thank you. But this is where you might notice that you're wanting to like finish things up. So it's like in terms of your productivity, you want to complete your projects because your energy is starting to come to an end and you're prepping for your menstrual cycle where you should be resting. So you want to finish up that project so you're not like struggling while you're menstruating. This is going to also be when you're hungrier and your metabolic rate increases by like 10 to 15%. Hence, like, I know I go wild and I'm like, I require like a full extra meal. I'm like, right down with that because I'm going to have that. Thank you. So you should actually increase your caloric intake by about 300 to 400 calories, which is like substantial. Like that could be like a light meal. But you want to have, this is when you want to have more carbs. So complex carbs, more natural sugars like from like, let's say fruits. And this is going to give you an increase in your serotonin and your dopamine levels, which can actually affect your mood, i.e. improve your mood as you're getting rid of that extra estrogen so you don't PMS. So there you go. And now in terms of cooking, you want to maybe like slow roast or bake things because that actually brings out the natural sugars of your foods. And then you're going to be able to have that as like a benefit. In terms of exercise, you might want to dive into more like Pilates, yoga. You want to start like moving into things that are more restorative and more low intensity. This is not the time to do HIIT and maybe not a group exercise because you might be starting to get a little bit crustier and that's okay. And in terms of your mood, what's interesting is your progesterone is actually an anti-anxiety hormone. So it allows you to feel more relaxed. And again, this is a good thing because it's like you're starting to relax slow because you're coming off from like that high intensity and you want to be like starting to settle so you can like get into your restorative part of your cycle because again, you're resetting. But then again, you may be a little bit more sensitive and you might have a greater range of emotions. How about that? And that's okay. But then this is a good opportunity for you to be like, okay, I'm going into this. And if I'm getting more sensitive or more teary, be compassionate. Like, one, it is your hormones. And two, are you still doing the HIIT class? Are you still trying to launch a new project? Are you not eating more? You might be crusty because you're hungry.
Yeah.
I know I get like hungry if I don't have enough food, just saying. So it's like, be gracious, be compassionate, set tighter boundaries, especially with yourself, and like, be like kind of just like, okay, am I really going to push myself right now? Do I have to, or can this wait a little bit? Because like, if I can push through it, but I'm going to hate it and be crusty, or I can wait a little bit and then be at my best on the other phases. And again, like, these are hormones. This is science. Move with your body, work with your body.
And don't we have like cravings of certain foods around, was that the menstrual, when we have our periods, at the menstrual phase?
You actually tend to have more cravings prior to, and then when you're in the menstrual phase, it might be more of like a comforting because you're so
the
tired.
Luteal phase, then towards the end of that, before the menstruals, when we start craving some people crave ice cream, I crave potato chips. I mean, everyone has their sugary sweet or whatever it is.
But then listen, that makes sense because like you're craving a complex carb, but you could, instead of having the chips, make sweet potato fries.
Yeah. You said baked.
And then like,
I'm thinking fried, but yes, I know. Baked Lays or regular Lays. They're still both good, but okay.
I mean, both are great. No, but I get it. And it's like, your body's craving that. And I mean, again, this could be like a whole other conversation, but your cravings, they're not just there for fun. They're there because you have an imbalance in your body. So sometimes when you're craving something salty, like your chips, it might just be because you don't have enough salt in your diet, or you're missing trace minerals that you can just buy and add to your water. I know when I started using trace minerals, please consult a medical professional before using anything. But if you use the trace minerals, I like, my cravings got cut in half because your body is like asking for these minerals that are lacking in your diet. And it's sometimes tricky to make sure you get everything of everything. Like, I don't like manage my micronutrients and like write them down. I just kind of like eat what's in front of me. So the trace minerals make sure that you get the things that you don't, and anything in excess, you just pee it out and it's totally fine. But for me, like, it made a huge difference. And then it was really, I was just thirsty and my trace minerals were off. It wasn't hunger, but I'm not used to listening to my body and being intuitive with it. So I just assumed it was food, and that's what I went for.
Wow. I've been craving my whole life. This is funny. Maybe it doesn't have to do with menstrual cycles or anything, but speaking of cravings, I've always craved vinegar. And my sister does, my brother does. And even when I was little, we asked the doctor why, and the doctors had no idea why. They just said, well, it could potentially expand, keep your arteries clearer, whatever's in the vinegar, I forget now, and it can keep you maybe living longer. But why am I craving it? And it's not, it's all different times of the month. It's just something. Have you ever heard of anyone with a vinegar craving?
No, I actually hate vinegar. So I'm just like, oh, why?
Weird to like drink it. I drink it. I'll put it in water, and like my sister loved the vinegar potato chips, and then I don't know, just curious.
But it's
I
like,
think I'm lacking something to crave that. Like, but what part of vinegar is like good for you?
Yeah, no, but 100%. It's like, you don't just crave things for no reason. And it's like, that goes down to anything to do with your body. It's like, if someone like pushed you and then you snapped on them, it probably wasn't a one-time deal. It's probably someone who's pushed your boundaries over and over again, or it's something similar to someone else who's always done it. So it's like, we always react a certain way, or like suddenly you're having tension and like your back is hurting, or you're getting tension headaches. It's not just there because like, the universe is like, here's a headache, or your body's like, here you go. It's no. You're in like a dyssynchrony with your environment and like with your lifestyle. And there's something that needs to be adjusted. And like, I know for me, the moment I start getting headaches, I'm like, I'm doing too much. Or the moment I start getting like low back pain, it's like, oh, something's stressing me out. And I'm like clenching. And it's like, that's why I think it's so important for people to be more in tune with their physical body, especially women, because we're cyclical beings. Of just like, not like, I have a headache, take a Tylenol. It's like, okay, take the Tylenol, drink more water, see, but then be like, why does that always come back? And then start like looking into what your environment's like, or what was your day like? What were you doing when that happened? Have you been on your computer for 11 hours?
Yeah.
So always kind of look at the bigger picture. take a step back and just have a different perspective, because your body doesn't scream at you for no reason. And it's like those bigger illnesses are literally disease. You're out of ease of your environment in your body, and there's like a disconnect. And that's why like I struggle with Western medicine sometimes, when it's like, here's a pill, there's some side effects, here's some more pills for those side effects. Why is it happening? Here are your pills. And I'm like,
okay,
there's
so we're
more.
treating symptoms, but we're not curing the underlying cause and the figuring out the source of the problem. Yep, I get it. I get it.
Yeah. So it's like, it's always look at the why. How did it start? What is the root of it? Because if you don't get rid of the root of it, it's going to continue coming back, and you're not living life to the best.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that is my food for thought for today.
Beautiful. I love it. Always a great conversation, sweetheart. How can we reach out to you, work with you, and just, if you don't mind, just listening to some of the other services you provide again, since we are at the end of the show. People in the beginning may not be listening. Tapping, Reiki.
All the things. So I am a life coach, I'm an NLP practitioner. I do tapping. Right now, if you want to reach out, it's theurbanhealer.ca, CA because I'm in Canada. On Instagram, I'm at the.urban.healer. I do have a group coaching program starting March the 6th. We meet on Sundays. I do have my Reiki certifications always available and ready for you, and a Reiki Master mentorship starting March 14th. Got any questions? DM me, email me. I'm here for it.
Awesome. Love talking to you, sweetheart. You have a great day and even a better weekend.
Amazing. Thank you. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, sweetheart. TGIF. Talk soon.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online radio box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. Welcome back to the show. Dr. Dave Wendell and Amy Stopczynski joining us here, our experts from Shore Wellness Solutions. That's shoreswellnesssolutions.com. We want to point out that they're here today, obviously, to talk about the work they do. Dr. Dave is a chiropractor. Wendy, you have your own accolades with Whole Food Nutrition. You're a certified clinician. There's so much more to you. So I'll have you guys.
Sounds good. We're having a hard time hearing you. You're kind of cutting out. So all of a sudden, I'm not hearing any of your voice, but I can read your lips. So I'm going to introduce us real quickly.
Well,
and
let you show. I'm checking my levels. They're good. Oh my goodness. One more.
I can hear you now.
Dave Wendell, Amy Stopczynski, and we got them.
Perfect.
shoreswellnesssolutions.com.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Great.
Well, we are Shores Wellness Solutions, and we are a holistic wellness center. We do everything naturally here in our office. So we offer chiropractic, we offer whole food nutrition. We teach people how to get white trash, as Dr. Dave would say, out of their diets and put whole food nutrition into their diets so they can eat the correct way, so they can live healthy, long lives. We also offer thermography in our office, which is infrared imaging of the body. It can detect abnormalities 8 to 10 years sooner than standardized tests. So it's a great tool that uses no radiation or compression. And so you can check a lot of things in the body. You can check the thyroid and the breast and all kinds of different things to see what's going on before it becomes an issue. So we can do things like that. We also have a therapeutic salt room, which is wonderful for relaxation and cleaning out the lungs. And we also do something called a heart sound recorder reading that checks the 4 valves of the heart. It's a great tool as well to see if the hormones are out of balance, if there's added stress, if you're not consuming foods that you should be eating. It really plays a role in how the heart functions. So those are some of the things that we do here in our office.
Fantastic. And also, Dr. Dave, anything else you want to add before we get started with our topic today? We touched upon cholesterol last week. I know we're diving into that, but anything you want our listeners to know before we begin about you?
About me, let's see. Practicing what, 31 years almost?
Wow.
We take care of people. I guess I used the term, we used it a lot last week, soup to nuts, from beginning to end. A lot of women that we've helped over the last 30 years who were having difficulty conceiving, just straighten out their diets and their nutrition plan. And we actually have some Christmas cards hanging up at the front desk of a whole bunch of kids that we've helped over the last 10 years come into this earth just by allowing their moms to be able to carry. So that's real exciting to see. Heart sound recorder, as Amy said, just a wonderful device. It only tells us about 80% of the function of the heart, where an EKG will only tell you about 6% of the function of your heart. So it's really a fantastic device to use. And wow. Amy is the expert of that in this office. She's a bit humble about it, but she is the expert with it. And so we were able to feed a heart and get people's hearts back to normal without harmful drugs or burning a piece out or cutting a piece out. And it's just amazing watching people heal holistically rather than succumb to, harmful drugs and procedures.
Amazing. Well, thank you guys for being here today. And I know we touched upon cholesterol last week. It's a confusing topic for so many people. There's a lot of myths that are related to cholesterol today. So I know we kind of want to dive into that, if you don't mind. Tell me, first of all, what is cholesterol in general, right? And then let's get into, maybe some people have high cholesterol. Why would that be?
That's a very good question. Both those are good questions. So cholesterol is a blood fat, or a blood lipid, as we call it, and it's made up of different components. Now, we've been told, oh gosh, where do I start? There's so much running through my head. Okay, so cholesterol became bad after we had cholesterol drugs to lower cholesterol, or drugs to lower cholesterol. And we'll go into statins a little bit later. A good cholesterol reading is based on what the Framingham study has said since 1948. So it's a 75-year, almost continuous running study, has studied thousands of families from Framingham, Massachusetts area. And a good cholesterol for somebody in our age group, I call it the above 25 crowd. You might not be there yet, Jill.
Of course I am, but thank you.
200 to 240. And as we age, get above 60, now we're looking above 240 all the way up to about 330. And this is according to the Framingham study. And we say, well, why do we want it lower? Why did doctors and the medical profession want us below 200? Well, that goes back to a gentleman's work named Ansel Keys. He had a lot to do. I won't go deep into what he's done, but he had a lot to do with changing things around and getting us to a nice high carbohydrate diet back in the 70s. And when we have more carbohydrates, side note, the average American eats about 2,500 calories a day. Before the high carbohydrate diet, it was 2,100 calories a day. Wow. That equates to an average of 26 extra pounds per American. Those of us that don't have it, others are carrying it for us. Yeah. And so when we eat carbohydrates, it raises our cholesterol. I affectionately call it white trash. The bread, pasta, cereal, biscuits, muffins, pancakes, waffles, donuts, bagels, cookies, cakes, candy, pizza, roti, naan, empanadas, noodles, pita. There's so much more pie crust we can throw in there now.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, when we eat that white trash, that causes inflammation in our bodies, and inflammation will cause a rise in cholesterol. Why? So the first question I guess we want to answer is, why do they want to push cholesterol below 200? Well, if you look at the Framingham study, which is the only valid peer-reviewed study, and I always tell people it's the study you're quoting peer-reviewed. The Framingham study says if your cholesterol is below 200, you might get you're more susceptible to inflammatory diseases. It also says that if you push your cholesterol below 200 using drugs, statins, you are probably or most likely going to get inflammatory diseases. Inflammatory diseases, you want to cover that? Got it? Keep going.
You got to
I'm on a roll. You're looking at cancers, you're looking at inflammation in the body, arthritis, obesity, type 2 diabetes, deep vein thrombosis, stroke, and the list goes on and on. And, today's technology, people can, DuckDuckGo it or Google it and get a good list of inflammatory diseases.
Wow.
But cholesterol has been pushed for us to be below 200 so that we can sell drugs, create inflammatory diseases, and sell more drugs. And I know that sounds harsh, and people be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe. Well, that's true. 1984, a good blood cholesterol was lowered to 240 to start getting drugs. In 1997, it got lowered to 200, today's medical standard. In 2013, it got lowered to 175. That last move created 52 million sick people overnight. And so it's not about your health, it's about giving drugs and creating inflammatory diseases and conditions where we can give, the medical community can give more drugs to for long term. And that's why cholesterol has been pushed that way.
Wow.
I'll take a breath.
Go ahead. And Amy can chime in. Yep.
Yeah, it's really causing a lot of inflammation. So it's kind of a catch-22. If you have a lot of inflammation, it can raise your cholesterol level. But if you have or if your cholesterol is high and you're doing the wrong things, it actually causes more inflammation. So it's really important to be doing the right things, making sure you're eating the correct things and that kind of thing. And a big issue that started a lot of it was the low fat diet. Yep. People started saying, hey, we need to have you on this low fat diet, which now they're eating tons of carbs and things like that. They're cutting out fat, cutting out good fats, and it's raising their cholesterol and making them sicker and causing a lot more inflammation. So it's really important to add those fats into your diet. You want healthy fats. You want coconut oil. You want olive oil. You want nuts. There are things like that that really causes a lot of inflammation when you cut that out, and it increases your chance for heart conditions.
And back in the 70s, any food they found that had cholesterol, like seafood, particularly crustaceans like shrimp, lobster, things like that, and egg yolks, they said, ooh, that's taboo because it has cholesterol. We need the fats.
And you're like,
most of our patients will put on a diet somewhere between 40 and 50% fat. Our cancer patients, we want on a diet of about 70% fat. And the ones that do that actually heal, use of correct term. Yes. So it's really important. Good. I guess you want us to keep going. All right.
Yeah. Go ahead. Please feel free. We can go. Absolutely.
Okay. So you hear a lot about HDLs and LDLs.
So confusing. The happy face, the sad face. Is it really happy and sad? Is it?
No, it's not. And
you mentioned that last week, and that's where it's confusing.
A big question for all your listeners and viewers to ask their doctors about LDLs, which is considered the bad cholesterol.
Yeah.
Can I live if the number is 0? Because I'm seeing a lot of blood tests come back now where it says 0 to 100 is the range, not just less than 100, but 0 to 100. And same thing with cholesterol, 0 to 200. Okay. And so I would ask your doctor that question. Hi, if my level's 0, can I be alive? But back to LDLs and HDLs.
Okay.
They're lipoproteins. So LDLs are low density lipoproteins. HDL are high density lipoproteins. Easy way to understand this is you go to the supermarket, you fill up bags of groceries, and let's say you have 2 full bags of groceries. But after you use the groceries and the packaging and everything else, you're left with 1 bag of condensed garbage.
Got it.
So your LDLs, your low density, are your full bags of groceries that you just got. Your HDLs are the garbage, the condensed stuff. LDLs, first off, cholesterol is made in the liver. LDLs, which are considered bad, but they're not, they're really good. Take cholesterol from your liver, bring it out all over your body. Brain repair, heart function, nerve function, for hormonal function and generation of hormones, really important. HDLs take the old used cholesterol from your body and bring it back to your liver to be reprocessed or excreted.
Okay.
So why do LDLs get the term bad? Well, because they take cholesterol out to your body, and most people have a higher cholesterol than what is medically wanted. The average American is in the 220s. And so they call it bad because it's bringing cholesterol out to the body. The only time LDLs are bad is if they're oxidized.
Okay.
So the question we should ask is, what causes them to oxidize?
Oh yeah, Mike. What? Yeah.
But what does it mean to be oxidized?
What does it mean? Yeah, that too.
So what does that cause?
Ah.
So that's going to cause heart conditions and things like that.
It'll cause
buildup.
plaquing in the brain, plaquing in the heart, and the heart. Yep. Thank you for keeping me straight.
Yes, because people know what that means.
So good.
So we want to make sure that everyone understands that
the LDLs.
Yes. If it oxidizes, it causes plaque, which is what you don't want on your heart. So, and that happens by eating the wrong things. That's eating a high fat diet like pizza and
a high carbohydrate.
Yes, exactly. All the things, muffins, bread, all those things that people are like, oh, I need to eat all of this, but that's incorrect. You don't want that. You want good fats, but you don't want the carbohydrate fats is what is going to cause the plaquing. It's not going to be the cholesterol.
Right. So when you eat the white trash, the carbohydrates, that's what causes the LDLs to oxidize and then plaque. And if it's plaquing in the brain, you're looking at dementia, Alzheimer's, possible strokes. If it's plaquing in the heart, you're looking at different heart disease and circulatory issues. Now I won't go down that rabbit hole.
Is it too complicated?
No, I don't want to offend people too much.
Got it.
There's a substance out now that's called graphene oxide, and so that accelerates plaquing in the body.
Yeah.
Okay, and that is graphene oxide is only distributed through man-made substances on the medical side. So we'll leave that alone for right now.
All right. Perfect. And Amy, I mean, do you want to talk more about some more of the studies with heart disease? Did you want to talk about some of the effects of statins? What are statins? I know we're going to talk about that soon.
So statins are the medications that they give you to lower your cholesterol, but there's a lot of side effects by doing that. So for one, first, if you lower your cholesterol too low, now you increase inflammation in the body. So now you have a lot more aches and pains and things going on where the body's not functioning well. Also, by taking a statin, it can cause headaches, muscle aches, lower back pain, side pain, difficulty sleeping, nasal congestion, runny nose, constipation, and the list goes on and on. So a lot of times now you take the statin so you can lower your cholesterol. Now you have more inflammation. You're not sleeping, your body's aching. You have all these pains, and now you're trying to figure out what I need to do. So now then people go down another rabbit hole and they start taking anti-inflammatory medications, which end up backing up your liver, which your liver pulls toxins out of the body. So then if your liver isn't working well, you can't pull the extra toxins out of the body. So then that backs up. So it just snowballs into making you more and more sick. So it really makes sense to do the right things. Let's clean up our diet. Let's reduce stress, because stress also plays a big role in raising your cholesterol. So it is very important to take care of yourself. And I know we have jobs and we have things in our life that is stressful, but we also need to take a moment to do things to de-stress, whatever that looks like for you, whether it's going and taking a walk and just clearing your head, listening to music and dancing around the living room. That's okay to do. Just taking a nice bath, anything that you can do, meditating, just to do something every day, 5 minutes even, just to reduce that stress. It's going to play a big role in lowering your cholesterol as well. We want to make sure we're adding those good fats into our diet. You want to make sure that you're adding those nuts and even olives. Olives are good fat.
Yeah.
Those are great things, trying to think of all the good things that you can do to add, but cutting out all the excess sugars, which is going to cause more inflammation in the body, getting rid of all the pizza and the bread and the muffin and all of those things, and finding alternatives to eating those things. Miss anything?
No, you covered it all. It's awesome. Guess we're done.
No, we are not done. We still got 14 minutes left. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Awesome.
Wow. All right. Continue, please.
So there's also, I mean, we didn't even touch base on this. So we do talk a lot in our office about whole food supplements. So
Yes,
there are differences between the two things. There's whole food supplements, which is all that we use in our office. Basically, when it says kale and Brussels sprouts, they pull it out of the ground, pulverize it into the capsule. And those are the things that we use to help your body heal and repair. When you use a synthetic supplement, something that is created in a lab that you find at most stores, the liver has to work twice as hard to process it. And we don't want to put more strain on the liver. So there are lots of supplements you can take, but to just go to the store and go over the counter and pick something off the shelf, you're only getting a piece and a fragment of it. You want the whole component so your body can do what it needs to do to heal and repair. So there are some supplements if your cholesterol is too high. Now there is such a thing as cholesterol being too high, 330, right? He's my numbers guy. I have most of it down. I don't always know the exact numbers, but 330. So if it's above 330, you start getting up there really high, you are going to cause other issues. But there are things you can do naturally as well. Besides changing your diet, reducing your stress, there are whole food supplements you can take to help to lower that cholesterol. Do you want to go over a few of those?
Well, my favorite to lower cholesterol using whole food supplements would be the purification program. I think we're covering that in another week or so.
We are. We're going to be discussing that in full detail, our purification program. And I don't know if it's next week or the following week.
But when people do that, basically most, if not all, their blood values get right down into the normal range. Cholesterol, LDLs, HDLs, your VLDLs. Think of those as very bad cholesterol parts. So those all balance out nicely. It's pretty incredible what can happen in 21 days with that.
It's great. It's basically a jumpstart program. It's going to teach you the right foods to eat so you can start incorporating them into your diet. You're going to be taking some whole food supplements as well. So your body can get rid of the inflammation. It can really start feeling good. You have energy, so you can start moving and doing things again. It's going to give you some shakes that's going to have lots of whole foods in it, just to supplement your body what it's been lacking for so long. And it's an easy thing because if you can do something for 21 days, it's a really good jump start to a lifestyle change. All of those things you can continue with afterwards. It has a great recipe book that gives you wonderful recipes and things that you can try and eat so you can understand ways to eat that you can do for a lifetime. It's not about doing something for a short-term period. We want to teach people how to do things long-term so they can have a healthy life, not just for a week. We want you to be healthy for a long period. And it's more lifestyle changes rather than diets. We don't put anyone on a diet. We tell them the things they need to start adding in, and we help them take out the things that aren't the best and replace it with something else. Because if it's not sustainable, you're not going to continue doing it. So it's pretty important to have those right things and learn that.
Yeah, I mean, we had a woman start with us last July. So she's in her early 60s, and for 6 decades, she's had digestive issues. And so we put her on some whole food supplements. And 3 days later, she gave me a call. I said, "What's going on? Everything okay?" She said, "What did you give me?" So I explained what we gave her. And she said, and I asked why. She said, "Because it's the first time in 60 years that I don't have a digestive problem."
Wow.
And this is with ulcerative colitis and for 8 months, and the final stage that led her to us. And just incredible how her body has healed from that, and the things that she can now do that she wasn't able to. The nice part is, because of that, we ended up with another patient last week, a young lady in her early 20s, same issues. And so we'll find out in a couple of days. We can tune in next week. We can give you the results. But
I love it.
Hopefully she'll be able to get her life back. Other than work, she pretty much stays at home because of her digestive issues. And it shouldn't be that way. You know, we mentioned earlier in the show about women with pregnancy and stuff. You know, if there's miscarriages going on, there's something going on in the body that can't sustain life. One of the biggest things that we found, which feeds right into today, is fats in the body. It's been so taboo in our society that fat is bad. That's not true.
Yeah.
And when we put fats back in the diet, like we said, get people's diets up to 50, 60, 70% fat. It's really life-changing. It helps to decrease the inflammation and give people their life back. And that's what we like to see.
Beautiful. Well, I love the work that you're doing, and clearly you're here to help so many people. Let's remind them of your contact information before we continue.
We're Shores Wellness Solutions, and you can find us at shoreswellnesssolutions.com. We're also on Facebook. We're on Instagram. Working on the TikTok things for my TikTok.
I know.
So there are a few videos. We're working on adding more to that. So you can look for us in those areas. Our physical office is in Roseville, Michigan, and you can reach us at 586-445-8032.
Perfect. We still have some time left here to continue our discussion. And obviously you're big with supplements, and we talked about the whole food, in general, but what you can help people with eating right, and also supplements can actually help us, get, raise or lower your cholesterol, whatever is more important. Do you want to add any more to that? I mean, what type of supplements in particular?
So we use a company called Standard Process, and our herbal company is MediHerb. Standard Process from Palmyra, Wisconsin. They have a beautiful 1,000-acre organic farm. They will get sweet potatoes on that, the size of your head, which is yes, the size of your head. MediHerb comes out of Australia, and they are incredible. Whole food means just that, the whole complex, nothing missing, no heat processing, no chemical processing. When you buy supplements at the store, or most of what's online, they are chemically formulated or chemically stripped. So you're just buying a piece or a fragment. And I always equate that to, it's like going to an auto parts store, buying a steering wheel and showing everyone your brand new car. And so our supplements give you the whole car, not just a piece of it.
Exactly. Standard Process too. If you go into their facility, it is literally the cleanest facility you will ever be in. You could eat off of their floor in any one of the rooms in the facility where they make these supplements. So it's a wonderful place. We trust them very much with what we're giving you and what we're putting into your body, or what we're recommending for you. And a lot of times people will ask the questions, well, I'm on medication right now. Can I take these with that? Well, if there's a food that you can't eat, then we might have to look into changing the supplement based on that. Like if you have a shellfish allergy or something like that. But if you're taking a medication and you can eat any foods, you can take our supplements that we're going to recommend. And so it's really important to know that when you're doing a whole food supplement, your body knows what to do with it, and it's not going to interfere with other medications as well.
Awesome.
And in general, supplements, right? I know we're talking about cholesterol, but also this company, you can custom tailor, what somebody needs in their body. Could you explain that process? Did they start with you? Is there still that special going on for the initial cost of the consultation? We talked about it last week.
Yeah, we can honor that this month. I'll let it go for all of December.
Oh, so I wasn't sure. I'm trying to remember. Was it like?
Yes. So for $47,
$49, or there you go. Okay. I don't want to say it.
Right. Oh my gosh, I forgot what we were talking about. Thank you. So yes, for $49, if you're in the area, come in, we'll do a consultation with you to go over your concerns. And if you have blood work, we always ask that you send that to us ahead of time. We look at blood work differently in our office. And so by checking those things, we can make sure we get you on the right specific supplements based off of what we read the blood work. Also, we would do a heart sound recorder reading, because checking the 4 valves of the heart is going to tell us a lot about how the heart is functioning. It's going to talk about your hormones, your stress levels, foods that you're eating, if you're lacking certain vitamins and things like that. So we can make sure we can check that. Now, if you're not in the area, we would do it a little bit differently. Obviously, we can't check your heart if you're not in the area. But if you're online, we would do the same thing, a consultation, but we would send you a symptoms survey. Okay. Now, what's important to know, there's a lot of questions in there. And we're going to be asking you the same questions multiple times, but in different categories. So it's very important to fill that out completely. That's going to help us get a better understanding of what category and what we want to focus on first, because we work on correcting the primary issue first. We find that if we can correct the primary area of concern first, all the other symptoms tend to start being corrected as well. So those are things that are important to know. And we can see you whether it be in person or online via telehealth as well.
Perfect. And let's remind everyone how we could reach you guys.
You want to go or you want me
Go
to
ahead.
go? We're
Oh,
shoreswellnesssolutions.com and our phone number is 586-445-8032. Give us a call. We'd be happy to answer any questions. You can also send a message right from our website as well, or on Facebook. We are taking messages all the time, and we'd happy to get you scheduled to see if and how we can help you.
can I throw one other thing in for whole food nutrition?
Sure.
Please.
So we have almost 500 different supplements that we use. And I can tell you in the 20 plus years I've been using the supplements, I've never had the same combination go to two people because everyone is just so unique and different.
Really?
Yes.
Nobody's found the same thing.
So
There's no
depending on what we
combination.
find, there might be similarities, but
Yeah.
no two people have ever had the exact same supplements and dosages.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys again for being here, for joining us. And anything else before we go?
Well, I just want to remind you that I'm Amy and this is Dr. Dave from Shores Wellness Solutions, and we want to be your inspiration
For healthy living.
Clearly you are. Thank you so much. All right. So we tackled cholesterol. Next week, do you know what's in store for us?
We're going to be talking a little bit more about our therapeutic salt room. I figured we're going to go into some different details about the different services that we have, how that will help with asthma, allergies, and things like that, and go into a little more detail about supplements and things that will help with that. If you're not in the area, we can still help as well. This is just an added benefit for our office. So we want to share that a little bit next week. And
Heck, if you're not in the area, take a trip.
you might as well. Great.
Perfect. Thank you again, guys. You have a fantastic day. Thank you for being so thorough, and thanks for the tease for next week. We'll see you then. Same time, same place next week. Have a good one.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hi, welcome back, everybody. It's been said that everybody's got a story. We all have a story. We uncover your story when we talk here, and I stumbled upon this guy's story. He's a very accomplished architect in the New York City metro area. And then I come to find out that he was also a tennis pro when he was in his 20s. And we're going to dig a little bit deeper into that early career that eventually turned into architecture and being an architect. And John Riggio is back on the program. Hi, John. How you doing?
Good. Hi, Steve. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I want to share with you that I played tennis over the weekend. And even before I did, I went and I bought a brand new racket. because the one I had, I busted a string, and it was getting kind of old anyway. It was a Prince racket. Did you ever play with Prince rackets in the past? And were they a sponsor of yours back in the day?
Yes, I did. Yes, originally I had the Prince racket. The big racket was this metal racket from Prince.
Yeah.
And that's what really started my pro career, because I had my mother go and buy this racket, and she looked around for it, and she went to this sporting pro shop. And like the first day I used it, I bent the racket. So when she brought it back, wondering if there's something wrong with the racket, he immediately can tell that I can become a pro player. I mean, this was a sign that I could play tennis really excellent. I mean, that was
Wow.
really what was happening there.
Yeah. I can barely hit the ball, so that I'm not bending any rackets. And I was playing against my daughter, and I told her that story. She's like, "Really? You can bend a racket?" I'm like, "Yeah, and break one too." I think you said in the past that you broke a wood racket.
Yes, that's correct. Let me just shut this off for a second.
Sure. Yeah. By the way, if you want to check them out, or any of even the tennis stuff that we're talking about, John,
Yes.
RIGGIO.com. Do they still play with wood rackets today?
Yeah, people still like wood rackets. I think almost all the wood rackets are gone. But yeah, I bought some old wood rackets. I have them. I was looking at them because when I was young, I started playing some tennis with my family. My father, my mother, and my brothers. We used to go to the local courts, and that's when I first initially learned how to play some tennis. My father gave me some basic instructions, and I really started to play there. And then even with those wood rackets, I think since they're wood, it's probably easier to think you could break a wood racket very easily. But I had broken all the wood rackets in my family. We had all kinds of different brand rackets, and my father even had the Dunlop Max Ply Fort racket, which is an excellent racket. And I even broke that racket, so I was able to hit the ball very hard, and that was one of my abilities. And I think they could tell I could become a pro player. This is before the Prince racket. This is a few years before I had that racket and bent it and everything. And then as I progressed, I was even able to break some tennis balls, which is so it wasn't just the racket. I was able to hit the ball really hard, and I could break I remember one time I broke 2 tennis balls out of 3 new balls in a can, and that was really amazing. I found it easy to hit the ball, and so that's one of my strengths, was really to just hit the ball very hard, and I did have the ability to break the tennis balls. That was really one thing about my playing.
I want to ask you before we get into bouncing back into the 80s and some of the amazing things that you did with tennis back then. When you fire a shot, do you know where it's going to go? Do you have that feeling that after you hit the ball, that split second after you hit it, are you saying to yourself, "Yeah, that's going where I wanted it to. That's it." What's it like? What's it?
Yes. I think when I was starting to play really good, yeah, when I could hit the ball, I could really project where the ball was going to go. I'm really focusing on where it's going to go. It's going to try to hit it inside the line, and it's going to go either short, or it's going to go long to the corner, across the court, things like that. So I was, yes, very accurate player. I could in fact, in tennis with playing, there are some tests that you have to take where you have to really be very accurate hitting the ball. You have to say get each serve. You have to hit the serve in 5 out of 6. Has to go between 2 little cones they put on the court. So you really have to become very accurate. And most people cannot pass this test. It's too difficult. They usually give you 1 or 2 tries to pass the test. I was able to pass it on the first time. So my skills had grown where I can really hit the ball very accurately and fast. And I could really was able to go through all the different requirements of the test and pass that test the first time. That was another requirement that was necessary to move up in tennis, was to pass this test.
Amazing. Yeah. As somebody who just occasionally plays tennis, I can't even imagine. I'm lucky if I get it inbound. What is your favorite? What do you think is your strongest? Your forehand, your backhand?
I think I started off, my forehand was really my strongest shot. I started off as a player that was playing like an 80s style with a high topspin. I think most people, when you're just starting to learn, you would hold the grip like continental style and you would hit just a straight ball. But as I progressed, I really went with the 80s style of hitting a topspin. And I would hit the ball, of course, hard, but with a topspin too. And that would keep it in the net, inside the court and over the net. And this is one of my abilities. Now, what happened with my playing ability is I started to work on each aspect of my game. First, it was the forehand was very impressive. I could hit the ball hard with the topspin. And then I had to work on my backhand. My backhand was very good. Starting off with just a one-handed backhand, I was able to really hit it cross court and very accurate and things like that. And that eventually developed into two-handed backhand to really move up to the top. I really had to use a two-handed backhand, and then I had other shots. The number one shot that really developed was my serve. The serve is very difficult to learn when you're starting off young. It's hard to learn the serve.
Yep.
And I really worked at it. And I started to work on the serve, and my serve became so amazing that it was really my number one shot. This was they can't believe it. This is one thing that really got the pros looking at me with this type of serve I had, and I had this very straight serve that was amazingly fast, and I could ace my opponent very easily. In fact, I was able to ace my opponent for the whole game. I could just hit straight serves. He wasn't able to. My opponent cannot even hit the ball back, and I could win the whole. Some games I won just by acing my opponent. I was really amazing. The ball was amazingly fast going down the court, and they really can't believe it. And that was really good. I even developed an excellent return of their serve too. This was another thing, and this became part of some of my style of playing. Was that when they served the ball to me, I hit the ball back to them so fast that I was then I was like serving the ball to them, and then it used to destroy their like concentration and in their game. They used to get upset. Sometimes they would say remarks all of a sudden. That I'm ruining their game, that I was because because everyone wants to start off with a serve, they have an idea they're gonna hit the serve and then they're gonna follow up with a net shot or something like that. Then when they hit the ball back, it was completely over for them. They had to run all the way across the other side of the court and everything. It was unbelievable. So I developed each shot, improving it, and that was really to win more matches and play better and things like that. And that's so I think you had asked me before about my style of tennis playing. So my style of tennis playing was very similar to many of the players. They had pointed out, I think I was going through, they were pointing out that I was playing a little bit like Agassi, then I was playing like Lendl, then I was playing some of the other players say like
McEnroe, Becker.
Yes, maybe just playing. Yes, correct. Or really like Bjorn Borg. I think a lot of people. I developed my two-handed backhand. They sort of saw me playing as Bjorn Borg also at that point. But I think overall, I had my own style of playing, and I think a lot of it had to do with also taking control of the game. Is really what my style of playing, and not only my style of playing was then as I learned, I got to the point with getting some additional pointers with Tony Roach, really moving up my net play at that point, holding the racket where I could really improve my net playing, and my net playing really went up even further. So the balls were not going through, and I could really hit a winning shot at the net. So that's another point that really propelled my game further up. And then with the serve, even though I had a very hard first serve, I added on a couple other serves, some easier serves to the opponents. I had some very nice slice and top spin serves. So I was able to.
I want to ask you that. You just said top spin. Is there a name when you fire the ball over the net it lands, but then it spins in a totally different direction. Like you think it's coming to you, it hits, and then it's out of the way, and then there's almost no way that you can hit it. Is there a name for that?
Oh yeah, well, if it really goes in a different rate, that's really like they call it a trick shot, and that's really you can always throw in a couple of trick shots when you're playing.
How do you do that though? Because I'll tell you this: when I was playing with my daughter the other day, she fired the ball to me, and it did that.
Yes,
and we both stopped, and we're like, this is like what just happened, because it was inbound. There was no way I could hit it, return it, because it hit and pew, it fired off. It spun off into the other direction.
yes. A lot of times a slice serve is very much like that, where you're hitting the ball and it's gonna make a turn. As soon as it hits the ground, it's gonna spin. And that's one advantage, to try to give them a slice serve, so they really can't just hit it right back so easy. They really have to adjust their playing. It gets them off balance. That's one thing with the slice type of serve, and it works pretty good. But I think as far as my playing style, I think my playing style was unique. But I think if you looked at my style, people would see different aspects of my game. That they would see, like, I'm playing like different kinds of players that they were watching, all the other types of players. Like I had named some of them, and but I did have overall my own playing, and I think the one thing that really developed was I was told to really try to develop my own kind of playing that has really like a strategy of playing, and that's another aspect of tennis, is really to have a strategy of playing where you would then say hit the ball, you might lead them into running across the court, and you would have an open court to hit the winning shot. I mean, that's so what's happening there is I developed my own strategy eventually, and I improved my playing. I even talked about my strategy of playing. It was on ESPN. It was an interview they gave me, and this was a real breakthrough for me to really get a system of a new strategy of playing that was really good. It was I envisioned it maybe even increasing my percentage from losing 1 out of 25, which is really a high winning percentage, to maybe going up, maybe inching it up a little, try to get to maybe 1 out of 30 or something like that. And that's what I was looking at. And that was also to try to plug the holes of, when you play a player, a lot of times a player might be even ranked like 130, and sometimes they come up with like a little trick shot. And this new strategy plugged the hole of someone trying to come up with a new trick shot against you to win an extra game against you, to win an extra match. And so the new strategy that I developed really plugged a lot of those holes. So they couldn't really come and trick me and lose that one match. So that is really one thing that was happening, and it was very successful. I mean, I think it proved really good, and at one point I was able to win some key matches at that point, and that propelled me into getting some interviews about my strategy. And the reason why this happened, this was particularly at Sutton East. So at Sutton East, I had like I said, Gloria Vanderbilt was there, but sitting right next to Gloria Vanderbilt, which I didn't say who it was Robert Kraft, who owns the New England Patriots. So he had a lot of sport know-how, and he was there, and they were all really impressed at this new strategy and everything, and my ability to win even more matches, and it was really good. This got rid of this problem of maybe like a player like 130 might give you an upset. That sort of plugged that whole little, and that worked really good.
I want to take a quick break because we do have a question. And by the way, we're talking with architect John Riggio, who also back in the day had an accomplished tennis career. He was a tennis pro playing alongside or with some of the biggest names in tennis. We've got Kelsey checking in from Savannah, Georgia. She says, I can't believe that I stumbled upon your talk today. I'm trying to improve my game and struggle with my forehand. Do you have any tips to make it better?
Yes, what you want to do is you want to keep your wrist stiff, you want to keep your elbow stiff, and you want to rotate your arm from your shoulder. and that's going to give you a consistent shot. And of course, you'd have to really come and learn how to do it, but then you want to hit the ball in front of your legs, so you have it very easy to see the ball hit the racket, and then it's going to go right over the net.
I'm trying to put all of that together.
You want to do that in every shot, and that gets rid of the whole thing with getting too much tennis elbow. A lot of people start off and they have such tennis elbow. You see them always putting like this brace on their elbow, and they don't figure out why that's happening. It's because they really didn't keep their elbow stiff and their wrist stiff and rotate at their shoulder. That is the number one way to hit the ball.
So when we say rotate at the shoulder, so now if you've got the racket in your hand and you're keeping your wrist and your elbow stiff.
Yes.
And so you're rotating with your shoulder.
That's correct.
Anything here.
And then this way you just swing your arm. You don't muscle it. Everyone who's older, they already were exercising with weights. They try to push the ball, but you don't want to do it. You want to do it like when you're young. You want to swing your arm. And that's going to give you amazing strength to hit the ball rotating from your shoulder. That's going to be very accurate too.
Like a very fluid swing.
Yes.
Just trying to whack it hard.
Yes, it's correct.
Okay. But the other thing you just said, and I never even thought of this, to make sure you connect with the ball in front of your legs.
Yes. You always want to hit the ball in front of you. And that's like, say, like with a fly swatter. You always want to, you never use a fly swatter behind you. You always have it in front of you to see the balls where you want to have your racket.
I got to get this guy. I got to hire this guy to show us how to play. Like just what you said, I can't wait to get back on the court and try that. I'm not even kidding. Because I'm not the greatest. My forehand's okay. I like my backhand better. Both are not great. But how about we go into the car that you got as part of your tennis career back in the day?
Yes. So I was winning really big. And as a gift from my sponsors, they bought a lease for a Mercedes-Benz. It was a really exotic car. It's the only car you'd buy, like you'd see in the movies. They could walk into the exotic car shop. You have your Ferrari, your Porsche, your Mercedes-Benz. It's really one of the exotic cars, very expensive. And they bought a very nice one. I think it was like a 560 SEC. I think it was a 1990. And it was all black. And they parked it in front of the tennis center there on Sutton East. And it was really a gift for me. It was there, people can see it there that I was a very successful player.
Except
there was one little problem that I wasn't really allowed to drive the car because I was too young, and the lease company is requiring me to be 25 years old. So that was the only problem. But they did pay the money and they had it there. So that was a really great gift. And
did you ever, come on, John, did you ever get a chance to cruise in that car with somebody else driving it at the very least?
No, it just stayed there. It just stayed there. And
what a tease. What a tease. You got this beautiful car.
Yes, yes.
Wow. Yeah.
I think the sport photographers, I did have my own car at that time, and I used to park around the corner. I used to have this Chrysler Laser XT. It was a nice sports car, and they used to take pictures of me in that car. And they took pictures of me. They used to take pictures when I'm in the car, driving away from the tennis center and things like that. It was pretty good.
You think about the value, back then, 1990, $50K for a car in today's world would probably be like 125,000. I'm guessing. I don't know, but
yeah, I think that car is very expensive. It's I think yes, even more than how much money. It was very expensive. The lease was just 50,000 just for 6 months of driving the car. It's very expensive.
Wow. I mean, that's one time where you wish there was social media, because I would take a picture. Even if I can't drive it, I'm going to take pictures of it. This is my car. Take a look at that. That's phenomenal. How long?
Well, I think at that time also, so my playing was so great. It's like some of the reasons I did receive that because I won some big tournaments, and I think that year also was starting to add up. I won the most matches in the ATP, and I even have a league record for it. That is what my sponsors had told me. My league record was way over the previous person who had that same record. I think it was over by so many matches I couldn't believe. I'm not sure the exact number, but it was well over the previous player that had that. And I did receive an ATP award they gave me the ATP award for the most wins that year. I think it is listed in Tennis Magazine someplace. I have to look for it. It's they did list it there, and so they did have it there, and they did list, I think, some other things in Tennis Magazine listed under John Vanderbilt at that point. So that's where the award has come under that name.
Wow.
So then also at the time when I was they were deciding on that name John Vanderbilt, I did want to add in one point was that my idea was to really use the name John East. But I think whoever was on the phone talking, we went with the name John Vanderbilt. That was the player name, and there was at that time I was talking about some billboards. One billboard was in France, because at the time I won the Paris Burke, and they did have one billboard there. I think there were billboards in other parts of the world. I think one might have been in the Philippines.
What were some of the names you went by? So we got John Vanderbilt,
Yes.
John or Johnny East. Wasn't there another name?
Oh, I had a whole bunch of them. I had my first official name was John Racket, and that name was really going to become a permanent name. I was going to use it, like, instead of my natural name John Riggio, I was just going to use Jack Racket as my name, mostly on the court and as like a celebrity, and that name was going to stay like that. And so I was using that originally. It was approved by the ATP. Then there was a problem, and the name, I had to stop using it. What happened is I started some other names. I had the name, I think the most official name after that was seen on television was John Holton. There was the name John Holton, and that was the next name. And then after that, the next name they started writing down was John Beast, really, because with the Prince Racket Company, they have this racket called the Beast.
Oh, okay.
You can still buy it. They still sell this racket called the Beast.
Wow.
And that's why. So when I was under the name with Prince, they started to say that I was the Beast. That's
the guy who breaks the racket.
It's sort of a controversial name because it's like a beast is like an animal, and they gotta come and they gotta play the beast. That's really what was happening. So they were coming and trying to beat the beast on the court, and it's really. But that name, in fact, is really copyrighted by Prince. So I really cannot use that name. I think even at some point they were writing down some of my tennis wins under John Beast. It was really getting serious with this name John Beast. But from
the psychological aspect of, if somebody's going to play you, it's John Riggio is the Beast.
Yes.
Like, can you imagine? I don't want to play that. Why do they continually change names? Why do you have all different names?
It just turned out that way, that at some points I had to give them a name and they didn't want to use my natural name, so they had to give me another name. So then that's why at the tennis center.
But why wouldn't you stick?
But in between those points, my natural name was very popular, and I think that was one interesting point. And I think one interesting point was, particularly, I was talking to Clemson University. I was accepted into Clemson University to attend it just for tennis. I didn't have to go to class, and this was a big one. Unfortunately, this is another thing where I couldn't get down there. I couldn't get the help at home to go to Clemson. But Clemson University was saying that they approved my name, John Riggio, as a tennis player. They liked the name. They said I don't need any tennis alias name. For some reason, they really like my name. So I think as far as that is concerned, they do like my name. And
sure.
Which was very interesting. Some things were happening with the name John Riggio. A lot of things were really good happening with just my name. Like when I went over in '87 to Court 33, I was able to obtain Court 33. I was able to do the whole thing with getting knighted and everything. They really liked my name. But then at certain points, I had to go and use a player name. And I think a lot of it had to do with really safety. That for some reason, they didn't want me to use my natural name. There was some dangers involved using my natural name. That people might try to follow me around or something like that.
Yeah, you take a look at celebrities. They all change their names. The majority of them do. But I'm just curious why you had many different names. Why?
The name Jack Racket was really big with me. I think I started off with Jack Racket. I met some new friends with the name Jack Racket, and so I think there was some important names that don't want to name on this show, but I met some people who are on television. The name was really good. It put me with a good group of people. I still use the name Jack sometimes. I mean, it was the name when I use the name Jack instead of John on the Jack Racket. It was pretty good. I think it was a good name for me. A lot of people liked it. They didn't say I don't look like Jack Racket, or anything like that. So I did use the name, and that was very good. And then so then at the Sudden East, I started off there with my natural name, but as I won, for some reason the ATP called up my sponsors, and they insisted on doing this with the name. So then that's what happened. So that is how that happened with as far as my player names. And at this point, I think since I have different people supporting me that like my name, just John Ridgio, I'm just gonna keep it the same. I took all the names and put them together on one list. I don't know if everyone knew about the different playing stages that were taking place with the different names I had, because some things like written under John B, some things are written under Jack Racket, John Holton. I think the name John Holton was on television on Saturday morning, and my neighbor where I lived always used to watch my matches, and he always was pointing out that he saw me playing and they had another name under there. It wasn't my natural name. And I had to explain the whole story of that. They had to give me a player name.
Yeah, your neighbor might be watching and say, wait a minute, they made a mistake. That's not his name, but it is. You're using a different one. We're just about out of time, John. It's fascinating talking with you today, and just the detail uncovering, what went on in your life in the 90s and early 90s, late 80s. And
then I think one point to add was very interesting, that this whole thing with people backing me, like the USA backing me, Clemson University backing me, of course the Princess Savoy, and even South Korea was backing my playing. They were rooting for me. I had one particular fan, a female fan, that used to come there practically every day, watch me play matches. And I'm even in publications in South Korea. They took my picture. They had me in South Korea. South Korea was backing my tennis playing.
Unbelievable. Worldwide.
And with my natural name.
And South Korea, tennis is big there.
Yes.
It's a big thing. Even to the day. John, great talking with you. John Riggio, architect and pro tennis player. You can check him out at johnriggio.com. I could talk forever. I wanted to let tennis lesson. Let's go. Actually, I do have my racket in the car right now, but looking forward next time we talk.
Okay, great. It's good to talk to you, Steve. Thanks.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Producer. We are back, and I am joined by the one and only Miss Julie Gassier. Julie, welcome back to the show. Always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you so much. Love being here.
And I hope I'm not imposing here, but I just heard some, kind of amazing news, which is awesome about what you're doing this weekend. Is it okay if I say that?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
It's so awesome because so many people were in that situation. Maybe I just it kind of just lifted me up because we don't realize how serious this was. I mean, you haven't seen your parents in 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years. I mean, we've done video calls, which have been really great.
Mm-hmm. But you haven't given them a hug in 2 years, right?
No hugs. I know. And I'm looking forward to the hug. My stepmother gives the greatest hug. So I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah.
I just thought that was such a great thing. And I thought that, I'd share it with everybody. It's such a great thing where, finally it seems like we're kind of getting back to, well, there's never a normal, but at least
Right.
I'm so happy that you get to see your family in person this weekend. So I thought I'd share that with people, and it's a good thing to hear on Friday.
Yes, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. So
I bet.
yeah. Yeah.
And family is something that will bring us to hopefully will help us get to our higher self, if I could use that as a segue, because today you're going to tell us about the connection to your higher self. But before we get there, can you give us kind of, just in case people are new, give us kind of a recap about what you do and about Unlock Your Shine?
Absolutely. So what I do is I'm able to connect in with your higher self, get messages, clear limiting beliefs, and give next steps. And that's just like a quick synopsis.
Yeah.
I mean, really, what this work is about is learning to connect with your higher self, to then rely on your own messages and clear your own stuff. And it's a teachable thing, which is the amazing gift there. I chose the name Unlock Your Shine because that's how it felt to me. Like I went from this space of, it wasn't completely dark, but this cycle of self-doubt and disappointment were there. Yeah.
Lack of self-esteem, lack of self-confidence. Everybody, but you went through I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm just saying I can relate, and everyone can relate that's listening to you. So
yeah. So the idea of being able to unlock who you truly are, which is that shine, right? As we connect in with ourselves and allow ourselves to be who we truly are, we shine, and it's a beautiful thing. So that's why I named my company and my website Unlock Your Shine, because I thought it was a perfect melding of what it is that I can bring to the world.
okay, yeah, well said. And I always wanted to ask you one thing that you do, and it's a very important part, is that you somehow work on getting rid of those limiting beliefs, which you told me about. Limiting beliefs, those are those things that are in the back of our subconscious from 4 years old or whatever, that tell us we're not good enough, tell us we're not fitting in, or whatever it may be. When you're clearing out those limiting beliefs, working with you, is there a time there's a kind of a rough patch that you are surrounded by those things before they go away, or are you able to just get them out? How does that work?
So what it is first you identify what that limiting belief is. Let's say it's I'm not good enough. And we identify where that came from, although that does not have to be the case. You don't have to actually know, as long as you can connect in with it. And then, go from the space of believing that I'm not enough to bringing in what the truth would be. And so let's say it's a situation where, like we've talked about previously, where, the kid comes home from school excited, mom's cooking, she shoves him away, feels rejected, brings in this limiting belief, he's not important or she's not important. Identifying that and then seeing that what the mother was doing was she was trying to protect her child. And just having that truth in there could be enough to let that go.
Okay.
So that you have that then realization that, oh, that I'm not enough, I'm not important, isn't true.
It's not
because
true.
my mother loved me. Yeah, yeah. So you're able to then integrate that into your whole being and then live from that space. So living from the space of I'm important or I am enough is a whole different world to live from than the not important, not enough.
Gotcha. Hey, Julie, do we come into this world at our higher self before anything happens? Do we come in blank slate at our best?
I believe so, yes. I believe we come in pure souls, which is why children are able to sense things that adults don't.
Like what?
You know, like kids sometimes are more sensitive to energies. You know, like I'll never forget, I was a nanny for a while, and one of the girls I was watching, her grandmother came over and was chasing the girl around the house to try to give her a kiss. But she didn't know her, and the energy was off, and the kid's hiding under the table. You know, but you know, because she had the sense that she wanted to stay away for whatever reason, and it could be that pushing energy that the grandmother was coming in with. Okay. Kids sometimes see passed on people, or people have passed on, whereas adults might not. I'm not saying all kids do, but they tend to be more sensitive to the energies going around that are happening around them. But, you know, as you're in utero, as you're, you know, being fed by your mother, whether, you know, she might have her own limiting beliefs that she's stewing in as you're growing in the womb. And so some of that does get integrated as well, setting you up to believe these non-truths.
Right.
But I do believe that souls come in purely lit and then get toned down based on whatever they're absorbing in their environment.
So how much do our choices affect this connection to our higher self?
Well, if your choice is coming from your highest good, then right, you're fine. But if you're making choices from self-doubt, from insecurity, from fear, you're just continuing to live in the cycle of how you've been living.
Right.
Because it's that same non-truth that you're keeping going instead of, you know, almost opening up the doorway to allow the connection to come in so you can actually hear the messages from your higher self.
Is that maybe where addiction comes in and bad relationships and stuff like that, that we're listening to those things to cope somehow?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, think about how many people get married because that's the person in front of them and not from a place of like true connection and love. You know, they're looking for something. So they're looking outside of themselves for that affirmation or validation. And that person can't actually fulfill that because that's a big thing to fulfill.
Right.
You know, if you're not filling yourself up with self-love, someone can't shove that in for you.
Right.
You got to do it yourself. And so that's why divorce is so prevalent, because people start realizing this other person isn't going to do it.
Yeah, they're not going to fix everything I need fixed with me. So I'm going to look to someone else to fix it for me. I remember one time somebody said something, I thought it was a great quote. It said, "There's nothing more narcotic than falling in love." Right? Yeah. Well, so I guess once you connect to that, to your higher self, then you start making the decisions that will bring you to this life that you found, because this is not what you've found your whole life. This is, once you got educated and you started researching this, things changed like 360 for you, right?
Yes. Oh yeah. I was so stuck in this cycle, and now I feel like I'm in the flow of life, like, yeah, stuff comes up, but I have the tools now to clear that out and to reconnect in with my higher self. And so let's talk about that a little
Yeah,
bit. Like,
please,
how
please.
do you do that? Right.
Yeah, yeah.
So first think about, like, you do have a soul. We all have a soul. If it's hard for you to connect with that, there's God. People believe in God. So God is out there creating life, and you might want to be connecting with God. It's however you view your world to get that higher connection, because that's what you're looking for, something less than earthly, right? But you have all this stuff going on, right? You have doubt, you have fear, you have all this. So how do you get into that? And stillness is the start of it, right? You want to get to a place where you can still your mind, quiet everything down, and then hear that little voice, right? It's about trying to get that little voice to get the volume up so that your mind chatter, the volume goes down. So how do you get into stillness is a personal choice, right? Some people meditate to get to that still place.
That was with you. That was big with you, right?
I had the mind chatter, and so meditation was very hard for me.
Oh wow. Oh, I thought that's what kind of that went along with your change. Oh, please go on. Tell me about it. It's interesting.
No, I can do guided meditations where someone is actually speaking, and that will get me to stillness, which is good. Actually, for me, the thing that helped get some of the mind chatter out is I do stream of conscious writing. And all that means is just writing everything in your head for as long as you possibly can. And then what happens is some of that chatter starts quieting down, and then I'm able to tune into the messages. Getting into nature, big one. If you just, so sometimes what I'll do is I'll go to the park and I'll bring my paper and I'll just start writing. And I'll just be in, like, the sun. You get a little breeze going on. The trees are there. Like, there's beautiful nature right there to support the stillness, because nature just naturally brings that to us. It allows us to bring self-love in. It allows us to bring self-belief, because it's just being its beautiful self. So it actually elevates us as we are in it. So yeah, absolutely get into nature if you can to help you with that stillness. If meditation works for you, go for it. But like I said, I personally do the stream of conscious writing to help just get some of that gunk out of there.
Get all that. So that sounds real interesting. I mean, so you'll go out, you'll be outside, and you'll find a nice spot, and you'll just take your notebook, and it doesn't have to make sense. You just say, I mean, you could be writing out, I need eggs. I had a bad dream last night. I don't know, I have an itch. It doesn't matter. You could come up with whatever it is, but you're saying after you finish writing and I guess your hand gets tired or whatever, that gets some of the dissonance out. That gets some of the chatter, as you said.
Yeah, and it's about not correcting. It's just about writing whatever's there, and then what I do is I rip it up, and just imagine that I'm letting it go.
Okay.
So that's my personal way of doing it. Everyone has their own way of getting the stillness, but what you're trying to do is just quiet down your mind and get yourself out of your head, down into your heart area or your center, so that you can not be listening to all that negativity, and find the space of, like, if you're listening in your heart area, you can feel the difference in what comes out. If you just right now just take a breath and imagine your mind being in your heart, it feels different, right? It's quiets down. Right now it's like I'm feeling like, a babbling brook, like, oh, so nice, quiet,
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely get into nature and start practicing how to love yourself, whatever that means to you. Like, and I'm not talking like cramming affirmations. What I'm just saying is learn to start appreciating you as an individual. Like we each have our own gifts that we bring into this world. And when we stop comparing ourselves to everyone else and start actually seeing ourselves for the gifts that we are, the gifts that we bring to the world, we can start then appreciating that about ourselves. And gratitude will start growing and you'll start feeling better. And some of that other gunk will, get past, get out of there because you're starting to practice a new practice. Because all that other stuff that's going on in our head, all those judgments and all that stuff is comparison to other people, old stuff that we've taken on, and it's all not true. The truth is the gratitude and the love and all that beautiful energy that we can bring into our own experience and grow from there. And then the flow starts happening in a really beautiful way.
So when you're first starting out, and maybe you may not believe that you're very handsome or you're very pretty or attractive. This is just an example. Does it help to speak these things out? Like, hey, you're a very pretty girl. You're a very handsome person. You're very attractive. Even if in the beginning you really don't believe it because of these limiting beliefs, is it good to say these things or to think them over and over? Tell me how that works when you have a bad, you have these limiting beliefs that are very strong.
So then don't start there, right? If you look in the mirror and say, oh my God, you're ugly.
Right.
Don't start there, right? Start with something like maybe you're a really good cook, or maybe you like talking to people and training them in some way, or maybe you are an artist in some way. Like, start with something that you already can connect with in that way, so that you're not pushing against. Yeah, because you want to be able to feel it. You want to be able to bring that in and just allow that to grow.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, you could look in it like Louise Hay, who I love. Louise Hay. She has this whole. She is like the grandmother of affirmation.
Okay.
And she has this book called Mirror Work. And so you look at yourself in the mirror, look into your eyes, and you say, I love you, Julie. I really, really love you. And then let all that stuff come up, but just continue to do it. And that actually did help me look in the mirror to do that as a practice. It took me a while to really believe the words. But yeah, and I think it's the looking in the eyes was the key part in that one. Like that saying it in my head doesn't resonate the same as when I actually was in the mirror, looking in my eyes and saying, I love you, Julie.
Right.
So you certainly could do that as a practice. To try it. Why not? If it works for you, go for it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
If it doesn't, then find something else, right?
Right. Okay. All right. Or people could just start and do I guess you do it with consultation first. You talk to people first. How do people start the ball rolling here if they want to get on a different path and get rid of those limited beliefs and work with you? How do they get a hold of you?
So you can go to my website, unlockyourshine.com. There is a book a session button on there, which will bring you to the free 15-minute session if you want to book a session that way. You can email me asking about it, julie@unlockyourshine.com, or my phone number is 609-902-8335. And you can call or text that as well. So there's several different ways to reach out.
Okay, cool. So tell us more about this connection to your higher self.
Okay, so for me, it did take me a little bit to get to the point where I feel that connection. And now it's just a natural way of being. I notice the difference when I'm coming from my higher self space or if I'm coming from this negative space. Because after a while, after sitting in the self-love and sitting in the space of higher self, that other stuff starts feeling yuckier. We tolerate it because we've had to for our whole lives. But when you start actually feeling how wonderful life could be, that starts really feeling worse. So it's about elevating how you view yourself and elevating how you start seeing the world. So personally, I treat my higher self like a best friend. She's there for me no matter what. Even if I have, yucky thoughts, I could still go and talk it out or write it out, however it shows up for me. And just imagine like someone who really, really loves you, like really unconditionally loves you, is there to just listen and give you a hug, a virtual hug. But that energy of like being hugged from within feels amazing. So, and that is your higher self energy, is really that best friend energy, someone that's there to guide you because they have a higher perspective than you do. But they are you in the end. Because what we are souls in a body form. It's just that we've lost touch with it because of all the stuff that we've got going on.
Gotcha. And now what you were starting to tell us about how the spiritual, I guess I call it spiritual, but the belief in something higher, whether it be God, whether whatever it may be, that's very important in your journey, isn't it?
Well, that is the higher self. So it just depends on how you define it for yourself. Some people say the universe, some people say God, some people say higher self. It's all a higher energy. It's just what is the easiest way for you to connect to it? And if it's God, then go that route.
Oh, I understand. Okay.
Yeah. If it's universal intelligence, go that route.
Different for everybody.
Self, yeah.
Got it. Is there anything else that you want to tell us about the connection to our higher self? Because I see there's a bunch of people that want to talk to you, and we don't. I think I can't see, but Mr. Producer, do I have time to even do that? I can do one. Okay, let's do. You want to do one quick?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Producer, what do you, we got time for one? Sorry, I didn't get to you guys, but we will.
We'll do it next time.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have Phil in Atlanta, and Phil wants to know, can limiting beliefs stop us from breaking bad habits?
Thanks, Phil. Let me see if I understand the question. Can limiting beliefs stop us from breaking bad habits?
Maybe it's being too tight in that circle. Like it's too hard to break or something. I don't know, Phil. I'm not getting that one. Not really understanding either, but I appreciate you writing.
Maybe what he's saying is it keeping the patterns stuck?
Oh, there you go. Okay, now it makes sense. Okay.
So yeah, like what is a habit? It's something that we do over and over again. And we usually start doing those habits over and over again because it makes us feel comfort or something in the moment, safe. And we just keeping safe instead of really understanding that what we're doing is just keeping ourselves small.
Yeah.
And, so these limiting beliefs that's what holds us into this tight kind of constricting smallness instead of really like stepping into this greatness of who we are. Like if we are our souls, how amazing is that? That is just an amazing space to be in. And it's about learning to step into that by clearing that stuff out. So
Great.
I hope that helps, Bill.
Yeah, great answer. Thank you, Phil. Julie, let me give you the last word here. Always a pleasure. Always so positive and inspirational. And let me give you the last word. And by the way, I'm so excited for your weekend coming up. And thank you for sharing that. And let me give you the last word, my friend.
Thank you so much, Casey. I really enjoy being here.
Same here.
All right, get out in nature, people. Fill your mind. Let's do this. You can reach me at unlockyourshine.com, which is all words, or email Julie at unlockyourshine.com, or call me at 609-902-8335. You can phone or text me. Either way works. It's fine.
Julie Gassier, everybody. Have a great weekend, and thank you again. And guys, we'll be right back. Stay right there.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online radio box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. And we are back here with Dr. Maureen E. Hosier. She, of course, is a clinical psychologist helping so many people in the Los Angeles, California area. Welcome back to the show today. How are you?
I'm good. Glad to be here. Thanks.
Well, glad to see you. I'm doing well. Thank you. Happy to be here in New York. Change of seasons coming. Kids go back to school. So I'm extra happy for sure.
Excellent. Okay. Good deal.
Great. So tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do. And I know, as always, we're going to have a good conversation because you always get into something that's really piquing people's minds. And if you guys are listening, don't forget to contact her. It's Maureen Hosier. It's phd.com, and spell that for us, MaureenHosier, phd.com, right?
Right. Except that it's best to call me probably or email me.
Perfect.
So that's 310-210-6772. And my email is Maureen, my name with 3 R's and 3 E's. So it's MaurRREEEN @yahoo.com.
Beautiful. All right, let's get started. I know you focus a lot with your clients. It's about relationships, right? As a clinical psychologist, is that mostly the dynamics you're dealing with? And relationships span so many different types of relationships. Would you mind explaining?
I don't see it that way. It doesn't expand. Maybe the outside of things looks, a lot of different relationships styles and that kind of thing. But relationships are relationships. How do we relate with one another, and how do we get through the hard parts?
Mm-hmm.
Which many people find very difficult, and I think the easiest way for people to try to get through the hard parts is somebody has to win and somebody has to lose.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they don't look at it that way, except maybe the loser.
True. Mm-hmm.
Okay. But the winner, I don't think probably thinks about it, just needs to win. But what I'm talking about there is an authoritarian relationship. And that means somebody's in charge and somebody's not in charge, doesn't have the equal position of the person that's on top. And there are a lot of relationships like that. So someone is giving up themselves to make the relationship work. And they may be in deep emotional pain making the relationship work. And or they're fighting about it clearly between them. It's kind of all the same. It's just, how do you get in there? And how do you help people do something different that I think we're just wired to need to be on top, all of us.
Yeah.
And the big part, I was working with a couple last night, and it's still with me, because they were both in so much pain in not being heard by the other. And to me, that's the basis of the difficulty in every relationship. You can see we're having difficulty with that between people, we're having between states, between governments, between it isn't that we focus on all of us making it work for all of us. We tend to focus on who has the power, and then the rest have to go in that direction, which means they have to give up themselves. Mm-hmm. So they're unhappy. They're not feeling heard and understood. It's almost like they don't exist in the relationship. So in the experience I had last night, the two people were just screaming to be heard, and by the other and by me, and trying to get in there and have them stop that. Then I have to become the one with the power and get it stopped. But I don't know if that means that they're listening.
Mm-hmm.
It's still so, and I wasn't really able to do that last night. I wasn't able to feel helpful to them. So I'm left this morning with, still going on in my head. What could I do? What could I have done? How could I have handled it differently? Yeah. Because I want both of them to be heard, but they're screaming from such an early emotional, desperate place. And that's to be heard. That means to me, they weren't heard as children at all. And that's, I'm seeing what happened to them in the past. The person that loves them is not hearing them, because in the relationship situation, the person that loves them needs to be heard too. So the very thing that brings them together, it's going to be the thing that kind of breaks them apart.
Got it.
And it's such an early trauma for many of us. From some of us, not as much. As children, mom had time or dad had time, had patience, had understanding, had received what the little kid is trying to say or be or do, and understand and not take it away from the kid. Not try to change behavior like you're to do what I say, but understanding why the kid's doing what they're doing. But moms don't have that kind of time to be there in that way. So I go back in my head to thinking about the native, where they have a lot of women there, being there for the children. And I think those kids don't experience the control that a lot of us experienced. I could be wrong. I'm but I think somebody being there, someone being available much of the time, unless they're struggling with starving, unless they're with outside kinds of things. But that would be a great environment in to have children.
Yeah.
Is someone is there to listen and understand where they're coming from. I don't think most of us were understood where we were coming from as children. At least many of us weren't, because we're still screaming to be heard and understood. The problem is we're adults and we're screaming. And we're talking, we're not talking, we're just screaming, and or we're acting out on our pain. And I mean, guns are available, drugs are available. So humans are like a difficult species in a way. We are a species, and we're very, we need to know more about how to have it work for all of us. And I think it's in relationships, and I think the start is in early relationships. And can we be heard and loved and cared about and understood and valued and appreciated and cherished and enjoyed as children, so we feel that connection of love. A lot of times in some families, many families, there isn't that connection of love. It's just the connection of, we all have to do what we have to do. And when that valuing and all those words that I just said can't happen, then there's a loss. And as adults, we're still screaming about it. Make sense?
Yeah. Too bad we all can't be raised a certain way, right? If there was a guidebook to mothers out there and fathers, and there's doctors who write books, but not everybody's reading them. Yeah, because all this seems to be happening in childhood.
Yes. And that means, I really love your input. You're right there feeling, I think, what I'm saying.
Yeah. I've had my own childhood trauma myself. I understand how it makes me as an adult different than most. I could relate to what you're saying, and totally. So I'm with you. And I'm sure our listeners are too. Yeah.
Right. Now you need to remind me of what you just said so I can go back.
Sure.
I did want to address.
I said childhood traumas. I said it's about, it all starts so early for us.
So the childhood trauma, we can access in the present ourselves. And I think people who deal with relationships and a lot of wise YouTube people are really beginning to understand that we can connect our emotional reactions with the past. So when we emotionally react, we really are the child at that time. And that's where we were left emotionally in our maturing emotionally. And so we have things to learn about growing emotionally more mature. And more mature would mean to me patience, not exploding. It would mean to be heard. It would mean being able to listen and work things out with the other person who's able to listen to when we seem to be on different pages. But a lot of us don't get to do that. But I also think we're not aware that we, as adults, we can grow wiser and kinder and more caring. Now, a lot of people don't want that. They'd prefer to have power. So we have an issue there. And that's very immature relating. There's no caring about anybody but themselves.
Yeah.
And we have a ton of people that, that's where they were left. And if they're loud enough, have enough money, have enough charisma, and they can gather others that believe in them. And then we have a whole group of people acting out and standing up for their rights is what I think they think.
Yeah.
But and we can see that kind of the craziness that's going on now in the world, in our country, in our states. And we are so lucky here in the United States. We're more able to deal with climate change. We're more able to move with climate change. A lot of countries aren't. So relationships are really the basis of our survival here. But if we don't have them, then we're fighting. And I don't see any other way at this point. I don't know how to get a whole group of people to, want to grow up.
Yeah. So how do you change the world? It's a big thing. Oh my, It's huge. It's global. It's everyone, everything.
It's,
How can we be better communicators, be better listeners? What is there any advice that you could give?
You know,
and you're the doctor, and she's like, I don't even know. It's hard.
That's true. I mean, my experience last night was, I mean, I was on the call with them for like 2 hours, and I didn't make a dent. I couldn't get in. And they both were so hurt. And when a human is hurt, they're either angry or they're crying. And each of them desperately needing to be heard. And I wasn't able to do that last night, as hard as I was trying. Now, something happened at the end where there was a something was accepted, something was known by both, and they were both very clear. She's saying, I will not be treated like this. Period. By you, I will not be. And it touches her so deeply because she was abused early on, very early on. So it brings back the trauma. She's in the trauma of her past. He's in the trauma of his past. Because he too was not heard, negated, slapped around, controlled as a child. And he is desperately needing to be doing what he needs to do for his acting out child at the time. So it's they were so hurt because neither one of them could hear each other. They were in the very basis, the very moments of their drama. And there is no hearing. There's only the needing to be heard. I think, like, when I speak to them next, we'll be able to talk and go forward with it, I think. But I think they both heard each other at the end. And they were just, both of them, in so much pain and not being heard and understood and cared about. How do humans do that? How do we care about when we need to be cared for?
True.
That's a huge dilemma. And the only way that I have begun to figure out how to stop that is for people to realize somewhere in that journey of not hearing one another that they have to stop what they're doing. They have to end those moments and go away from each other, and then come back when they can listen to each other. And when each of them are only talking about themselves, not blaming the other. If the blaming starts, then they're back into it again. If they can only speak about what's going on for themselves, I felt this when I felt I wasn't being heard by you, blah, blah, blah. There's a care, you can feel the caring going on between the people, the caring about the other in the same moment in time they're speaking about themselves. That's an emotionally more mature thing to be able to do, is hold the other in your mind and not want to hurt them. But how do you get there?
Yeah.
A lot of people don't care about getting there. So I'm you know, some days I have like this, I get to feel pretty hopeless. But enough was had at the end that maybe we can go forward from there. A beginning of a caring for each other. And it's in caring that I think our survival is, but I don't, you know, a lot of people aren't going to care about that. So that's where I am today.
Wow. So when is this next appointment with that couple?
I don't know. They kind of come and go. They're not consistent. Maybe if they were a little more consistent, we could do it. But it's just been such fighting between them. But maybe, you know, maybe now we can do something a little more consistent.
Yeah. Oh my
goodness. And learn how to get that moment stopped and realize, wait a minute, I care about this person. What am I doing? So, and you've got to have that with your kids, those kinds of moments.
All the time. They're 5 and 7. Yes.
Because I mean, that's it, because adults, there's a lot of adults that are 5 and 7 years old, emotional.
Yeah.
They just want what they want.
Yeah.
And are entitled to want what they want and get what they want. But that's normal emotional development.
Yeah.
That's where kids start out. So adults have to help them realize other people exist.
True.
But if the adults don't realize that their partner exists,
it's
kind of stuck.
Yeah. So give us advice. What should we do? All right, we have, okay, tell people out there, give us a little bit of a snippet. What can we do to be better parents, better relationship all arounders, better friends, better partners? Listening, I think, is what I get out of this, listening. But
yes,
everyone can listen, but it's about understanding, though, isn't it? Because
it's
I'm
about
listening to
hearing.
you, but hearing, it's about processing. Yes, it's not just listening.
It's about hearing. Yes, listening and hearing the other's viewpoint, the other's experience. Yes. And going, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And learning how to do that. There is a therapy, it's called imago therapy, and they work very hard on the listening part of hear and learning to hear and understand and have a perspective that the other has a perspective too. That but think about a child. A child is only me.
Yeah.
Me. And parents can help with that by hearing their children, because emotionally they're reacting, and emotionally they're wanting you to hear and understand. And when parents have time, they can do that, and they can begin to help their kid also understand that something was going on for the other. The other has what's going on for them. Now that's going to be over time. Yeah. That's in their as adolescents. Wait a minute, let's think about this, you know, because there's more going on and adolescents can think about it more.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, because you're instilling more thought in me to how I should be with my children. And I'm hoping people can take away from this show today, as always, take something away and listen, listen. And to my boyfriend, okay, I got to listen and process and understand his one. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, but that I'm going to say one more thing
I
is
also,
it's got to go on both sides.
Mhm.
Not just you, because if you find it's only on your side,
No, I'm not the good listener. He's the good listester. So I need to be more, it's true. So I got to
Okay.
work on myself. I know that. Yes.
okay, all right,
Thank you.
good deal. You're welcome.
And Maureen, how do we reach out to you? Would you mind sharing your phone number again?
It's 310-210-6772 and email Maureen, my name, MAURRREEEN @ yahoo.com. It's not through my website. That's not how to get me.
You'd
Just
rather the calls is better. Gotcha. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
no, the calls. No, that's not. The email address is great too. It's not the email address on my website. I need to get that off of there.
All right, perfect. So we'll direct them
Okay.
there. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank
you.
You too, Jill.
Bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
So I'm going to just say this out of the gate that I apologize for any tech issues that may happen. They've been happening all day. Anything could happen from this point forward, but I know this guy totally understands it. And that's Mike Hogan. He is the mediumatlarge.com. And yes, he is a psychic medium and is plugged into all things like the Mercury retrograde, which is going on right now. Mike, how are you?
Hey, I'm fantastic. I had a great week. Last weekend, I was at Allentown, PA, doing a show up there, and I had a 5-day weekend, and I came back to work 2 days, and now I'm off for a 3-day weekend. So, hey, I'm doing great.
Oh, can't complain about that. You know what? If there's some tech issues, you don't really care at that point.
It's just mind over matter. If you don't mind, it doesn't matter. And even if you do mind, it still doesn't matter.
Because a lot of times you can't control it, especially if you subscribe to things like Mercury retrogrades. So we're in one right now, and I'm not the expert, but I do know that it's when the planet Mercury appears to be spinning backwards where things happen in terms of communication, technology. People come back into your life you may have not talked to or seen in a long time. And there's also many that don't sign contracts or start something new during the retrograde because invariably it's got to get screwed up. I've been experiencing it all day today, but it's almost done. Like another week left, we can change. And fall just started, so that's another thing, right?
Sure is. The energy shifts from being kind of easy during the summer, nice energy. You get out into the open and things like that. Now fall's coming up. Now we have a hurricane just off the coast of North Carolina. So that is the whole situation. This is hurricane season. It started about a month ago, and it's that time when the shift is, and the time goes from more daylight to more darkness. So that in itself is a big thing, and so we start losing our getting less of our vitamin D in ourselves from the sun. So that causes problems, and you'll feel a lot of people are very upset and jittery at this time, and they snap at things, and they don't know why, and it's just because the whole energy shifts.
I think we also have a full moon coming again soon. So maybe add that to it.
No, I think that was about a week and a half ago. We have a new moon coming up within the next week.
Interesting about energy, and I'm just learning more and more about it and how it is everything, right? Even when you do a psychic reading, you're tapping into somebody's energy or the energy of maybe a loved one on the other side to do your reading.
Yeah, it is. And the energy is always there, no matter what we do, because energy does not dissipate. It is always there. So that's why in spirit we're nothing but a ball of energy, and with a conscience. And that's how we come into our lives here in the human experience, is that it goes ahead and we use that energy to fuel ourselves. But energy doesn't dissipate. Everybody says, well, batteries die. Well, that's because all it is stored energy, and we use that energy. So no, batteries are not energy. They are just stored energy so that we can use them.
Interesting. So, when we talk about the energy of somebody, they pass on the other side or wherever their energy is, whatever you believe in, it's always there. That's what I'm getting from you. It knows no time, no space. It's always out there. And I would assume that even past lives, if you believe in that, the energy from another life could be floating out there. Another lifetime could be floating out there.
Sure, it is. And then we bring it in when we have our human experience, is that we bring that our some people say our baggage from our past lives into this life, so that we can go ahead and resolve some of that. Now, one of my clients I had a few years ago, he hated the desert. He couldn't stand being out west, and that was because of one of his past lives that I felt was that he got caught in a sandstorm, and he and his family perished, and he took on that responsibility. Well, it was his fault. Well, so he was working on that afterwards, and now that he understood it, I heard from him later that he feels more comfortable around sand now.
Wow. When we talk about past life, and I'm only just learning about this recently, is it, or do you believe that we can reincarnate in different forms? Like you adopt a kitten, and that kitten just has this personality. And could that be a person that you were connected to in a past life?
Through my teachings and beliefs, is that we basically come back as humans.
Okay.
But our pets do follow us back, and they come back, and you'll notice that one animal will act just like what you had in another animal, and automatically they're friendly with you, and they know what you like and how, and you know exactly how to treat them, because you've treated other pets in the past. That's my beliefs.
I
Now,
believe.
some people, some believe that yeah, you can come back as a fly, but I don't subscribe to that opinion. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, and I'm on board with what you're saying. Uh, yeah, I think humans come back as humans if you believe in past life, and I'm getting there where I'm seeing that could be a very strong possibility, and seen by myself in terms of animals. I have one maybe 3 years ago, adopt another one, and they're like the same animal. It's almost weird. It's um, out of the gate. It wasn't like it took time. It was like, oh, I know you. Hey, how you doing? Welcome back. Totally believe that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's the comfortable energy that they give off, and then all of a sudden you say, "Oh wow, I need this animal because it just we bond together, and just because probably that you've bonded together before."
Yeah. Can we talk about energy and how you can raise your energy? I mean, I've still struggling with that. I know it's, positive vibrations you put out there. Any thoughts on that?
Sure. Um, what I do is I tell a little exercise that I show people how you can boost your energy is by grabbing your hands and putting them together until you feel the pressure of the energy in between your hands, almost like an orb. Now, to build up that energy, what you do is I do it in the way of music. Okay, you think of your most favorite song, most uplifting song, and then when you put your hands together, you'll feel that pressure farther out than what you did before. You may have been here with your pressure here, but then when your most favorite uplifting song that you have, it could be almost arm spread wide.
Wow.
So you can do that with music. You can do that with looking at pictures, just by looking at different things that pictures that have gone in your life and that's given you some great feelings, exciting places that you've been to, loved ones, just reminiscing, and it builds up your energy.
Wow. As it builds up your energy, what do you do? Like, you feel it. I can't wait to try this. And as soon as you said it, I thought of a song that I'm currently into. It's an old song, but I heard it and it's like, yeah, I feel that. Um, when you've got this out here, is that just to demonstrate that energy has come out that far, like you're feeling it?
Yeah, it's just a demonstration. In fact, you can feel it all around you when you're, when like you're listening to your songs, and all of a sudden you're up there and you just feel larger. Your whole system feels larger, and that sometimes if you're really hopping through, you look at a doorway and says, am I going to make it through there? So you have to bring your energy in just to go through that doorway. But that's, you get there and you really feel pumped. Like when I'm getting ready to do a show or something, I'll listen to some upbeat music that will inspire me to build my energy up. I know a lot of when I was going into my spiritualist church that I was going to, the each person, we had an all message night, and they'd start off with some simple songs so that you can raise your energy and feel good.
Interesting that you're saying that, because I'm thinking of all those times where I had to do something, or I'm going somewhere, or whatever, maybe a work function, whatever it's going to be, and I'll put on a song that gets me pumped up. And I could even tell you the songs. It's not important, but they're in my brain right now of the ones I listen to. And I never even thought that's what's going on. I'm just, you think of, I'm just pumping myself up, but no, you're building your vibration and your energy.
Sure. You sure are.
Wow. I never put the two and two together. Like, it's almost ridiculous. Wow.
Well, it's just, okay, hey, I'm feeling good. I'm booking down the street or going shopping or whatever, and I'm just in a happy mood, and I'm just, got songs running through my head, or, even just humming or whistling tune. And, so it just starts building your energy up. Sometimes you have to release that energy, and that's just because your happiness. And when that happens, people around you will notice you more because you're happy, you're exciting, and you're just you bring out the best in everything.
Yeah, you've got a positive vibe going on, and everybody gets it. I was out last night. I'll just share something. I was at a brewery, and these people I met a year ago, out of nowhere, a couple, they just reached out and said, "Hey, we're gonna be hanging out. It's trivia night. You want to come on down?" And I'm like, "Yeah, all right." Work late, not far away. Stopped down, saw them, met a whole bunch of other people that they were with, and you could feel the vibe and the energy between everybody, and it got even bigger and bigger. Um, and we were doing trivia, and I'm going to say I'm into music, so I aced that. But like it elevated everybody, and we just like when we walked out, it was like, yeah, that was a great time. So I don't think it's just because it was a great time. I think it's because of the energy of everybody lifting everybody else's energy up. And these are all strangers. Like, they knew each other. I didn't know them, but it was. I get what you're saying now.
Right. Now we've had it. We've met for different meetings and things like that. Now you can stand up with 6 or 7 people, and you can actually pass energy around in a circle and have it going and start building and having it. You could hold hands and have pass it on to the next person. The next person goes around. You can feel it coming in, and the more it goes around, it gets more powerful because you feel a tingling in your hands when you're around those type of people, because you probably felt that last night. You felt the energy. You felt all lit up to where, hey, this is good. You feel light. And as you stand around, you can feel that energy just move around and around. And the bigger it gets, the more energized you get.
Yeah. And it's funny, I was almost not going to go. I was like, nah, I don't know. Man, I don't know. I guess I'll just show up. And felt that. And then with other people, like we were at one big table, there was a table here, filled with people at each table. It's almost like they didn't exist, those other people, because they were doing their own energy thing and we had our own thing going on. And of course, everybody in the whole place was playing trivia together, see how many, if your table can win. But you definitely, there was definitely an energy exchange. I don't doubt that for a second. It's just like positive vibes going around.
Right. And that's the whole thing, is that we don't see that going on. We feel it.
Yeah.
But we don't actually see it until we step back and say, oh wow, that's what that was. This is what was going on. We had a great energy because everybody was excited, and the more excited you get and happier you get, the more energy builds up.
Yep. And everybody was from not everybody, but it was different cultures. So, we're all on different pages, so to speak, but it all came together. And I think it was bonded by that energy. When you do a psychic reading, and let's say you're connecting with the other side, are you feeling energy come to you when you do a reading? Like, what does it feel like? Does it overtake you? I know we've talked before about the signs and symbols that you see in order to interpret what somebody is saying from the other side, or validate, but do you feel that energy?
Yeah, I do. It's really, sometimes it's strange because all of a sudden you get a feeling of either like closed in or brought out, or sadness and things on that. And all it is the energy that's from behind, and the energy that the person is bringing into them. If you feel, what I do is when I'm sitting there talking to them, when I first start, I can feel if their energy is really, really low or really, really upset, or really happy, or just, it's a devil may care attitude. Well, they don't care what they hear as long as they hear something nice. But yeah, there is energy that flows through there, and sometimes it just starts spinning around.
When you do a reading, let's say you have somebody in front of you and they're looking to potentially connect with somebody on the other side. Do you go through that person, that physical person in front of you's energy to get to the energy of the person that had passed?
Basically, I let my guides do that. They usually talk to, let's say I'm doing a reading for you. They usually talk to your guides, and then they try to bring in whoever decides they want to speak to you. And hopefully it's the person that they want to hear from. And if they don't care, well, they don't care. If whoever comes in, comes in. But if they're looking for specifics, sometimes, sometimes they'll come in and sometimes they won't. It just depends on who wants to talk.
Interesting. I'm always fascinated by that. And I got to tell you, even, talking to a medium like yourself never gets old. Like, you know what? I'm sure it doesn't for you.
It really doesn't, because I go out and I have readings usually about every 6 months or so. Now I'll pick out people that some people that know me for specific things, but if I just want a general reading, I'll go ahead and pick up somebody that that I feel that I'm drawn to. In fact, my wife usually sits out in my booth and helps screen the people that walk by, and she'll have them come in and she'll explain what I do, and it's her energy that's initially brings them in here, and then it's my energy picking up on them.
Wow. It's almost like she's screening the energy before you get to it.
Oh, she is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in fact, if I'm at an expo like that, what I'll do if I can't read their energy, and if some people close their themselves right off. They don't want nothing to do with it. Okay, you pull it from me. Well, no, I will send you to somebody who will be able to assist you better. I'm that type of person. I don't like blowing smoke in anybody's face or telling them Aunt Martha from on your mother's side six removed is talking to you. No, I won't do that crap. It's not worth it.
No, and if they're not, it's the same thing with energy work, energy healing. If the person isn't open to it, it's not going to work. They have to say yes. And many Reiki healers, as an example of energy, will say, "Do I have your permission to tap into your energy?" And the person has to say yes. So it's the same kind of concept, I would imagine.
Right. They can say yes, but some of the people, they're got that. Just like I have to laugh. I ask people. I says, "Are you ticklish?" And the ones who are the most ticklish, they'll say no, and they'll just like this, put their arms next to their sides and say, "Nope, I'm not ticklish." And they're the most ticklish persons around. So so people have a tendency. Well, yes, you can, but I'm not going to accept it. And so
How does that? What Final thought on what you're saying there, Mike, is if you encounter that, do you just say, "I can't help you"? Even though I want a reading, I want a reading.
Yeah,
I'm not there. You're not allowing me to get into your energy.
Right. And like I said, especially if I'm at an expo, even if at my home here, when I give readings, I'll say, look, I'm not picking up on anything. Nothing's coming through. I can suggest somebody that could probably help you more than what I can, because I just don't feel that I would do you justice, and I'm not going to lie to you.
Mm-hmm. How can you more easily, for us regular people, feel somebody else's energy? Sometimes you feel a vibe. Oh, sometimes you might not get that connection right away. Is there a way to make your brain tune into the energy more easily?
Practice. Look at somebody and start with your friends. Okay, what do I feel when I see this person? Or, what is their energy? Are they happy? Are they sad? You look at it, and some people are just, they feel dark, and it's just because they're in a darker mood or darker place, and they don't want to be bothered, so they bring their energy in, and they don't let it out. Now, a happy person, you'll feel that you want to be around them, and that way you can start feeling the energy. And that's all you have to look for is, okay, the people that I know that have good energy, how do they feel? And people that I know that I'm not fond of and don't have great energy, how do I feel with them?
So really using it as a baseline, if you isolate those people, if there's Jim and whenever I see him, we're around, I just feel like the positive vibe. He's got to have good energy, and he's a very positive person. So, and I'm just picking, hypothetical.
Right. Yeah.
That feeling that you get, use that to baseline others. Or if somebody's just like, that's bad energy over there, that's the feeling I get. That's got to be what's known as bad energy. What about if somebody doesn't do the right thing? Let's say there is somebody in your life that has habitually just not done the right thing by you, not done the right thing by others, your family, whatever it might be. Is it safe to assume that they are bad energy? I don't know if did you get my question there? I don't know if you're thinking or you have
They're frozen. So
of course. What did we just say?
What it is that myself, I do have a family. We do have a family member that is not in a good place. So my suggestion to others is that release them and basically take scissors and mentally cut the cord for that. If they're around, you're decent to them. But otherwise than that, just don't bother with them. If they cause trouble or anything like that, you just say, hey, look, I'm not into that, and just walk away.
Yeah. And I've heard, cutting the cord is so beneficial. And I thought, if people listening to us thinking those guys are wacky, how cheesy is that? It's very effective. And there are even meditations to cut the cord. If you search on YouTube, you can find any, a short one, a 5-minute. There could be a 40-minute one in terms of cutting the cord on people in your life that just, you want to just disconnect from them. We're just about out of time. I want to double check. Is it the medium at large or medium at large?
It's the medium at large. There is a medium at large out there without the.
Yeah.
So that is me.
I don't know them, but I know they're not you. And you are unique, and you have super positive energy and just, positive vibes. And for anybody, that's looking for answers, no matter what it might be in terms of energy or even connecting with the other side, go to the website and talk to Mike, the medium at large. Always great talking with you. It really is.
Thanks, Steve. I appreciate it. And I'm adding one more thing to my website. I'm starting Zoom meetings for spirituality and Zoom meetings for meditations.
Excellent. Yeah, we look forward to that, and enjoy the next couple of days off. You deserve it.
Always do. You take care.
You too. Yep.
Bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. And we are back with our friend and, of course, our executive coach, better known here as well, coaching with Relevance, for Relevance. He's the founder of the company. Also, I must point out, is a Marshall Gold Smith certified executive coach, not just any coach. And, of course, he's working with people and clients all over the world with his company. Again, coachingforrelevance.com is the website. And we're happy to have him back here again. Good to see you. How's everything?
Good. Been a good holiday so far, and hope everybody's looking forward to a good new year.
Absolutely, I am. Thank you. So you had a good time. Holidays were good for you and your family?
Yep, it was a little bit uneventful, but I got to spend some time with those great grandkids, and that's always well worth everything. So
amazing. I can't believe this man. If those of you are not live on the Zoomcast or the podcast, he does not look old enough to have grandkids, let alone great grandkids. So you threw me for a shocker. It's been a while. I know we spoke recently, but we used to speak months ago. So there's a lot to you, what you offer. How would you like to start off the show to get our audience to know you, if you don't mind?
Well, I'll just mention one thing very quickly, and then I'll let you kind of go for it. By the way, it's always a pleasure to work with you, Jill. And as you said, we worked together before on the shows and everything. So, Randy Swain, my background has been in pilots, in aviation, and of course, all of that sort of led me to the aspect of leadership and coaching and all of that. And but one of the things that I just kind of tell people is my whole vision and my whole purpose for being is to bring freedom to potential in all those across my path. And that's the phrase that I focus on. And if you put it in a pilot language, what I tell people is it's helping people overcome the gravitational forces that are holding them back so that they can soar to their altitude. And that's kind of what I'm all about. So that's what I do, work in a lot of different areas and stuff. But yeah, that's what I'm all about. By the way, I don't do sales calls. So if somebody wants to just connect and have a conversation, you don't have to worry about me. I mean, if you got a need and you're interested in me, we'll come up with something, but that's my passion. That's what I'm all about, whether it's on the show here, whether it's in the documentary of my life journey that's about to be published the first part of the year and everything. And I'm actually working on completing my autobiography to get published as well. So all of that is just leaving a little bit of an impact that's positive for other people. And that's what I'm all about.
And that's what you're all about, positivity, helping people. I mean, you offer online coaching courses, you offer, there's so much to you. And that's why it's always confusing when I meet with you. I say, this man does so much to help people grow personally, business-wise. And, you mentioned obviously pilots. And I remember your story years ago when you told me your original story when we first met about your being up in the air and working with pilots and how your love and fascination with aviation came through. But, you're here to inspire others to live that better life. And I know some people don't believe in New Year's resolutions, but it is a new year and it's a good place to start. If you haven't started something now, now is the time because it's a good little bookmark and chapter. And you know, right? I mean, to live that potential to give you that freedom in whatever it is that you want. It is a good time, I think. And
and I like what you just said too, very aligned with that. If somebody said, and I don't remember who the quote came from, but it's totally right. It's like, if you don't know where you're going, you'll probably reach it every time. And it's like, you know, if you don't know where you're going, you know, how do you even know you were successful? So kind of like you're saying, you got to be proactive on it for sure.
Great. And by the way, so you mentioned autobiography is on the way, hopefully this year, but what's coming out in the new year? Which book is this?
Oh, there's two things that PBN actually had some, their sponsors kind of had some Hollywood recording team come from Hollywood, and they've actually recorded, they're going through some final editing on it right now. But they've actually recorded a 78-minute, as I understand it, a television documentary of my life and journey and leadership and what got me to coaching and all of that. And apparently, from what I understand, that's going to be, once it's finalized and all that, it's going to be published on platforms, TV platforms all over.
Oh my goodness. See, I'm out of the loop here. I know some of my clients that I've worked with, they've done this. Wow, this is awesome. Congratulations. I can't wait to see the edited footage. Awesome.
Yeah. And
so the crew came to you, by the way. Where are you based out of? You're in Texas, right?
It's in Texas. It's basically the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And it was great. It was fantastic getting to know the recording crew and the director and all that kind of stuff. Just 3 days of just amazing interaction and just personal introduction and getting to know people, and it was really pretty cool. So that, and then I'm in the process of working on finalizing the first draft of my autobiography, which once that's all published, probably the first, sometime hopefully within the first half of next year. There's apparently some people that really want to publish it, and apparently, like I said, there's people that I've done one-on-one interacting with that have said that, Randy, you got a story that needs to be told. And so it's like, there you go, you know, kind of thing. So yeah, we'll see. That
awesome.
Next year could be kind of interesting. We'll see.
Beautiful. Congratulations. Much success to you. And clearly, you're very well accomplished. You've been helping so many for so many years with your training and your courses, and just to empower people, which I think is important. For today's show, again, I know you were with another host last week. What did you have in mind for our listeners today? What did you kind of really want to dive into for us?
Well, what we'll do is, and I'll just kind of share this with you and go into it. But remember on the last show, the questions that Ross was talking about was, in today's business environment that's unpredictable sometimes. It's not something that's just universally, you know, academic, you know, kind of thing. And there's a lot going on that you can't totally predict. And we were sort of talking about that. But what I thought I would do is you know, kind of share one point, and I'll leave the listeners with one question for them to consider with themselves and their team as they go forward. You know, when you're talking about leading your team in such an environment. And one of the things that I will tell you is that when you talk about leading in those kind of environments, there's a certain aspect of ethics that comes into play. That, are you making the right decision ethically for that situation? And sometimes people aren't sure of that. And I'll give just two real quick examples. But one is when I was in our Air Force ROTC in college, you know, going through, one of the things that they do when they know you're looking to become either a pilot or some kind of a flight person, navigator or whatever, you know, kind of thing, they interview you to find out kind of where you are. And when we were being interviewed, one of the questions that I got, it was a fairly quick question, but it was a fairly quick question. And the folks said, well, listen, Randy, let's say that you're in fighters and you're involved, you're on a mission some point in the future. And he said, you take your fighter off, you know where the target area is, and you go up and you roll in on the target, and right below the bomb reticle, you see a big red cross.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to drop the bomb?
Wow.
And most people would either try to say yes or no
Yes
to get
or
the
no.
right. And in fact, most of the people would say yes, because that's kind of
That's my order.
yeah. Well, what I told them was, I looked at the board and I said, well, let me ask you this. He said, what? And I said, how confident am I in the intelligence that I got? And he looked at me, he said, okay, you're confident. And I said, then I dropped the bomb, because I said, I do come from a military family.
Yeah.
And I know that sometimes the enemy will put red crosses or some kind of indications to cover their weapons to make it look like somebody doesn't want to attack it, kind of thing. And I said, that may be the case here. So if I'm comfortable in the intelligence that I got on this target and the location and all that, then I go ahead and drop the bomb. And it's, but it was a different question than most people think about in today's world, because most people think about, well, yes or no, which one does he want me to answer, kind of thing. And when you're talking about leading your team, and I'll leave a question before we sign off today on this, Jill, but I'll leave a question for the listeners. But if you think about it, are you dealing with your team in a way where it really brings that out? Because you know what? The ethics of it may say, do this. And it may be that it doesn't say do that, or it doesn't rate as the most important thing. And I'll just share, a lot of times people can get so overthinking that they fall back into just a neuroscience aspect. They just fall back into their habit pattern. And one of my good friends in aviation, and I just thought I'd share this as an analogous picture, but unfortunately it was a bad situation. And one of my good friends in aviation died in this crash. And he was a person that owned a flight school down just south of Dallas here. And I was an instructor. He got to know me very well. One day, he was ex-Navy, and he knew that I was ex-Air Force. And one day they had a big reunion of all of his Navy friends and all this kind of stuff. So he called me up and asked if I would come down and take care of the flight school for the weekend while he was gone. I said, you know what, I'll do that. So I went down and I kind of managed the flight school and, scheduling and coordinating and all that sort of stuff. And it was kind of funny. The humorous point about it is on Sunday, late Sunday afternoon, I heard his airplane number coming back in that he was flying back from the reunion. And I said, oh, cool, he's back. So he came, he landed, shut down and all this. And I go walking out there and I said, hey, man, how'd the reunion go? And he turned and looked at me and he smiled. He said, it was great, but boy, those guys got old. Kind of, and of course he was kind of joking about it, and everything, but good guy. But there was one day where I was watching, I had the TV on and I saw the picture of the entry of his flight school on the news. And I ran over and I turned the volume up, and it turned out that he had just died that weekend. And what happened was he was out on a flight and he was kind of in the right seat. And there were two passengers that were sitting in the two seats right behind him. And then there was another guy that he knew who was actually flying the airplane. It was a twin engine airplane.
Oh my goodness.
And all this. And they had an engine failure. And they were going into an airport that was short of where they were supposed to go, just to, minimize risk and all that. Good decision. But as they were coming in, the guy was starting to get slow. And he went below a speed where the airplane was maneuverable. And my friend, whose name is Charlie, he's the power back. And in that case, ethically, even if you land long on the runway and you go off the end of the runway, that's safer than the alternative. Well, the other guy at one point, apparently because he was scared or didn't look like they were going to get on the runway, he pushed the throttles up all the way, and the airplane immediately went out of control. And because you just couldn't control it anymore. And it went into a big roll like this, and the airplane actually crashed. And the two guys in front, including my friend, both died in it. The two pastors actually survived, and they were telling the story, and that's how I learned about it. They were witnesses to what happened and everything. But the bottom line is, as you're interacting with your team, in what way are you not really inspiring them to get what they need to know. When you think about your questions that you're asking your team, are your questions bringing out rote academic answers that make people just go, well, here, just do this. This is the way it's supposed to be. Or does it bring out real good processing where they understand the actual situation, the factors, and the symptoms in it, and they know what to do for success? And it is very interesting, because that's a lot more sort of vague and gray and all of that. And yet leaders, when you're talking about leading your teams in this kind of an environment, you have to understand how to truly connect with your people on that. And one of the things that I would simply say is, and I'll kind of let you have a few comments if you want to, Jill, there too, but I will leave this question for the listeners as you look at your teams and how you interact with them. To what extent are the questions that you ask them just trying to get rote academic answers out of them? Are they just trying to give you the answer that they think you want to hear?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you truly
genuinely yes.
Yeah, are you truly connecting in with who they are, what they see, what they experience, what they think? And you can connect with that. And sometimes you may need to move it in a little bit different direction. That's true. But to what extent are you doing that? And it's interesting, because when you're interviewing people that are going to come to work for you, same question. When you think about the questions you're going to ask them, are you asking those questions in a way where they're just going to respond with what they think you want to hear, as opposed to asking the questions in a way where it truly pulls out what they really think? And that's something that leaders have to understand, that difference. And they have to kind of get a sense of how they're doing that and how they need to improve that, particularly when you're talking about leading teams in an unpredictable, challenging world. And it's just something to think about. And I don't think you were on when I shared this before, but I think it was with KC one time. But I was, and I'll just share one more picture of this. But there was the Learjet crash up in Teterboro, New York, which was about 3 years ago, kind of thing. The captain on that, I had him on his last check ride before he went, just for current check ride before that. So I'm one of the ones that the NTSB wanted to talk to and interview. And so to make a long story short, the chief pilot said that when she saw my name on the list, she knew that the company was fine. And I went, well, thank you, appreciate it, kind of thing. And you could have anybody in there with you, but I chose the attorney just because, in case the questions went down a weird way, he could kind of go, oh, be careful, or whatever, kind of thing. But he didn't have to say anything in the 2 hours of interview. And to make a long story short, at the very end, it was a very good interactive time for 2 hours with that board. And at the very end, the last question that was asked, there was one guy right across from me who had psychological expertise. And he said, yeah, Randy, I got one more question. I said, what's that? And he said, do you think that what you experienced in training could have prevented this accident?
Wow.
And I looked at him, and the first thing that I did is I put my hand toward him like this. And I said, I want you to understand, you have my compliments for asking that. I said, I'm proud of you for asking that, because I said, it's a critical question. But then I said this very quickly. I said, the vast majority of people all over this industry would answer it yes. And I'm here to tell you, almost everybody that heard that question would answer it yes, because it's the academic answer that they think you want to hear. But here's what I did. I said, but you and I, because of our expertise with mine in neuroscience and coaching and his in psychology, I said, because of our expertise outside of aviation, you and I'd have a leg up on answering that, but even you and I would be hard pressed to answer it in the definitive and the, that deductive nature of the question, because I said in order to try to make that deductive link, there's a couple of things that you got to just throw in the waste can and not consider. And as soon as you've done that, you've ejected from it. And what was amazing is the very last thing that the host of the NTSB board said, even before he turned, and this is, I think, out there because it was before he turned the recorder off, but he said, I want to share something with you, Randy. And I said, what's that? And he looked at me and he said, it is clear that you're a subject matter expert. He said, we want to thank you for coming and talking to us. And I looked around the table. I said, gentlemen, you need me to come talk to you any day of the week. You just pick up the phone and give me a call, kind of thing. And the attorney actually walked up to me after. He said, Randy, you did amazing in there, kind of thing. But it's that awareness of when you're talking to the people listening to this, when you look at how you generally interact with your team, are you interacting in such a way that you're really getting the truth, the experience, the existence, the insights from your people? Are you really learning about them? Do they have a sense that you really want to connect with them? Do they have a sense that you really care about them and you care about what they think and what they're thinking about this situation? Or do they have an experience of, you're just looking for rote academic things? So it's a key point when you're talking about leaders of things that leaders need to be thinking about. When you think about your interaction with your team, what are the questions you're using? How should they be a little bit different to really build the synergy and the consistency and the success in your team? And so I'd leave that with the listeners just as something to kind of look at for something to consider going forward.
Awesome. Now you got me thinking. I'm a questioner, right? I'm an interviewer. I'm a journalist. And I'm thinking, are my questions ever good enough? Because you got to.
Well, you know what?
Swain putting me on the spot. No, but really, you think about it. What do you ask? Are you asking? I just, as a person, generally like to know what someone and who someone is about. But at the same time, oh wow, you put a lot of things out there in perspective for me even today.
Well, I consider that honoring. Thank you. I appreciate that. And it is. But it's something that when you're talking about leadership, or when you're doing whatever we do, whether you're being a coach or whether you're doing what you do, Jill, it's something to think about. What are the questions? Do you really want a different question? Are you just getting them to give you a rote academic answer that they think you want to hear? Or are you really asking the question in such a way that they kind of go, you know what, let's talk about that. Yeah, here, what I'm thinking is you do that, and man, some radical results.
They open up.
Happen.
Yeah, they open up fully, honestly, and which is important.
Wow. And if you do that and they feel like they opened up and they see your positive reaction to that, all of a sudden they go, you know what? My manager cares about me.
Mm-hmm.
My manager cares about our team. Boy, let's maximize this. Let's do this.
Yeah.
And so that's one of those kind of little ways of really building the synergy and the oneness and the success of your team. So it's just that aspect of thinking about the questions you're asking, how might you need to kind of rethink that with the answers that you would typically get. Is that really looking for what you're looking for? And if I was coaching somebody, I'd say, well, when you ask those questions, what are you really looking for? And what is it? And so, yeah, it's a key aspect of it. And it's an insight that a lot of people don't have. Like with my friend or something, if I was talking to them, I mean, you obviously can't, but if I was talking to them after that situation, I'd ask them a lot of questions about what made to the other guy, what made you want to push it up?
Yeah.
Tell me about that. What made you want to do that? And what's the risk of that? Is that the ethical thing for the situation you're in? Kind of thing. And because most people, when they think ethical things, they think in these rote sort of academic columns, as opposed to that can be very varying sometimes. And it's an interesting aspect when you're talking about leading in a challenging world. But that aspect about questions, I just leave for the listeners, the aspect of thinking about the questions you typically ask, even maybe recently with your team. Is it really getting you what you want? Or is it shutting them down in a second because they just think it's a test? Or is it really building synergy? Is it really building oneness? And are you really getting what you need to get a sense of your team, the people, where you're going, how you're going to get there, and all of that? So when you know how you ask those questions is a key part of it. And so it's just, there's a lot of aspects to it when you're talking about this kind of an environment. And if all you do is just go with rote academic aspects, 9 times out of 10, there's going to be things you miss. And what do you need to do to highlight those things that are maybe risk that you didn't think about? So I leave that. It's just something that it's a good question.
That's it,
It's
because
something
we have
to think
just
about.
2 minutes left, and it's perfect timing. Wow, it just goes so quick. Coaching for relevance. Randy, tell us how we can reach you, and any insight or enlightenment for the new year for people listening out there who really do want to start bettering themselves. How do you want to leave off the show?
Sure, I'll do that. Just Randy Swaim, Coaching for Relevance. As you said, you can go to my website. I don't do sales pitches, so if somebody just wants to have a conversation, they don't have to worry about me and stuff like that. Yeah, just looking for the new year. What is it you really want to be different? On that new year. Because like you said correctly, so if you don't know where you're going, you'll get there, kind of thing. And it's so, what is it you really want to be different next year, and then start to put your strategy together for getting there.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Looking forward to the next time we get to meet. Best of luck. I'm looking forward to this documentary, which I cannot wait to see once it's edited. Wish you best of success on that and the autobiography. By the way, how long have you been working on that book for?
Well, I started writing it about 10 years ago, but I went for about 8.5 to 9 years where it was I just kind of put it on the back. But with a lot of this coming up on the autobiography and the documentary movie that's coming out and all this, I started looking at that, and they're already hooking me up with couple of potential publishers that might be interested in publishing it. So I said, you know what, let's do it. So I'm going to be sending the first draft out to a couple of colleagues, probably by the weekend. And then we're going to kind of look at it, tweak it maybe a little bit if we need to, and then put it in its final form. So yeah, it's been, I'm amazed going back through it. I'm amazed at what my journey has been like. So yeah, it's been amazing. So hopefully there's a few things to look forward to for next year.
Great. Thank you so much. Pleasure having you here on the show, and to all of our listeners the same. Thank you for being here. Happy New Year. I guess we'll be in touch, and I will say the corny line. Talk to you next year.
You bet.
It's so
Jill, it's
corny,
always
but
a pleasure. We'll look forward to seeing you.
Same here, Randy. Have a fantastic day. Enjoy. I hope the weather in Dallas is holding out for you guys. Is it still nice there now?
It's cool, but it's nice.
All right, good. I love Dallas weather. I love Dallas. I love Texas. All right, have a great day. We're stuck in cold New York today. Woohoo!
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome, everybody. We want you to live your best life. And I'm sure there's things that you want to get in life. You want life to be better. How do you go about doing that? Manifesting. That's what we're going to center on today. And we have an intuitive spiritual life coach. She's a master Reiki healer. Kathy D. Carter joins us again. Kathy, how are you doing today?
I'm great. I'm so glad to be here with you, Steve. And talking about manifesting too.
Yeah. So before we even get into it, why don't we just get back to the basics? Define manifesting.
So the way that the connotations that manifesting carries with it for most people today is I want to manifest what I want in my life. I want to make it happen. I want that new job. I want that new relationship. I want that new car. I want to feel peaceful. It doesn't have to be material things. It can also be energetic types lifestyle. Maybe you just want to manifest a different lifestyle.
And by doing that, when we say manifesting, I look at it this way. You're putting it out into the universe.
Yes.
Does that seem right?
Yes, because for my beliefs today, what I believe about manifesting is that we have to more or less let source know what we're wanting. So you have to put your energy follows thought. So in order to manifest something, you have to send the thought out because the energy follows that. Earth is a lower vibrational frequency in order to be physical. So in spirit form, when we're in just our soul's energetic form, we manifest everything spontaneously. You think it's there because we're not in a material world, but it's still there in an energetic form. So we're used to that. We know that inside, even though we may have forgotten it. And that's why we get frustrated with manifesting because we want it right now. We know it can be, but on Earth, being physical in a lower frequency, we have to start it in the energetic form before it can manifest into the material form.
Interesting. And you just brought back a memory. I know somebody that in the last 6 months went to an event and somebody was speaking, and their view of what we're talking about is if you picture the universe, it's all around you. We're part of it, right? Mm-hmm. What you want is it's right there. It's there. It's there. Mm-hmm. But in order to bring it to you, you have to manifest it. You have to think it, you have to put the positive vibes out there. But the bottom line of what I'm saying is, and they were very emphatic about it being right there. It's right there. It's and it wasn't a, hey, just think it, it's there. No, it's sitting right there. You just got to bring it to you.
And that's the hard part. That's what we all have trouble with because we're surrounded by the physical realm, and to say I want a pretty table, it doesn't manifest that fast. There's a delay because we're in the physical realm. And some of the biggest problems that people have when they're trying to manifest is they're attached. They become attached to what they want. All of the things I have manifested, and they have been so spontaneous and so quick, have been the things that I turn loose of. I would just think, oh, I'd like to work at that attorney's office because they're out here in a great big building. It looks really nice. The one I'm working in is up on the hill. He's hidden. He doesn't even have a sign out. No one knows he's there. I wonder what it would be like to work in this one. I think it would be a lot better. I didn't even think about it after that. I would drive by that building every day when I left work or went to work, and I would just have that thought, but I didn't go apply. I wasn't searching to get there. And the next thing I know, I get a call and they're wondering if I would like to come work for them. And of course, I'm thinking, wow, of course, let me go interview. Well, long story short, I wouldn't grade either one of them as being the best place, but it was different, and I learned a lot, and I did end up working there. But the things that we manifest, we can't become attached and say, why isn't it here? Why isn't it here? Because that is against it. We have to imagine we already have it, that it's already in our life. And that's what people have trouble with.
Okay. Interesting. And I get that. And the visualization.
Yeah.
I'll say that again. The visualization of it is kind of exciting to picture it in your life. It's there. It already took place. That's all part of the manifestation. But do we obsess too much over it?
That's what I'm talking about, being attached. You have to turn it loose. Once you feel it, like if you get in your car every day and you feel it's a Ferrari instead of what it is, and you see the color you want your Ferrari to be, if that's what you're after, and you just let that go through your mind, and then you let it go. One day you're going to be in a Ferrari and own one. But if you become obsessed and say, well, why isn't it here yet? I want it now. Or you have any of those kinds of thoughts around it, that's where you're delaying the progress of it manifesting, because you're not believing it's already here. See, that's our problem. You have to believe, like the lady said, it's right there. You have to believe that it's already right there in your life. You have it, and turn it loose, because you've already got it. That's the hard.
I was just going to say, not easy to do, especially when it's something that you really desire. And to keep, I mean, you're going to want to obsess over it. That's just our nature. You're going to just, it's almost hard to let it go. It's easy to picture it being there. That's the easy part. But how do you let that go? I'm trying to, especially something that you really want.
Well, another part of this that I have found in working with my clients, because I've got two clients, a younger one and a middle-aged one, that, I mean, they are really manifestors, and they decide they want something. They'll look at the pictures, they'll find the one they like, and it's like, I've got that. And it's never failed. It can be up to a month. It can be shorter than that. They have what they were after. The other girl is more into manifesting jobs. She'll do a job, she masters it, and there's no growth left. So she's out to find the next one. And they always come to her with, I helped her to start setting parameters of what she wanted. Like, she wanted Sundays off. She didn't want to work on Sundays anymore. She didn't want to work late at night. So we started setting some parameters around what she told the universe she wanted, and she did it. It came to her.
Wow. I think a lot of us are screwing this up. So let's talk about the intention. So the intention is your desire as you manifest it. What should you be? And I'm gonna give an example. I was talking to a friend, and if you want to meet somebody, she put on my phone, and we did it together. So I will meet somebody who is genuine, authentic, and right for me sometime in the next 3 months. And that was it. And just said, let that go. Now, I don't know if that's a proper intention or the right manifestation, but what do we do? How does this all work? What's the secret?
Well, that's a good example of one way of doing it. Everyone is unique and different. So a different method is going to work differently for people. You have to find the one that works for you. Some people will write down what they're wanting to manifest and lay it under their pillow. Put it on a piece of paper and leave it on your pillow. The same thing as her putting it on her phone. Now, the one thing that I would caution against when you're doing this is your statement already needs to say you have it, not sometime in the next 3 months.
Okay.
Or in the future, or I will get.
Yes.
It has to be now. I have it.
Got it. Yeah. And it's funny you should say that, because She also told me she's on some dating sites, and
Mhm.
her password is "I will meet him 2022." And just to your
Okay.
no,
That I have met him in 2022.
exactly, exactly.
That makes a huge difference in manifesting. Huge.
Wow, interesting. Huh. I'm fascinated by your story about the attorney's office. It's almost like you play hard to get. Yeah, I'm good. I don't need it. I'm thinking about it. I'm good.
That is it. I want it, but it's okay if I don't get it. I really want it, and this is what I want, but I'm okay if I don't get it. See, people become attached to it,
Yeah.
and then that's when the negative force comes up. Well, why isn't it here yet? I need this. I'll be happy when I get this. See, that doesn't work either. That's not what that's all about. So that is the issue that most people have with manifesting.
And to your point, and by the way, for anybody that's tuning in and thinking, those two people are whacked. What is with them? What are they talking about? This goes back to ancient Chinese times. And to take that principle and to put it in modern times, there's something called the law of abundance, where I don't know if you're aware of that, but every new year, you're supposed to take a blank check out, write it to yourself, and the money will come. And people have told me, I've worked in radio for many years. And at the beginning of the year, we always talk about this bit, the law of abundance. I've gotten phone calls from people that have said, that really worked. I got money from that. I didn't even expect it, but the money came in.
Right.
Interesting. So what are some of the ways that you can set those intentions? Like we talked about putting it on your phone, putting it underneath your pillow. What are some of the ways that you would suggest?
Meditation. Just meditating and dreaming of having what it is you're wanting, seeing you in it, seeing it being a part of your life, and then turn it loose. That's the issue. And part of that comes with the healing and raising your vibrational frequency, because the more you work on your healing, learning your shadow side, knowing your light side, knowing who you are, knowing what your inner moral code is, and releasing the stored emotion in your energy field, that allows you to have, is the word more power behind your intent. It's clearer. It's not as clouded. Do you see what I mean?
100%. It's almost as if you need to get rid of the baggage before you can take on more. And when I say take on more, I don't mean more baggage. I mean more of something, i.e. positivity, or the thing that you're asking for and manifesting. And to your point on the energy, as I've learned, that we're all, like you said, vibration. We're a low frequency vibration. I believe it's like 5 hertz. It's very low. Every sound is vibration. We're talking right now, our center of our, speaking is about 5,000 hertz, 6,000, somewhere in that territory. Not to get technical, but our body vibrated a very lower frequency. We can't hear it. But in order for us to operate better in a more positive way, you want to bring that frequency up. And by doing that is, just positivity. That's what it's all about.
Yes, because positivity has a higher frequency than always being negative.
Exactly. Yeah. It's so easy to get negative. It just is.
We're taught to be negative.
Why is it? Let's hit that up. Let's go right there, Kathy. And by the way, we're talking with Kathy D. Carter. You can find her at Kathy D. Carter. That's Kathy with a K, D. Carter, Carter with a C.com, KathyDCarter.com. And she's an intuitive spiritual life coach, a master Reiki healer, and just an energy healer, and knows her stuff. So yeah, let's go back on that. Let's talk about that for a sec.
So our vibrational frequency changes as we heal. And as we do that, the blockages in our energy field, which are normally mostly stored emotion that we haven't dealt with, when we clear more of that, then we're raising our vibrational frequency. And to your point, everything on this planet has a vibrational frequency. The plant does. I mean, everything
scientifically proven. Just saying.
So in order for you to be able to, if we would call it that, manifest more efficiently, then you would work on healing yourself, because the clearer that your energy field is, the higher your vibrational frequency, the more that you can connect and send a clear intent of what you want. Someone that's always in negativity, they have a clouded life filter. I call it a filter mask to life, and it's very cloudy because all they can see is what's negative, and that's what we've been taught. You're taught from birth to see everything on the negative side.
It's almost as if it's the opposite of the cliche rose-colored glasses, right? So now it's the cloudy negative glasses. But why are we taught to be negative? How is that? Why is that?
I think that it was probably evolved from life conditions, which weren't the greatest, but it was mostly because they found that fear helps control the masses. So if we keep people in fear, we have to keep them negative. They have to see what's wrong with everything. And they have to have such high expectations that are unattainable that they're constantly unhappy with themselves because they can't attain those, the happy white picket fence with the 2.5 kids and the happy marriage and the great job and all of this. We're given such a high expectation that most of the time, yes, it is attainable, but the ones that can attain that will even have a higher expectation. Everybody's always got something higher. I found when I went through my illness that I thought I was broke. I met millionaires that thought they were broke. Same line of thought that I had, they had.
When you say broke, Kathy, I just want to clarify. I want to be sure. When you say broke, you mean monetarily or just broke in?
Monetarily.
Okay.
This was monetarily.
Okay.
They were saying they were running out of money. I was running out of money. I had maybe $100 left in my name, whereas they had their 401k, they had all their savings, and they had probably 500,000 in their checking account, but they were broke as I was.
Well, I guess everything is relative in some form.
Exactly. It is. And that's what I'm saying with the manifesting. It's relative to where you are on your healing path, how well or what method is best for you to use in learning how to manifest.
Interesting. Yeah. It's funny how we're all kind of the same. We're equal. And going back to what you said about the being conditioned to be negative, I almost think, and tell me if this is even true, do you feel this way? Like a fight or flight. You're always on guard on the negative because you're programmed from even evolution, your family, going all the way back. I got to fight to win. What is win though? To succeed, just to be happy, whatever it might be. But you're always on guard, and that's why it starts with a negative.
Well, what do you think about the little toddler that has just learned to pull up to the table and gets its hand smacked every time it reaches out for that beautiful object it wants to explore and learn about?
Yeah.
Are we not taught to be negative at that point?
Yeah, it's so true. and that goes to the generational evolution that I call it that, because your parents were taught that, they taught you that, you taught your kids that. It's going to continue until somehow you break the cycle.
And that's what I call it, breaking the generational lineage. And that's what the warriors are here. And that's what they do. They heal themselves to the point where they can break that lineage pattern that has been repeating itself over and over and over. And think about competitions. Why aren't we grading everybody on what they did right?
Yeah. It's always pointed out what you did wrong. It's so true.
Our whole world, we're taught how to be negative.
We don't even know we're doing it. We don't even know that that's part of us.
No, we don't.
Yeah. Wow. How do you heal from that? Obviously, you can call upon somebody like yourself, a spiritual life coach, to help you along. But what are the first steps? Are there any suggestions you might have?
I think that I have found the ones that are really wanting to change it and that will not come up with excuses why they don't do it is the I love you exercise that I give people and a gratitude journal. Because if you write down 5 new things every day, or even 3 every day, that's new and different than you wrote the day before, you're going to soon run out because you're going to have to search for what to be grateful for. And that starts the process of you leaving the negative behind. Because believe me, if I had people doing a negative list every day,
Run out of paper. Like
yeah,
you'd have
exactly.
in short time, you've had stacks of notebooks of yes. Yeah. Oh boy. It's so true. So yeah, it forces you to look for the positive and the gratitude.
Yes.
That's a
And
great
that's
idea.
what starts changing, because when we get a repeating pattern in place, it's like learning to ride a bicycle or drive a car. It becomes automatic after that. And that's what has happened. All of these negative patterns are playing out automatically. And in order to stop them, there's lots of different methods out there to do that. But one of the easiest is you just, when you hear yourself say something negative to yourself, you turn it around and you say, oh yes, that's true. You've got to accept it, because if you try to resist it, that just makes it persist more. You need to love it and change it. So instead of I was stupid to have done that, oh, I love myself. That may have been a bad choice. I'm not really proud of that choice. I will do better. And I love myself and I know I will do better, or I am doing better. You got to be careful with that I will, because that goes forever. You want to say I am.
It's like a reprogramming of your mind.
Yes.
It really is. And it's funny with the manifestation, I do it and don't even know I'm doing it. For example, pulling into a parking lot, I'm running late. I'm going to find a space. I am going to find a space. That space, and I got to tell you, 50% of the time, if not more, space that's so close shows up. I almost feel guilty, like I should give it to somebody that really needs the space. Like, was this supposed to happen for me? I feel bad, but maybe I manifested it. I don't know.
You did. And here's the other part. If you will say, when you're 5 or 10 minutes away, if you'll say, oh, my parking spot's already there, it's waiting on me, you'll raise your percentage to 90% of the time.
Interesting. I really think that anybody tuning in right now should take the link to this podcast and send it to everybody you know.
Right.
What do you got to lose? Why wouldn't you? Again, if you're listening and you're thinking those people are a little out there, what do you got to lose? What is the harm in being positive, putting positive intentions out there, manifesting something? What's the harm? Am I missing anything?
I don't think so, because it's like when someone's wanting a new job, I'll ask them, I'll say, okay, what are the circumstances of the job? Do you want 9 to 5? Do you want 7 to 3? Do you want to work 1 day a week? What are your requirements for this new job? What have you learned by contrast in the past of other jobs? What do you want? Do you want to work outside? Do you want to work inside? Do you want to work with people? Do you want to be alone? Do you want to work from home? Do you want to work in the office? I mean, there's so many things around a job without even knowing what the job is. You don't have to know what the job is to manifest a new job. You manifest your requirements of what you want. Better pay is usually one of them, more pay. And you let it go. You still have to do your action. You have to let the universe know you're applying. You're applying to jobs, and you're letting maybe some people know that you're looking. That doesn't mean that's mandatory. Some do, some don't. Some keep their manifesting to themselves. That's what I'm saying. Yep. So it's up to you, and you'll learn if you keep playing with this. And as Esther Hicks says, Abraham, a button is as easy to manifest as a castle. Because like you said a while ago, it's all out there. The universe is abundant with everything, because our desires that we're having now is creating more abundance for the future. It's always there. It's always evolving and growing.
It's there. You just need to claim it. So final questions here. When you let it go, should you ever think about it again?
Oh, yes. It will pop in your head. Like if you saw another Ferrari go by, you'll say, oh, that's close to the one I've got. And then you let it go again.
Okay.
You know, and like for the friend you were talking about, that one is a hard one because when you're trying to manifest a relationship, there is usually something inside that needs to be corrected, is why you haven't already had a flourish of that type of person come to you.
Or you've had the wrong people come to you.
Well, if you have the wrong people coming to you, for example, let's say we always get liars coming to us. We get to know them 2-3 months in, then we start seeing, oh my God, this person lies all the time.
Mm-hmm.
We all lie to some extent, but I'm talking about interruptive for a relationship. It wouldn't work.
Yeah, disloyal, dishonest. Yeah.
Yeah. So what a person needs to do at that point is go inside and say, okay, I've got too many mirrors out here of people that's lying to me. Where am I lying to myself? Where am I deceiving myself? Is it, I'm going to start exercising? I keep telling myself and I don't do it. Is it, I promise myself I'm going to get in bed by 11 o'clock every night and I don't? Where am I lying to myself? Where am I betraying myself? Because when I correct that, my mirrors have to change.
Interesting. And I believe that it's what you put out there, you're going to get back. So I'm going to real quick about this friend in that same situation. They find lots of people that have anxiety issues, just, you know, and there's nothing wrong with being on meds and things like that, but just really like over the top, major issues is what she said. What's going on with her that she's attracting that kind of person?
Do you see her as being a person with anxiety?
Not so much, and really good friend, but don't really know for sure. You know, there could be.
It could be more inside. She may not display it on the outside. It could be more on the inside, or fear is kind of an anxiety.
Gotcha. Yep.
And she may have some fear that she's unconscious of. See, this is what happens most of the time in manifesting. People aren't aware because they haven't done their shadow work to know their negative side. They're unconscious of so many things that's ruling their life. So she may not even be conscious of what it is she's doing to herself that is creating an influx of people with a lot of anxiety or fear or whatever it may be that is being reflected back to her. If she sits and meditates on it or thinks about it, she's probably going to come up with some ideas of where it might be coming from.
Interesting. Very interesting. And yeah, what you just said, in a lot of times we're not looking at ourselves on the things that we need to fix. We're all right. Yeah, my hair is good. I look good. I'm ready to meet somebody, but maybe not so much.
Yeah, inside we need to look at, are we being loyal to ourselves? Are we loving ourselves? Are we truly loving ourselves? Are we in integrity with ourselves? Because we can't be with someone else if we're not with ourselves.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, goes back to the old, and I hate to say the word cliche, but you need to love yourself properly and take care of yourself before you can take care of anybody else. Wow.
Absolutely.
This has been a great talk today.
Love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
And it's funny, full disclosure, before we even hit the airwaves, we both said to each other, what do you want to talk about? Maybe I don't even think manifestation. I'm going to be totally 1 billion% honest. I always am. I'm thinking to myself, how are we going to do 30 minutes on that? We need to keep going. Amazing.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I can talk today.
Put it out there and, recapping here, we need to make it as if it's already happened.
We already have it. It's ours.
It's ours. Yeah. Kathy D. Carter, if you want to reach out to her, website again, tell everybody.
It's kathydcarter.com. You can text me at 214-245-2293.
You know what? I love the fact that you do Reiki. You're a master Reiki practitioner, but you do so much more. You run layers deeper, but you also make it very clear. And that's like super cool.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Always great talking with you, and I look forward to talking again sometime soon.
Yes, I enjoyed it.
Positive manifestation. Get on that today. All right. We'll be right back. Hang on.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online radio box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
I think if you were to ask anybody, what are you afraid of? Like, be honest, what are you afraid of? And if somebody were to say, nah, nothing, I'm not afraid of anything, they're lying. Yeah, we have fear in our lives, in ourselves, of many different things. And we're going to talk about that today and how to overcome different types of fear and move your life forward. And that's with help from somebody who's the founder and healer of Mindful Healing Heart. Winnie Chan Wang joins us. Winnie, how you doing today?
Great. Thank you, Steve, for having me on again. And I really look forward to connecting with the audience.
Same here. And it's funny when I think about fear, it could be the littlest thing or it could be the biggest thing. But fear does exist in all of our lives at all times.
Yeah. We can be waiting for an appointment and we can be waiting on the Zoom appointment and the other person's not letting us into the room. And we're like, oh my God, did I get the date wrong? Is there a technical difficulty? We're about to go live. How's it going? It could be something as small as getting on Zoom, having your Wi-Fi, or, going to the airport. It's like, do I have my ticket? Do I have my passport? Am I going to get to the gate on time? Am I going to make my connecting flight? Is my luggage going to get lost? There's those kinds of everyday fear. Am I going to overcook the chicken?
I gotta tell you, I love when we get together because it's like you're reading my mind, and I gotta share with you the first fear. Like when I talked about that before, that clicked in my head was my friend's coming over later. We're gonna barbecue, and I'm thinking, do I have enough gas in the barbecue? Now,
yeah,
maybe it's a minor fear. It's like, I hope I do. And then on the passport thing you just said, my daughter wants to go away on vacation, and we're just the two of us. And I was like, oh, okay, we've never done that before. Couldn't find my passport. So, and I recently moved, and I know it's like, oh God, I'm going to have to go expedite a new passport, blah, 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 blah. But my fear was, what happens if I don't get it in time? So these are minor fears, but why do we think that way, Winnie? Why are we always like worried? Is it worries or is it fears? I wonder about those two as well.
That is a really excellent distinction. Usually it's like a tip of the iceberg thing. If we think about, okay, passport, that's a small thing. What's the worst that's going to happen? It's like, okay, let's say you can't find your passport. Yep. You can't go on the plane. You can't go on the vacation. You wasted a bunch of money on air flight and hotel. But what's the worst that's going to happen? It's not like you're going to die. you still have a roof over your head, you still have food. And so we can worry about the small things, but the reason why we get really triggered is because it's like the tip of the iceberg. We have this general, what's going to happen? And really underneath that, there is a bigger fear, which is the fear of unknown, right? I think deep inside, we all want to be control freak. You know, if I'm the queen of the universe, then X, Y, Z are going to happen. You know, I'm going to have a lot of money. I'm going to have a lot of love. I'm going to have a lot of health. I mean, who doesn't want to have health, love, and money? We all want it. The truth is that we can't always have all of that all the time. You know, it's kind of like full moon and new moon. You know, the waves come in and they go out, sunrise and sunset. The truth is that sometimes we catch a cold and then sometimes we recover. You know, sometimes we are in excellent shape because we work out a lot. And then sometimes we fall off the wagon. You know, sometimes we fall in love and we have this really great relationship with a friend or our kids or a romantic partner. And then sometimes the relationship is a little bit rocky and then there's conflict. And even money, you know, sometimes we feel like we're killing it, we're making so much money, or in our career, we're writing new books, creating new courses. And then sometimes we can have a little bit of a lull where we're in between projects or we're in between jobs and we feel like, oh my God, it's something wrong with me, right? And so really it all boils down to this fear of unknown. What's going to happen next? And this feeling of almost like ants crawling under the skin, be like, oh my God, it's so uncomfortable to sit with the uncertainty, right? And if we're not comfortable with uncertainty, what's going to happen is our brain, which has a negative bias, is going to generate a lot of doubt. What if I don't find my passport? What if I don't catch my flight? You know, what if I undercooked the chicken? What if my kids don't like the chicken I cooked? There's a lot of what if, and so our mind becomes preoccupied. It's like a train, like one thought leads to another thought, leads to another thought, leads to another thought, and pretty soon we have entered a tunnel of darkness.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like the snowball down the hill. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And people tell me, instead of thinking, what if I burn the chicken tonight? No, reframe it, your mindset, to say, I'm going to cook chicken. It's going to be great. I can't wait. There's going to be so much flavor. I'm trying a different seasoning. It's going to be awesome. Reframe it that way, because your subconscious doesn't know how to distinguish between the two. All it hears is the negative. And then it's just like the chain around your neck, like, I've cooked the chicken. I got to find what if I can't find the passport? No, I'm going to find it. Guess what, by the way, I did find it.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. And I looked, and it was in a box that, part of my move, but I almost feel like it was spiritually guided. But I'm getting details, but I started believing I am going to find it. But that's my point. Like, just take it a positive way, because what's the alternative? Why do you want to go negative? Why think about burning the chicken? No, it's going to be great. It's going to be okay.
So Steve, you hit upon a nail, which is this mindset shift, right? Instead of thinking what's going to go wrong, what about what's perfect about this situation?
Yeah.
Right? Can we find the perfection of the situation? And that being said, sometimes we do end up not finding the passport. Sometimes we do end up undercooking the chicken. So one of my favorite quote is, a bird can relax on a branch, not because it trusts the branch not to break, but because it trusts its ability to fly, right? It trusts its own wings. So we don't have to trust that you can find the passport. We actually don't have control over that. We don't have to trust that the chicken will be properly cooked. We don't have to trust that. What we do get to trust is something much deeper. That's the light. That's the truth of who we are. That's the core of our being. That no matter what happens, we'll find a way. There's a way through every block.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say the chicken is undercooked. Maybe we can drive to KFC and buy fried chicken. You know, it's not the end of the world, right? If we can't find the passport, well, maybe we can have a staycation and play video games. You know, there's always another way to find fulfillment. So pain and pleasure happens like day and night happens. Day is followed by night and night is followed by day. Pain is followed by pleasure and pleasure is followed by pain. So in life, we are constantly faced with obstacles like, oh my God, I can't find my keys, or I can't find my wallet, I can't find my phone. You know, I'm sure all the audience can relate to that. At least one time in the last year, you can't find something you need when you need to get out the door and you don't want to be late. It's knowing that it's okay, you know, even if I can't find something, and even if I'm late to the appointment, it doesn't make me less of a person. It doesn't mean the other person would love me less. I think underneath this fear of unknown, let's go down the tip of the iceberg, right? Okay, at the top is, you know, this kind of like everyday surface, I don't know what's going on. And then there's this really deep not knowing. But the fear is, what if I'm not enough? How are other people going to judge me? Oh my God, they're going to think that I'm such a disorganized person. I'm not worthy of them hiring me, or I'm not worthy of my daughter's love because I can't find my passport and I failed to take her on a vacation, right? So underneath that fear of unknown is, how are other people going to judge me for this little obstacle, right? How are other people going to change? You know, are they going to love me less if I show up late to an appointment? Are they going to love me less if I couldn't afford this vacation? And so the answer is, whether the other person appreciates us or loves us, it actually doesn't depend on our performance, whether we produce a passport or produce, you know, a flavorful chicken. It's actually what we vibrate is what the other person's going to come back to me, right? So if I vibrate fear of judgment, that's really because I'm judging myself. Then I'm really inviting other people to judge me. If I vibrate in, oh, I'm not sure, I have doubts if I'm worthy of being hired, then the other person is going to have doubt as to whether Winnie is worthy of hiring. But the reverse is true. If I come as love, then the other person will be, I can't get enough of Winnie. Wow. It's like bees just can't get enough of honey. If I make sure that I am love, then it doesn't matter if I failed to cook the chicken to perfection. It doesn't matter if I can't find my passport. It doesn't matter if I'm late to my appointment. If I am always in love, then I'm going to attract love and understanding and forgiveness and compassion right back to me, so that even if I'm late, people will still love me and they're not going to really hold that against me.
I totally agree with you. And I'm not just saying that because we're here. I do. And, when you said just before in love, I think we mean practice love, like love yourself, share love, do things out of love, whether you're holding the door for somebody at, the convenience store, you love other people, whether you know them or not. People are cool. Sometimes there's some challenges there. And the other part is that you had said, in terms of worrying about things going wrong, like the chicken and the passport, I think what we forget is we need to trust, like the bird on the branch.
Yes.
Trust that we can fix it or recover from it. It's not a big deal, but you need to trust in yourself that, if you mess that chicken up, I got a plan B. Yeah, no problem. We go to KFC, or
Yes.
we make a different dish with it tomorrow, or I'll heat it up again in the microwave and throw it in a salad. Done. No problem. Same thing with the passport. I was trusting that if I don't find it, I'm going to have to spend a lot of money and expedite one, and have to go to the post office, blah, 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 blah. There's, work. And there was a piece of me saying, well, what if I don't get it back in time? But I kind of knew that I would get it back in time if I paid. But it's just trusting in yourself that you can pull it off. And I think a lot of us don't trust in ourselves.
Yes. So let's really dive into this trust piece. How can we trust ourselves? So some people think that trust needs to be earned. What's your opinion on that, Steve? Do you think trust has to be earned?
I'm going to take a second. Please allow. I think it does. I think it does. And I think even within yourself, you need to earn that trust, knowing that you've been through different situations and you could handle them and it all worked out okay. But
yes,
I don't think out of the gate, you can open the door and say, yes, I trust, even people. And I have friends. I mean, even a friend I met a year ago, he's a cool guy, just, met him at a sports bar. We just kind of hit it off. And now, we all have different friends and we all hang out together. And I've often said, even 6 months into knowing this guy, I totally trust him, but he earned that trust. And same thing, for me, but I think it's got to be earned.
Exactly. So one of my favorite book is called The Power of Showing Up by Daniel Siegel and Tina Bryson. And they talk about the 4S. So the 4S is safety, soothe, safety, seen, soothe, and secure. So what that means is, let's say, oh my God, I can't find my passport and I'm freaking out and I'm running around the house like a mad chicken. Like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay.
And I was.
So the first S is safety, as in I'm going to create an emotional safety. I'm not going to speak negatively to myself. I'm not going to call myself a loser. I'm not going to call myself names. Oh my God, look, you are so disorganized. You never put things in the right place. So the first safety is really saying, you're okay. You're safe. And not speak to ourselves negatively. The second S is seen. Seen is like to validate, right? So we can say something like, well, if you put 10 people in my shoes, 10 people are going to run around the house like a headless chicken, because I can understand why you are reacting the way that you are. I can understand why you're freaking out because you really want to have a passport and you don't. The third S is soothe, right? So, okay, so now we really can't find the passport. but it's okay. Even if we don't go on the vacation, it's okay, right? So it's having these soothing techniques, and maybe it's breathing, maybe it's taking a bath and relaxing and just allowing and trusting the process. And what I love is that the final S is called secure. And how we arrive at secure is if we can repeatedly do safe, seen, and soothe, safe, seen, and soothe, safe, seen, and soothe. So if we do this over and over and over again, then we begin to build a track record. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter if however big obstacle come in our way, right? Doesn't matter if this feels like the sky is falling. I have a track record of being safe, seen, and soothed. And so if I do this enough of times, I become secure. So part of the thing is that if we were parented with the 4S as children, then we would feel secure with our parents and we would feel secure in ourselves. So trust is really hopefully something that we have learned to develop with us in childhood. But just because our parents didn't give us or parent with the 4S, we can reparent ourselves with the 4S. So what I have done is, okay, so it doesn't matter what happens, I'm going to practice safe, seen, and soothe. And I do that enough of times, I begin to trust myself. And so that was really the core of how we begin to cultivate this trust, right? The bird can trust it can fly because it's flapped its wings many times before, right? So it does take practice. It does take embodiment. And so a lot of people walk around like, oh, I don't know if I can trust my partner. I don't know if I can trust the people I work with. I don't know if I can trust my kids. I don't know if I can trust my spouse. Now, listen up, guys. If you have trouble trusting the people in your life, that's because you have trouble trusting yourself.
I agree. But I have a question.
Okay, just let me finish this thought.
Okay,
So
absolutely.
So then the next question is, how do we really cultivate this trust in ourselves? And that is why I wrote the book and have this course and create this online community. All of that you can find from my website, www.mindfulhealingheart.com. Because don't you want to gift yourself this gift of trust? Don't you want to trust yourself, right? So yeah, I feel like, I can chant mantra, be like, I trust myself, I trust myself, I trust myself, I trust myself, I trust myself. That doesn't mean I can actually trust myself, because I need to embody the trust. I need to vibrate in the trust. And that's why I wrote the book and have this course to really do the energy healing so that everyone can see, wow, in my life, I've had a lot of challenges and I've had success turning all the lemons into lemonade. All right, Steve, it's your turn. Take it away.
No, I was just about to say what you said, in that you take a look at our lives, everybody watching, everybody listening, and where you were years ago and where you are now, and the things that you overcame, whatever they may be, but you did because you had to trust. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten there. And maybe there was, maybe you didn't totally trust every single time, but there's your scene, with the 4 S's. The only thing I would say is, you said before that, you trust this person, that person, that person. If you don't trust them, maybe you don't trust yourself, unless they've given you reason not to trust them. So that would be my disclaimer. Right?
So that is a really good point. So in one of the translations of Tao Te Ching, there's a quote. It says, trust people who are trustworthy. trust people who are not trustworthy. That is true trust. Now, maybe this is a little bit controversial, and I welcome the audience to call in and leave comments. And by the way, mindfulhealingheart@gmail.com if you want to talk about this trust issue some more. What does it mean? Trust people who are not trustworthy, and that is true trust. Is this fundamental idea? Do you think that the universe is out to get you and you have to guard against that all the time? If that is your view, you have every right to do that. And I completely respect if you want to think that the world is out to get you and you have to defend and protect and guard. But also there's another possible way is to look at the world as everything is happening for me. There's perfection in everything, right? So for example, I had a car accident and you can say the car accident is bad, but it was because of the car accident that I had the spiritual awakening. So yeah, I can guard myself and try to prevent myself from having a car accident, but I needed the car accident so that I can have a spiritual awakening, right? I had a labor accident, when I was giving birth to my second child, and it caused a spinal injury. So you can say, oh, maybe I could have done more research on the OBGYN and yada, yada, yada. But really, accidents happen, right? Like we can't really be control freak. And, that's a really tiring way to live, to always be not taking any risks and guarding. Or I can say, I needed that spinal injury so that I would become an acupuncturist and become a medical intuitive, right? So it's, what if we came with the assumption that everything in our lives is happening to our perfection, in that every lesson is to help us serve humanity, right? So I needed the spinal injury, I needed the car accident, I needed all of those things so that I can serve humanity in the way that I do now. So if I want to adopt that, the whole cosmos loves me, supports me, protects me, and 24/7 I'm being divinely guided, and all the time I'm loved and supported. And I think that the opposite of fear, besides trust, is also feeling supported, feeling like the world's got me, right? And that if I ever need anything, I just ask for help and help comes.
I agree. And I truly agree that things happen for you. You might not like it. And sometimes maybe somebody will do something that you might not totally trust them, whatever it might be. But at the same time, it happened for a reason. It's to make you a better person and a better person for other people. It's challenging sometimes to accept that. And if you need help, it's there. I have a friend, talks about money all the time. It's like, I should be doing a lot better. I wish. Well, I said, well, you know what? Have that mindset. It's going to come to you. Think that way. You're not thinking that way. You're like a car going down the road trying to figure life out. Focus on that and it'll happen to you. But yeah, it's, and I know it's such a cliche to say that, this happened to me. No, it happened for you, but it really did. It really did.
Yes. And so what I have discovered is every single time I experience fear, every time I feel like, I'm in a dark tunnel, the first thing I do is I apologize to myself. Why? Because I apologize for not knowing how much I am loved, protected, and supported by the whole cosmos. So, I want to invite you, Steve, and everybody who's listening right now, that every time you encounter an obstacle, that the first thing you do is, I apologize for not knowing how much I'm loved, protected, and supported. And I apologize for having given myself the negative information that generated this fear. I apologize for having judged myself, having spoken negatively to myself, having thought that I'm not enough and I'm not lovable, and having created all this frustration and suffering for myself. This is really why I wrote the book and created the course, because I really want to help everyone give up living in frustration and suffering. We don't get to choose pain and pleasure, unfortunately. It's like pain and pleasure happens. It's just like day and night. But how we respond to the pain and pleasure, if we resist, then we're going to have suffering and frustration. If we open our heart to accept that everything that happens is truly divine love, then wow, every pain becomes an opportunity to purify, and every pleasure becomes very deep fulfillment. And so I like to think that the people who laugh the hardest, they also cry the hardest, but not because they're suffering, but just because they process their pain really fast. I like to think that I can process my pain in 90 seconds. Actually, I made this video called the top 5 moves to process any emotion in 90 seconds. And so the idea is just you do these 5 moves and then you can process it.
Love it. And by the way, I want to add, you did, and we're at it, like we're actually overtime, but you did the 4 S's before. So I'm going to add a P to the pain and the pleasure. And that extra P is patience. Got to have patience, because all the things that we're talking about, it'll be figured out. And I always say it will be revealed. And you may be going through something like, oh, how did that happen? Why is it me? Why? Tap the brakes and wait to find out. And eventually you will. The website is mindfulhealingheart.com. And you talked about a masterclass for this. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, so you can get access to the free masterclass and also the free video for the top 5 moves to process emotions in 90 seconds when you join the online community. So you just click on community and join, and you'll have access.
Terrific. Always great talking with you, Winnie. It's your energy is amazing. Breath of fresh air. We've all been through a lot of stuff, and you keep it moving, and it's admirable. And we all have fear, but let's get rid of some of that fear. We really don't need it. You don't need it in your life. And you know what? You'll find the passport. The chicken will be fine. It'll be okay.
That's right.
All right, Winnie, thanks a lot. And look forward to catching up with you next time.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
So we're all human, obviously, and we love to be with other people, that social interaction, and also in more intimate relationships when you have a partner and you're with somebody and usually it's all good, but sometimes when it's not, then you need to get a little help with that. And we're going to talk about that today, improving your relationships. And she is a coach that helps individuals and couples do that in many different capacities. Allison Cowan joins us again. Allison, how you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm so happy to be with you again, Steve, and be face to face. And I'm excited to be here. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. And before we dive in, your website, let's give that to everybody.
My website is www.purposefulpathwayslifecoaching.com.
Gotcha. So I'd love to, when we talk about relationships, start with my best friend.
Okay.
Because this just happened.
Okay.
And he's trying to navigate through it. They've been together 6 years. They get together like once or twice a week because they live in different areas. Long story short, I actually put them together.
Okay.
And she's wonderful. He's, again, my best friend forever. Over the weekend, we went to meet some other friends in a reunion out of state. And she was upset that it was supposed to be their anniversary weekend. They weren't sure exactly what the date is, so they made this past weekend their anniversary weekend. However, he went with me and a bunch of other guys. We all met up and just like, silly, goofy fun, like we were back in high school. And, 3-4 days, and then he was back. Now, she's unhappy that he chose to go that weekend.
Okay.
But one of the friends flew up or drove up actually from another state. And it was the only time he could do it. So that's why we all got together. And actually, we surprised that friend. He had no idea we were coming.
Okay.
Here's the part. I get what she's saying. She's like, why wasn't it a couples weekend? Why? Because the guys were just hanging out. And yes, one of the friends came up with his girlfriend. So it was a couple, but he's traveling with her. And then the other friend, we stayed at his house and his wife just happened to live in the house. So,
okay.
That, there was a couple of couples, but it was just the guy thing. But here's the thing. My friend took his girlfriend to this same house and hung out with his friend about 2 months ago. And it was a couples thing. So he already had taken her down there, but we coincidentally went back there because we all got together. And she's unhappy and they're kind of going at it. And she's like, I expected you to cook me a dinner for our anniversary. And he's like, well, I always cook. She doesn't. He's like, what if I want to go out? So that's where I'm at. I'm trying to give him advice. I'm not really sure what to say. I'm siding with him because he had already taken her there like 6 weeks, 8 weeks before this weekend. And now she's, kind of bent out of shape that, he hung out with his friends. What are your initial thoughts? I don't want to color this in any way, but what are you thinking?
It sounds like there were a couple things going on. One would be uncommunicated expectations.
Okay.
So, you had your expectations, or your friend had his expectations, his girlfriend, his wife, had hers, but they weren't communicated. So the other didn't know what the other one wanted or needed.
Maybe. He was clear that they would get together for their anniversary this weekend coming up. So they were just going to delay it by, and they were going to go out to dinner. And, she's very insecure. So I think she might be thinking that, oh, he's having this crazy wild time with all these couples. No, it's a couple of guys sitting around a fire pit.
Okay.
Literally.
Okay.
That's what we did. We took a drive to a mountain. That's what we did. Stupid jokes that we told when we were 17. We told the same jokes over again. That was it. But I think she's insecure about a lot of things, and maybe thought he was having more fun without her, but he did bring her there. Again, we're talking like 4 states away, no exaggeration, recently. So it's not like she didn't get that time that she was expecting. It just wasn't this time. But yeah, I guess the setting the expectations, making sure that everybody is clear as to what they want is super key.
And then there are 5, and I want to make sure I can get them all because I sometimes forget one of them. But there's appreciation, attention, acceptance, affection, and allowance. And allowance is when you are able to let your partner have their own autonomy and trust them. So if there is insecurity going on, there may be some control that is happening because, if I allow him to do this, then she may go into a tailspin of what ifs.
I hear you loud and clear. Yeah. Thinking that, well, I give them a little bit of freedom, and what are they actually doing down there? What's going on down there? And I can tell you firsthand, he tells me everything. As I do to him, he would never do anything to jeopardize a relationship, ever. And it's all good except for this one little piece, the insecurity. But I totally hear what you're saying. It's the mind starting to wander. What is actually going down there? And it comes down to trust.
And allowance is of all of them, is the most difficult for couples to work through. And it is about trust.
Yeah.
You are right. There's got to be that trust level. And how, have they sat down and discussed what trust means to them?
That's a really good point. That is really a really good point. Because I don't know how you would define that. What does it mean? Like when you go away for a weekend with your friends, what does that trust mean? I'm going to text that to him right now. Yeah. What does it mean? What is it? And again, what, Allison, you're going back to what you said originally. It's the expectations. What's your expectation of trust?
Right.
Wow. Yeah, very clear.
And then is there any evidence of mistrust? So, somebody gets upset and insecure. Well, what evidence is there that the other person did something to break the trust?
And I'm not in that relationship, so I can't speak 100%, but knowing him since we were kids, I doubt it. I doubt it. I mean, he's even shared, if they go to a party and there's, girls dancing and they're in their 20s, wedding or whatever, she's like, and he's sitting right there, not doing anything. But I think she is insecure and has trust issues. But yeah, that's what is the definition of trust in your relationship? How do you define? Because it's different for everybody. You may have a more open relationship where you can do this or you could do that. But you still have to know where the trust line, the boundaries, call them the boundaries lie.
I'm also picking up a little bit on something that is called attachment theory.
Okay.
And it does start in childhood. And how somebody is raised. And there's all sorts of, different
triggers,
anxious, the names for avoidant, anxious, this, that. There's a whole list of them that I can find them. I just not pulling them all off the top of my head.
Sure.
But so, anxious, it sounds like there's an anxious form of attachment that she's brought and
to the relationship. Yeah.
Relationship now, because we do that. The way the attachments that we do bring them into our future relationships.
So let's go back to that, Allison. And by the way, we're talking with relationship and individual coach as well. She works with couples and anybody looking to move their life forward. Allison Cowan with purposefulpathwayslifecoaching.com. Let's say that let's say there was an issue with your parents. Maybe one maybe they got divorced. Maybe one abandoned, walked out, whatever it might be. I don't know her situation, but there could be something that goes way back that is now back in her head and she doesn't even know it, but that's what's really kind of driving the relationship and the, call it the mistrust or maybe insecurities. Is that something you do? Do you go a little bit deeper into that and talk about somebody's upbringing, childhood, things like that?
Yes, especially when it comes to attachment theory. And I've been actually studying attachment theory for 30 years, back when my children were little. And I remember when I was growing up, I felt like I was misunderstood, that it wasn't a match. And, there was a lot of just differences of personality that, I wasn't necessarily, I was loved, but some parts of me were not accepted. And I guess what I'm getting at is that just because an attachment style has developed doesn't mean it can't be fixed. Because when I had my first child, and this is when I really started looking into attachment theory.
Mm-hmm.
And, my mother and I had always had a bit of a, off and on, I knew I was loved, but sometimes felt misunderstood. And I learned, well, who mothers the mother?
Well,
and so I ended up mothering my mother. She may be surprised when she hears this.
Hi, Mom.
Yeah. But it was just I started to nurture her. And as I started to nurture her, our relationship just blew wide open.
And she might be, and I don't mean to cut you off. We do have a call we're going to grab, but she may have been dealing with things from her childhood and passes it on to you because it's all generational. Let's go to the phones. Hi, who's this?
Hi, my name is Keisha, and I was calling because I need help transitioning jobs, and I don't know where to start. I'm starting a job in a field I never worked in, and I wanted to know if you can help me.
Any thoughts on that?
Sure. So, Keisha, I didn't quite hear, you're starting a new job in a new field. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And it's a field you've never worked in. Do you mind if I ask what the field is?
It's actually culinary, cooking.
Okay.
And I've never worked in this field.
Okay. So sales or is it culinary?
It's cooking, so they say culinary.
Okay. Okay. Is this something you're passionate about?
It's real new to me.
Say that one more time, Keisha. It's what?
It's not something I'm passionate about, but I wanted to see how it will work out with me on going into this career.
Okay.
Okay. So you are wondering how to adapt to a new job?
Correct.
Okay. If I were, as a coach, I normally don't give advice, but walking in with an open mind would be the first thing. And then asking all of the questions. So as you're learning and feeling insecure, ask all of the questions. And not being afraid to ask those questions, because that's how you will learn. And you're learning a new skill, and everybody is capable of learning new skills. And mistakes may be made. And if a mistake is made, chalk it up to, oh, I just learned something. Now I know, and I can move on. Mistakes are learning opportunities. Doesn't mean you failed.
So Keisha, this is a new job. You don't really have a passion for it, so we're going to call it, it's a job. It's a job, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I'm right away. I don't want to be the mirror in front of Keisha's face here, but if you don't have a passion for it, I think it's going to be even more challenging. But we all need to. Job opportunity comes up, we need to support ourselves. You gotta do what you got to do and go for it. But what do you really want to do, Keisha? What like right now? I'm not the therapist.
No, because that was actually going to be my next question. Would be, it'd be great to get coaching around what do you love, what lights you up, what brings you joy and fulfillment, and it may be that you're working a job and you still can do all of these things, learn new skills. These skills are all skills are transferable in some way or another, but getting some coaching around what do you want to do?
Yeah. Is there something that stands out in your mind, Keisha? I think we might have lost her. Yep. Hey, no worries. But you know what? If she's still listening, I would consider that. But you know what? It's not for naught. In taking and to your point, Allison, in taking that job, you're going to learn new things. You're going to meet new people, and you're going to gain confidence as well. So there is a benefit and a paycheck.
Yeah.
The benefit to doing that anyway. So why not? But really, I might just go back to what really drives you. What do you really want? Because that's going to be the bing, it's a win if you've got the passion for whatever you're doing.
And Keisha, if you'd love to if you're still listening and want to contact me, I'd love to talk with you about, what do you love? What lights you up?
Yeah.
What fulfills you? What's going to make you want to wake up every morning?
Sure. And you might not even know the answer. There are probably people watching, listening right now that they don't know the answer.
It's a process. It can be a process. So it's not like coaching isn't something that always happens overnight. It's a process. And because it's like we talked about last week, that discovering, there's that third pillar where we discover and keep discovering and test it out, and eventually come to the answers.
Yeah. And that's what you help people with. Help them think about that, what their passion might be. I remember I've been doing radio broadcasting since I was 17, and I left a big job after like 2.5 decades. And it was like the job. I got it when I was 18. It was the job, and left. It was just didn't seem right anymore, and got out of radio for a couple of months. And I started looking for jobs where I wanted to help people. So I would go to a hospital, director of external affairs and things like that because I wanted to help people and be part of a community or whatever. And then I was like, duh, you've been doing that all along. You just didn't realize it. Somebody actually said that to me, Allison, and could have been a therapist, it could have been a counselor, or a friend. They said that you've been doing it all along. Why don't you just go back to doing what you were doing? So I did.
Absolutely. And look at just, this is our second time together, and you offer value. You are offering value to people
as you are
by showing up and then having people call in, and you have great insight into people in general. I sense that there's something intuitive that you pick up on things. And
what's funny, Allison? People have said that before, and I don't think about it. It's just I just do it. I guess in Keisha's view of things, maybe find that job where it's not, and it's such a cliche, but as I've learned, it shouldn't feel like work. And if that's then you found it. Then you found your life purpose if it doesn't feel like work.
And it doesn't. Sometimes people think that, have a belief that, well, then it needs to be some huge something that they believe is more important than something else.
Right.
In reality, it doesn't matter what the job is. Some people find fulfillment.
Yeah.
Cleaning. Some people find fulfillment.
Yeah.
It's.
I totally got you. I totally understand what you're saying.
So it doesn't matter what
type
of job. It's just
you
find that fulfillment.
And don't let other people judge you or think that they're going to judge you. Like, for example, you could be the executive at the XYZ company over here. And maybe you're already doing that, whatever. But then you could have another job here. And I don't mean to put them in different levels. So we'll put them here. And you could be, somebody who loves horticulture and plants. And wow, I've loved it since I was a kid. So then do that. If it feels right inside you, then do that. And don't let people look, well, he's just given up that job at the XYZ company. If you financially are okay with all of these changes, then do what you love. Do what feels right. If it doesn't feel right, you go to work every day, it doesn't feel right. Then it's just like, it's like the cogs in an engine where, they're struggling, trying to turn, but they're not really turning well. But for that, that's where you're there, because sometimes you need to talk to somebody to get I call it the camera angle, different camera angles from somebody.
And there are times that you can be in a job that maybe isn't your favorite job, but you can make it the best that you can.
Right.
So, there's different ways of looking at it.
Well, I love what you just said, Allison, because you said make it the best that it can, but maybe also make it yours. So let's say you are the executive at the XYZ company. It's like, all right, I don't really love a job, but then you start a program. This is hypothetical. You start a program where you're planting trees in your community, and you're using the XYZ company to help fund that and make your community a better place. And now you've kind of grabbed it within.
Yes.
You've made it your own.
Yes. So you can different outreach. There's so many possibilities and so many ways to get creative. So,
it goes right back to, and it's on, and we're just about out of time. It's in back of you. Anything is possible. The words above your head there on your wall. Anything is possible if you open your mind to it. Like we said, make it your own, or even Keisha. All right, be that cook, the culinary job, but maybe there's something else floating out there, and start thinking about it. If somebody wants to work with you, Allison, they go to your website. Is it a free discovery call?
I offer a 1 hour complimentary consult call, discovery call. But it's 1 hour. It's free of charge. So we really get into what is going on and the challenges that someone is facing, so that there's a lot of clarity and how I can help, where they want to be, what results do they want. And I take my time with them because, they deserve it. And they're making a choice to trust me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I want to give that time so that they can sense that trust.
Love that. And even an hour, you learn a lot talking to somebody. And if it's a right fit, appreciate you being here today. It's funny. We started before we went on. We're like, I don't know, what should we talk about today? We just kind of went along. But, also just as important, I'll be texting my best friend later with some of the things that you shared. Because, yeah, definitely super important. Allison Cowan, thanks for being with us, and looking forward to getting together when we hook up again next time.
Oh, Stephen, it was wonderful again. So much fun. I just, this is the second time together, and I just feel over the moon every time we have.
No, it's great to have you here. You're like breath of fresh air. Purposeful Pathways, lifecoaching.com, right?
Correct.
Go there and get a free consult, free discovery call. All right. Thanks, Allison. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online radio box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
So I'm going to say something right now. I don't mean to be negative, but it's real. And that is, life ain't easy. It just isn't. There's so much going on, so many different pieces. And then sometimes you've got so much on your plate that it just can't support it anymore. And sometimes you hit the wall, and sometimes you're burned out. You are. And you got to get back from that and restart life and move things forward. Well, I found a professional burnout specialist. Never even knew they existed. Her name is Anna Lovell Nesmith, and she joins us again today. How you doing today, Anna?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing real great. We've talked before. I just want to reset for anybody that is checking us out for the first time on a video or listening to us. What makes you a specialist when it comes to burnout?
It's just the area I focus on. I really help people really identify what that looks like, remove any shame or guilt associated with it, and also create the awareness that it happens to everybody. And so I really hone in on exactly what this looks like and how to help alleviate that.
In what you practice and dealing with people, are you finding that more and more people are telling you that they are burned out?
Yeah, yeah, especially after the last 2 years. I mean, it's always been prominent, but especially after the last 2 years.
Why do you think that is? And I'm even asking that question because so many things have changed in the last 2 years. Relationships, it's almost as if somebody took a rock and hit the pond, just like, and it just the ripples went out, and then all those changes happen because of COVID. Why do you think?
Well, I think you're exactly right. It's because of COVID, but on top of that, it was no one ever had the chance to really start when we were pivoting. I felt like we were constantly pivoting with what we could do, what we couldn't do, how we could work, how we couldn't work, go into the office, don't go into the office. And then boom, it was shut down. But even at that point, there was still a lot of inconsistencies on how can we proceed, what's safe, what's not safe. And so when we as humans have constant instability, it makes us feel fearful, it makes us feel exhausted, it makes us feel anxious, and it feels like we're out of control, right? And so a lot of these things, just in the nature of it, are also what burnout can look like. And so trying to find that rhythm and any kind of normalcy during that time was really difficult and challenging for all of us. And really, there wasn't any normalcy because it was all brand new for all of us. And then with this transition of going back into the office, it's a whole lot of uncertainties and we're not quite sure what's going to happen. And I think for some, there's this idea like, are we going to get shut down again? And so all that fear on top of our daily duties and our roles in our companies and in our families or just in our daily lives, it just magnifies all of the constant emotions we're going through all the time, really. But when there's fear and uncertainty introduced, it just amplifies all those emotions and makes them seem a lot larger and it feels a lot bigger. And like I said, there's some people still feeling like, well, the transition back to work seems a little uncertain still. And so I think that's
Yeah. No, so we talk about work and schedules and things like that in terms of perpetuating the burnout. But what about relationships? Can there be burnout in relationships?
absolutely. Yeah, I think that when we are burned out with just how we're feeling, a natural byproduct is that with any person that we're talking to, when we normally have the compassion and empathy that we can relate and listen and be patient and be kind to those that we're dealing with intimately on a daily basis, it's almost like there's no more for that we're on the breaking point. And so in relationships, when little things like, let's say your partner has the cupboard open and you always close it, but this time that's open and you're like, I'm done closing this cupboard, it's like a switch. It just amplifies, it explodes. And so everything seems a lot bigger and a lot just louder because we're already at this level, this threshold of like, I'm trying to keep it together. And I feel like when we have that much space with another person and we're kind of forced to keep it, where we can't go out, where we can't do other things, the relationship begins to look a little different. And if we're not careful, it can look really bad. And so things that normally wouldn't bother us seem all of a sudden like a really big deal. But the truth is our patients are at a different threshold in how we're feeling and how we're able to compartmentalize certain things and how we're able to communicate, because it's almost like we're not sure how to communicate with ourselves because our minds are so busy and so loud. And so oftentimes we get into that reactive state, which is you just explode. The cupboard's not shut. That's it. I've had it. I'm going to slam that cupboard shut and I'm going to go off on my partner and say, what are you doing? I always close these. And it just seems like a huge deal when 2 years ago it would have been like, let me close this cupboard again because he left it open. So
What do you do? What are some suggestions you have for people when they're at that tipping point? Or
yeah.
I guess you've identified when you realize that you're at that tipping point, right? Or are there any other things you can share with us there?
Yeah, so other identifying factors are just this idea of feeling hopeless, feeling like self-doubt, feeling like whatever you do is never enough because it's just you're never satisfied with your job, overwhelm, anxiety, just things that I say that I feel like we go through these regularly, but they're these emotions that are constant. Everything is always in a state of like overwhelm, exhaustion, feeling like you're drowning, feeling like you're not able to keep your head above water, feeling like your negative chatter is so loud that you can't shut it off. And when that becomes nonstop, when those scripts play over and over in your mind, that's when you know that there's something really going on. Because if 2 years ago, 6 months ago, 2 months ago, that wasn't the way your mental health was feeling, if that wasn't the idea and the way that your brain was working and speaking with you, then that's when you take note and say, okay, let me take a minute and really think about this, what's going on here. And then if you find that you're in those positions, well, the first thing you want to do is obviously try to talk to somebody and say, okay, I think I'm burned out. But if you're not in a position to just dive into Google and find support, then you can just take a moment and take a big breath and think really clearly, what is happening? How did I feel 2 months ago? It's almost like a self-assessment of, okay, what's going on here? And then taking that space and being able to think clearly of, okay, for instance, the cupboard. Okay, how many times has this cupboard been open? Probably 50. Has it ever bothered me before? No. Okay, what's going on now that I feel so anxious and angry? I want to slam that cupboard and just fire off. And then when you have that moment of clarity, you can realize, okay, something more is going on. I need to figure out exactly what this is. And oftentimes it is burnout. And as we spoke about before, it's not that there's only burnout, there can be other issues as well. And then a therapist can help with that part of it. But absolutely in burnout, there's a big reaction mode that we get into. And the best and first thing to do is to stop, take a breath and think, what is happening? How long ago has this been happening? And why now is it such a different reaction for me? And that will offer really profound insight, I believe.
It sounds so simple, but it's been scientifically proven just by taking those breaths, what that can do for you. We're going to go to a call. Hi, who's this?
Hi, my name is Emily.
Emily, checking in from
Albany.
From Albany. Okay, great. We have a professional burnout specialist with us. Anna is here. Do you have a question?
I do. Okay, so I suffer from really bad anxiety. I'm on medication and it's been helpful. But honestly, I was wondering if Reiki would be able to like help that more, because I'm not really where I want to be at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think energy work is always really positive and actually can support any kind of medicine without any, without any interference. And I think that having that still space and just having that energy being given to you is going to really create a space of calm. It's going to connect your body and mind. And you might really be able to have a moment to reflect, to figure out, okay, what exactly am I feeling so anxious about? Is it a particular topic? Is it a conversation I had? It will just create that space for clarity and offer support with our health, right? Holistically, because Reiki, I think, is a beautiful practice. So I think that's a safe and a good idea. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for calling.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. Yeah, Reiki is pretty amazing. I didn't just discover it. I knew about it for years, but never really had it done until 5 months ago. And wow, I just had it done first in person. 3 days ago.
Yeah.
And I'm still feeling the the chill, the calm. And quite honest, I could be close to that burnout level myself. Not kidding. So it definitely made a difference. And there's all different things. When somebody reaches out to you, Anna, and they're going through a lot in their life and they're trying to juggle everything, and they think they might be getting to that tipping point, how do you help them? How do you work with them?
Well, so kind of like what we were talking about last time is I have a conversation and I find out exactly what the trigger points are. What's been going on in their lives? How are they feeling? Why now are they feeling like this is more challenging than what it was in the past? And then as I get to know them, I really tailor what I offer to them specifically to their lifestyle, to who they are as a person, to the roles they have in their company, if they're the business owner. It's all very relative to who that person is and what they're going through, because there's not like a one size fits all with this, obviously, because we're human and everyone needs different support. So that's how I start, is I always have a conversation and I ask the simple questions and I listen, and then I just think to myself, okay, what do they need? How can I serve them? And then we start supporting, and it's usually really successful. Like I've said last time, I've had 100% success rate. So, but it's because of that approach. It's very specific, very tailored, and I really care about what I do. And so my goal is to help everybody that I can. And so I take that time to just have that initial conversation.
Would you say that a lot of burnout can be driven by disorganization. Maybe you used to be organized and now life happens and things are all over the place, and just you got to kind of reset that. Can that really elevate the level of burnout?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And in those times, oftentimes when that's the world that person's living in, that chaos, that disorganization, when one more thing is introduced, that can be the tipping point.
That's a needle in the haystack.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I can imagine that. And when you add all of that up, I guess it's cumulative that it keeps stacking up. All right. This is disorganized. I got to clean my house. My office is a mess. They're calling me. I got to pick up my kid. I got to do this. I got to do that.
Yes.
There you go.
Yep. And it's almost like you become paralyzed because it's like, I don't know how to even take one step forward because there's so many things I have to tackle and I'm not sure where to start. And that can be the big catalyst of burnout. Like you don't know what to do. You're so overwhelmed that you're just depleted and you're just unable to make any decision, which is common in burnout as well.
Depleted's a great word. It really is. And you did say something, all those things that you have to do. Would you say that it's also about reframing your language? Like, got to get up this morning. I got to do this. I can't remember. I got to do that. Reframe it to, I get to do that.
Yeah, I mean, that can help, right? But there are other ways that we can, I mean, yes, to answer your question shortly, absolutely. Absolutely. But some people, I think that idea has been introduced for a while. And so some people have this natural resistance to the get to. And so it's about, again, that conversation piece of what kind of words really serve that person. I agree with you that affirmations are important and that using positive words are really powerful. But I think it's, I think get to is really liberating and changes perspective. But I also think there are other words too, because I've had clients too in the past where they don't like get to because it's just kind of, used so many times, it doesn't resonate with them personally.
Right.
Yeah. But absolutely.
I just framed it in a different way, thinking that, more of a positive thing. Because how many people wake up first thing in the morning and it's like have that list going in their head before they even get out of their bed.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right. But really it's important for us, and I know it can be challenging, but it's important for us to recognize and always really embrace the fact that every day really is a gift. When we get to wake up and get out of bed, that's a gift.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes people don't, right? I mean, it just happens. And so I think that's one great way to really bring in a positive attitude is to be like, I got to wake up. I got to wake up today. I get to go do a shower. I get to use my running water. Get to in that way is really powerful. But it's that perspective that we're all really blessed in what we have, right? If we get to wake up and walk, or wake up and see the sun, or wake up and hear a bird, I mean, that's beautiful. And it's something that we should really work to not take for granted, because every day is special and you get to do whatever you want with every day. I mean, it's your choice, right?
And is it easy to adopt that mindset? No, it's not.
No.
And it takes time to, continually. I've got a friend and he puts a Post-it note by the Keurig machine every morning so that it reminds him to just think that, because we're always like moving. I think we talked briefly about it, but you've been in a burnout situation before. Yeah. What was your tipping point?
I think it was the 2 losses my family suffered back to back within like 9 days of each other. And neither was expected. I mean, oftentimes they're not. And it was just that it was like I was trying to mourn, I was trying to host, I was trying to support like my husband, because one of our losses was his mom, which is my mother-in-law. And, it was just so many things. And it was like, how do I help and serve, but also take a moment to know that I'm breaking inside too. And it was just this, like I think I shared with you last time, I was just trying to mop because I had to host, because we had family from Maine over here. And I just was like, I can't do this. I cannot push this mop anymore. I'm going to freak out. I'm losing it. And I just had to take a breath. Nothing happened. My kids didn't start being loud or arguing. Like it was peaceful. It was calm. I was just trying to mop. And I just had this moment of like, I can't do this. I literally cannot do this. I'm going to lose it. And I thought, what is happening? This is not usual for me. I know there's a lot going on, but exactly what is this? And I just knew it was burnout, because it was like, we do the best we can. We get thrown in all different positions and spaces all the time. But there are times where it just seems like, I don't know why, but I cannot do this. And that's the burnout. That's the, oh my gosh, something really serious is happening here.
Yeah, the scales tipped.
Uh,
Yeah. You know, honestly, as you're explaining that, I was getting a little anxious hearing it, being very honest with you, because I could sense it, you know, your energy and everything coming from you.
yeah, it was, yeah. And that's what that is. And it was also beautiful in the way of, it gave me so much empathy and compassion for the people that I get to serve. And at that point, I had not served yet, but then, you know, moving forward, I began to. But it gives me that insight, because I remember that feeling of hopelessness and helplessness, and it was just excruciating. And so what I do is I really work to help everyone feel supported and seen and heard, and know that, like, it's going to be okay, because it will. But in that moment, it feels like I don't know how to even proceed. I don't even know how to take one step forward. And I don't want anyone to feel that way ever. I mean, we all will. We all do. It's natural. But if I can help, that is why I'm here.
And I think also, and for a lot of us, it's dealing with a trauma. I mean, that's traumatic, what you described. And all of us have those traumas in our lives. And then you take life in general and put that on top of it. And also, you got to remember too, not in your situation, but overall, that you can't control other people. So you have to have that reality check that, you know, it's maybe it's not you, maybe it's them, and there's nothing you can do. That's it.
And I often, with that kind of situation, I always encourage whoever I'm talking to detach from the outcome. With a person you're trying to help or talk through, or even if you're coaching them at work, or if it's an employee situation, or if it's a family or friend member, it's you have to detach. You do the best you can do to be kind and speak to them with whatever conversation you need to have. But then it's important for us to detach from the outcome, because you're right, we have no control on how they're going to react. We have no control how they're going to process what we said, and we have no control if it's going to fix the situation or not, right? At the end of the day, all we can do is speak our part and kind of get it off of our chest, but then let go of what the response from the person will be. Because when we can, you know, liberate ourselves from that, it makes it almost more accepting as well, that, okay, if they're not able to hear what I said or meet me where I'm trying to, you know, meet them, it's okay.
Yeah. So you've had two words today that I thought were very powerful, and they both start with the letter D. The first one was depleted, which is says it all right there, and detach. And I think that's a great word when you're dealing in a situation and you can't do anything about it, and you're almost powerless in where you are, to just go take the right road, the positive direction, and detach from it. And I don't know, maybe that's not right. Some people say, you know, when you just, I call it the file cabinet of life, throw the things in a file cabinet, close the door. Sometimes the file cabinet overflows, or the bucket of emotions overflow, and then maybe burned out at that point.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. So when somebody calls you, how does it all start? You know, and again, I think it's great that somebody specializes in burnout. You start with a conversation, you kind of peel back a couple of layers, and then where do you go from there?
Well, and so oftentimes people, they call me and they say, well, I think I'm burned out. And I'm like, okay, well, talk with me. How are things going? And then they're like, well, I don't know what to say. And so I just nurture them and say, just talk about whatever's happening. And really through that conversation, and I just give them space to talk, and I'm truly genuinely listening and trying to pull out the pieces that are triggering the burnout, that are the signs of the burnout. Then at the end of the conversation, I go back to them and I say, okay, it sounds like you have a certain level of anxiety because of this happening in your life. It sounds like you're feeling really overwhelmed with your job because you're the business owner, or you're the director or CEO or CFO, and this new change in the organization has happened. And then they oftentimes will say, yeah, oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that that's what was happening, even though they literally just told me. But, you know, it's that processing. It's that idea that they're not even aware of all the things that have caused that burnout and why they're feeling the way that they are. And so once we start with that conversation, then I just talk with them about, I think I talked with you last week about the 12-week program that I do. And then we just go from there. And like I said, it's been always really successful. And it's because I care and I really want everyone to feel well and be well.
Well, what's fantastic is we've got therapists and they're important. There are life coaches out there. They're important, but you specialize in one thing. And if that's what somebody's dealing with, I got to believe you get right to the meat of it and start working on it. Yeah. And we have a minute or so left before we leave each other. I hate the way that sounds. before we detach. I think it's important to note, I'm pretty sure that this month is Suicide Prevention Month. And, just a thought that popped in my head, if anybody's at that point where it's just, I can't deal anymore. There's people there to talk.
Yes. I'm glad that you mentioned that, because last week I was reflecting on what should we talk about this week. And that kept coming up, really honestly. And that's really the worst case scenario of burnout. That hopelessness, that idea that nothing's going to get better, nothing is going to change. If you're feeling that way, reach out to somebody. If you're feeling that way, you can email me. I mean, honestly, it will get better. This is a moment in time, but please offer, ask for help. I mean, that's the first step, is like, I don't feel like myself. I don't feel well. Just have that conversation, because I agree with you. I mean, that is heartbreaking and it's awful.
I don't know why I felt I had to mention that, but when my gut says it and it drops out of the sky, it's just there. And I believe there's a new hotline. If you're having trouble, there where you feel like you're past burnout, 988 is that number. For somebody that does feel burned out and needs some help, how do they reach you?
So you can email me directly at thehappinesseffect@gmail.com. That's affect with an A, intentional. And then you can check me out on LinkedIn, and I'll be the first name that pops up.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, and once again, your name, Anna Lovell Nesmith. That combination of names, I got to believe you're going to be the first one that pops up. Always great talking with you. Very relatable. Whether somebody's going through it right now or you feel it's on its way, with your life situation, you got something, you got somebody that can listen and direct you, if you feel burned out. Anna, great talking with you today.
Great talking with you as well. Thank you, Steve.
I appreciate it. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. I am super excited to talk to this guy. He is an energy healer, but call it with a twist. He's experienced so much and has helped so many people, literally hundreds and hundreds of people. And I'm guessing that if you're going through something and you need a change or you just need to feel better again, he could help you out with that. Scott Mangus joins us today. Hey, Scott, how are you?
I'm doing well this morning. Thank you.
It's great to have you on. And we talked a couple of minutes before we got on here. And aside from being an energy worker, you are a Zen monk. So I kind of think I know what that is, but fill us in.
Okay. The short story is I moved to Japan and Tokyo in 2009 to work over there, and been meditating for many years before that. Then I got introduced to a Zen master, and within about 2 years, I left my job, and I'm a Zen monk under him in his temple, and I'm standing in front of train stations, chanting and holding a bowl and taking donations.
Wow.
So I went from a $250,000 a year salary to 6 years of standing in front of train stations and chanting and collecting donations.
Before you continue, I'm going to say, why?
Yeah. Well, the simple answer is I was raised with this idea that I'm supposed to be the breadwinner, go get a job, get something stable, get something to support my family. And what was going on was I got that job, but I was miserable because my inner world didn't match my outer world. And what I mean by that is the outer world is the pressure that society, the labeling, the conditioning that it heaps on me. And the inner world was I didn't want to do that anymore. I wanted something. I was looking for a challenge. I was looking for, and I couldn't quite put my finger on it. And so that's the struggle. That's the angst that we get into, is not following our intuition or our heart, and leading with our head.
Yeah. You know what? You brought me back to a song that kind of echoes that, and I hear it and it resonates with me. Do you remember the song by the Talking Heads, Once in a Lifetime?
Yes.
And it's
yes.
like, this is not my beautiful wife. This is not my beautiful car. Well, how did I get here?
Yeah.
And it says a lot, in terms of what you're saying. It's like you think that, and I'm in the same situation in many regards, perfect this, perfect that, and it really wasn't what it seemed to be. Let's put it that way.
Sure. Yeah, there are the three perennial questions, who am I, how did I get here, and why am I here?
Mm-hmm.
And along the way, I guess I realized that I was not what was printed on my business card.
Yeah. And you realize that, wait a minute, I got to be true to myself.
Exactly.
Interesting. So that experience in Japan, where did that lead you to where you are now? Or how did that lead you?
Okay. I left work, and I became, I mixed my time between being at the temple and being home with my youngest daughter, who's 9 now. So pretty much a stay-home father, and then, several days a week, and spending nights at the temple for retreats. And it was just this really simple lifestyle that I fell into in Japan. And I had paid into an education fund while I was in the Marine Corps, so I wanted to use that. So I went back, and that's when I went back to school to get a PhD. And I was interested in healing at the time. So I married all this stuff up: Zen philosophy, energetic work, with PhD research, and spent a couple of years doing that. And that's when I came to my understanding of healing, and healing work, energy work, is a little bit different than the mainstream.
I'm intrigued and can't wait to hear about that, because I already, hearing your scientific background mixed in with the metaphysical and the energy healing is an interesting combination. Sometimes you'll meet somebody who's a doctor and they also do energy healing. So what's your philosophy? How do you see it differently?
Well, energy healing has been around forever. And, so the mystics have talked about this forever, the sages. And Western world is kind of caught up, and, X-rays are energy healing. Ultrasound is energy healing. So there's no shortage of it. It's just, what are you willing to accept as energy healing?
Right.
It pushes the boundaries of, into that woo-woo, or what we call subtle energy. Subtle meaning we can't measure it. It's happening below our measurement capabilities. So there are plenty of examples out there. You think about a person and they call you the next day. The phone rings and you know who it is on the other end. The mother who knows her child is in peril intuitively. This is all energy work as well. And what I came to realize was that I'm not influencing you, you're influencing you. Everything you need exists within you. The energy I provide is I'm merely conduit from higher source energy through me to you, for you to put it to work through your intention to solve whatever's going on. And hundreds and hundreds of sessions of this clinical research that I did was, and I guess I shouldn't use the term clinical because I'm not a clinician, but this is just practice I did in looking at, I guess, my feelings about what was going on. I realized that I'm not healing anybody. They have to heal themselves. And when you get right into the Zen non-duality of it, there's no separation between me and the person. And there's no separation between me and the cancer. And then it came to the point where I realized I am the cancer cell itself, because everything is in this non-dualistic, no separation, only one energy. Whatever experience I'm having, that's my experience in the moment.
Interesting. Wow. And I know we're going a little deep, but I'm grabbing it, and I totally, and my journey in the past year has completely opened my eyes up to the power of energy. And I was dealing with metaphysical stuff in 2009. Helped launch a worldwide metaphysical website with practitioners. It was huge. And I think it wasn't mine, but I worked with somebody, and I think it was too early. People weren't ready for that then. And just seeing what energy can do, and especially the game changer is what we're doing now because of COVID, Zoom videos and being disconnected but connected electronically, showing that we can throw energy back and forth, makes it more real. Like, and I totally agree with you. Your intuition, the energy, who's going to call. Sometimes that's a coincidence, but when you do a Reiki session or something, through a Zoom video, and the other person has results or can feel it, you can't deny it. It's there.
Yeah, exactly. And I did quite a few sessions with people that would, we'd arrange a time, they would lay down on their couch or on their bed, and I would send them a theta brainwave entrainment track. So you listen to that for about 15 minutes before the scheduled time to start, and for 30 minutes while the session is taking place. And theta brings you down into that dream state of, where anything is possible, and relaxes you so you kind of get out of your head. And that's where the connection takes place. And the feedback I got was really powerful.
I think you're right about that. And I don't want to make this about me or anything, but just to illustrate what you're saying, when I had my first remote Reiki session, I was in a very comfortable spot. Literally, I had a beer. I'm like, I'm going to just chill. And I felt the benefits and the information the practitioner pulled from me validated everything. There's no way she could have known those things afterwards. Yeah. But then I had a Reiki session 2 weeks ago. It was my birthday. I was at a restaurant. Somebody had a friend of a friend and did it outside in the parking lot. I didn't feel anything because I wasn't in that spot that you're talking about.
Yeah, there's intention plays a huge role in this. And unfortunately, our mind that created, the world that we live in, that we're trying to get out of, whatever level of suffering that might be, is also the mind that's going to come in and judge whether or not the Reiki session was working.
Right.
And so in this respect, it's best, whatever thoughts come up, just to relegate those to the dustbin and move on, because you're not having the experience anymore when you're thinking about it.
Let me think about that. You're not having an experience anymore when you're thinking about it. That makes very clear sense.
Yeah. Consider you have a really frightening dream, and you wake up in the morning and you spend your day noodling on what the meaning of that is. What's the narrative there? Well, the dream is over. The experience is finished. All you're doing now is putting labels, and you're putting definitions on things, and those are all related to your beliefs and conditioning. And the beliefs and conditioning, I'm sure you've heard this before, most of that stuff is in place by around age 5, 6, 7. So I'm flying around in my airplane on autopilot, on a map I created when I was 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I subscribe to that 1 bazillion%. And I even had hypnotherapy, and my childhood wasn't that bad, but when you connect the dots, I, for the first time ever, had hypnotherapy virtually, I don't know, maybe 5 months ago. And that's exactly, I take me back to my childhood. That's where we're going right now. Knew
Yeah.
where I wanted to, go, but it's startling, surprising what you just said, because yeah, we're on autopilot. Our subconscious is operating from back then. But what you said before, I always say this phrase to myself: all I need is within me now.
Yeah.
Because you can fix yourself or heal yourself or move yourself forward or whatever it might be. It's inside. You got to find it though.
I use the analogy often that, picture you have this beautiful view outside of the sun, or you'd like to have a view of the sun, but you have Rembrandt paint a picture of the sun on your window. And as beautiful as that might be, I still have to scrape off that picture. I have to scrape off the paint so I can see the real sun. Or I'm looking at myself in the mirror, going to shave my face, and it's covered in gunk, and I'm not seeing who I am. That's the conditioning. Those are the beliefs that have been heaped upon us by society.
Yep.
And so it's tough to get out of those. That's where meditation, or what we call in Japan Zazen, comes into play.
Can we talk about that a little bit? And we could probably go for hours talking about meditation and things that you've experienced, but the way you meditate, and I have to believe you're very proficient at it, given your background in Japan and being a Zen monk. For the rest of us, what are your suggestions? I think a lot of us, myself included, struggle with getting into that zone, blocking everything out, making it productive.
Well, therein lies some of the misconceptions about, well, let me say it this way, the misconceptions between Japanese, what we call Zazen at the temple, and Western meditation. In the West, we meditate for a reason. I'm angry, or I'm not sleeping well, or I'm not talking well with my children, and I'm going to meditate, and that's going to help me. So you can see in that sense that I'm doing it for a reason. I'm doing it because. Whenever I'm using the word because, I know I'm talking from my ego mind. Now, this doesn't mean that desiring to be more patient with my children is a bad thing. My ego's driving me to do that. That's wonderful. But at the same time, my ego is going to help me search, but it can't help me find. Because at the moment that I find that oneness, that means the death of an ego. So it is as we muddle our way down these spiritual paths and we get more involved, eventually the ego starts chattering, say, this teacher, it's taken too long. I'm paying too much. It's not working fast enough. And there come the doubts. And so then I jump ship and I go to another teacher. And then, and I know this from my experience over the years, because I've been doing this for quite a while. And eventually I become a highly evolved ego. I can talk about all kinds of woo-woo stuff in the universe and everything, but I still haven't found myself yet.
Have you?
My ego would say yes.
Yeah. What do you feel inside?
Well, it's a misbelief that everything becomes so peaceful all the time. We still have anger. We still have frustration. I mean, I'm a spiritual being having a human experience, if we want to use a definition. And part of that human experience is frustration and anger and love and sadness. And think about walking around all day, every day in this beautiful, peaceful state where nothing surprises you, nothing happens. It's just, that'd probably be its own torturous, boring prison.
Maybe.
So we're here.
You know what? I'm going to give it a try, though.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you on that one, just because.
Yeah. So the idea is that, yeah, I still go into anger. I still go into frustration, but I'm aware of what I'm doing. I'm the witness, and I see what's going on, and I can go in, but I come out a lot faster now. But I still have emotions, and I think it's a misbelief that sitting on a cushion will stop you from thinking, because three of the human functions, right? I have a heart and I pump blood. It pumps blood. I have lungs that process oxygen, and I have a brain that thinks. And we don't really spend too much time thinking about our heartbeat unless those beats are getting too close together, you know?
Right.
And then we talk more about breathing these days, you know, in this day and age. But as far as thinking, we think that's real. We think that's useful. I can't stop thinking. I can't stop breathing. I can't stop my heart, because anytime I do that, it means what? I'm no longer existing. I'm dead. So the idea that I want to shut off my brain is a misconception. What I want to do is I want to see the thoughts come up, and I want to let them go. And then they come up, and then I let them go. So in Zazen, we're sitting on a cushion in a certain posture. Thoughts come up. I'm aware that I'm thinking. I check my posture, take a breath, let it go, wash, rinse, repeat for hours and hours and hours. And this is when the magic happens. This is the key, because your knees hurt so bad, your back hurts so bad, the fly that's buzzing around, the heat, the cold. Eventually, all that stuff just stops. You're exhausted. You know, the average day at our temple was 9 to 10 hours on a cushion. So that's when the beauty happens, when you're just exhausted and you keep playing that game and throwing away, then poof, you know, then there's that moment.
Do you have many of those moments, or they're kind of few and far?
Yeah, I hesitate to answer that because it's subjective to my mind. But I would say that my world has changed drastically in the last 25 years, and especially in the last 10. And what I mean by that is I no longer attract the same kind of people into my life that I used to attract. I sleep better. I interact with my child better, my wife better. Everything is just easier.
And there's the magic.
Yeah. So here's a little story for you. I call this one the yogurt sneeze. And in Tokyo, you don't have couches. I had some big bean bags and pillows, and I'd lean up against the wall in the living room. And my 2-year-old would sit on my lap, straddling me, facing me, and I would feed her yogurt. It's got chopped up raisins and chopped up nuts in it, and give her a big scoop. And so one more, this is the joy of my life kind of morning. And I give her a big scoop, and I watch her eyes kind of close and her head go back. And I thought, she's going to sneeze. So the first thought was, you know, take evasive action. And I could have thrown my hands up, or I could have moved her away or whatever. But I had that ability to come up with a better response. And my response was, this is going to be interesting. And I watched her, you know, building up pressure. And finally she cut loose and sneezed, and she blew yogurt and nuts and raisins all over my face on the wall behind me. And we started laughing. She started laughing. I started laughing. My wife came out of the kitchen, and she said, we're going to need a towel. But it created one of the best memories I have. And because I had the ability to respond to the input rather than to react to the input, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And do you think in another life, maybe years before that, you would have been like, God, man, what a mess. It's on the wall. Might have to repaint. Look at this.
Yeah, exactly.
I hear you loud and clear.
So I think there are those kinds of moments where I can pick, you know, I can respond to the input or to the stimulus, and maybe I won't even respond at all. Maybe I'll just
know that what you did made a difference now in how you reacted.
Yeah.
I'll share something real quick with you about, and this is like in the last 2 weeks, meditation wise. I don't feel I can effectively. Lots going on lately. Just felt drained. I get up in the morning the one day, and I was just like, oh, I'm tired. Something's up, man. I'm going to go back to sleep. Laid back like 8 o'clock in the morning. I didn't go to sleep. I laid there for like 45 minutes. I think life made me meditate, forced me to the edge, like This is it, man. You're stopping. I got up and I felt so refreshed. I had like the best day ever.
Isn't that nice?
And it wasn't sleep. It definitely wasn't sleep. I just zoned out, but I wasn't zoned in sleeping. And I really truly think that you finally got it. You were meditating.
Yeah, the idea of some of the science that gets involved here is changing our brainwave states. And we're talking in beta right now, and beta is great for problem solving and logic, but it also is a brainwave state of stress and anger and frustration. And what you were likely experiencing was called alpha, which is the daydream state. So you're not quite asleep, but you're no longer in that feeling the stress and feeling the pressures and things like that. It's very expansive. Then if you were to drop into sleep and you start dreaming, that's theta. When you get past theta, when you're no longer dreaming, but you're asleep, your deepest state is delta. And this is when your body's repairing itself. And for the person that doesn't meditate, that's stuck in the world and very much reacting to the world around them, it's hard for them to go into the sleep cycle and cycle through those different brainwave states throughout the night. And I think it's about a 90-minute pattern. Somebody probably knows more. I'm sure there are people who know a lot more about it than I do. But so the idea is, your meditation practice will create better brainwave states for sleeping, which in turn kind of makes you want to do more of it because you feel better.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's you go deep. But I do want to say, when you go deep, you make it with all your experience, certifications, credentials, everything you've experienced. It's clear.
Oh, good.
It's clear.
Thank you.
And it's felt. Very interesting. And honestly, Scott, very refreshing.
Good. I'm glad.
What do you offer to those of us that need to find some peace, need to, kind of move life along? How do they reach you? How does it work with you?
Well, first, I like to say that everything I do is donation based or free. Never charged a fee for a session, and somewhere north of 600 or 700 sessions now.
Wow.
And the idea is that I am learning, I am healing me during these sessions. So that's my approach, is that I'm meeting you, for instance, for a reason. This is not random. This is supposed to happen. Mm-hmm. And if you have something that you'd like to clear, in the collective sense, I also have that to clear. If we kind of take the Jungian collective unconscious thing and extrapolate that a little bit to think we're all suffering. So nobody gets out of prison until we're all out of prison. So I see it, if somebody approaches me and says, I have cancer, I have this, or I have that, that's an opportunity for me to heal myself as well. And
wow.
So the sessions are really done while you're asleep. That's usually what happens. It's almost always remote. And so if you're in Texas and I'm in North Carolina, we'll pick a time where you'll be asleep and I'll connect with you. And the idea is that you start setting your intention of what you'd like to solve, what's troubling you. And the funny thing about energy work is, I have this recurring back pain or neck pain, and I started doing energy work with Scott, and next thing you know, I dumped my job. And then a couple of weeks later, my back pain went away. So it's not a linear thing.
Wow. Yeah. So that could have been leading to this, but you enabled them to realize that was causing this somehow through energy.
Yeah. So, and so there's a lot of physiology involved, but I think it just gets overly complicated. So just know there's I don't even ask people what's going on anymore, because it doesn't matter to me, because I'm not going to fix it. I'm going to push it. I'm going to send energy to them with the intention that they use it for their highest purpose. And it's so much easier that way.
and I've often heard too, and we're just about out of time. I could go on for hours with you. There's lots to talk about, but I've often heard that the energy goes where it needs to go. It's like, you don't even need to know what is troubling somebody or what they want to work on.
Exactly. This idea, again, going back to the mind, and the mind is a great tool, looking for problems, offering solutions, spending hours on problems that may never even happen. It does a wonderful job of that.
I say that all the time, and it's been proven in studies and research that 90% of the stuff that we worry about, marinate over, never takes place, never happens. You're wasting your time. The 10%, you shouldn't even worry about the 10. It is what it is, right?
Yeah. So getting down to the most fundamental thing in Zen is accept everything as it is. This does away with duality of right and wrong and good and bad. And people choke on that. There were a lot of arguments at the temple about that sort of thing. But, the hard fact is, in duality, you can't have a Gandhi without a Hitler. They're opposite sides of the same coin.
I want to like spend hours talking. This is just because you're speaking my language as well. And I'm sure lots of others. And I have friends, just what you said, at the temple, I have friends. And whenever I say it is what it is, and they're like, yeah, why do you got to say that? Why, come on, because it is what it is. There's some things you can't change. They are what they are. And you need to just, navigate around it. How do we reach you? How do we find you, Scott?
Okay, you can go to thesetsuna.com. That's SETSUNA. And Setsuna means, it's a Zen term for split second. And so that's what life is. It's a succession of these Setsunas, 1/70th of a second.
Amazing.
Yeah. Wow. So thesetsuna.com.
Excellent. Looking forward to talking again, Scott. You are, again, refreshing, informative, clear, relatable. Just fantastic talking and meeting you.
Thank you. It was great.
Yeah. And can I say, let's have a Zen day? Would that make sense?
Yeah. Let's, it does make sense.
Okay. All right.
Accept everything as it is.
Yeah, it is what it is.
And I want to leave you with one thing.
Please.
Whenever you think you're enlightened, go spend a week with your family. Because you're asking me about this enlightenment, this aha state. And if I go spend a week with my family, I go spend a week doing something that I don't want to do, I'll quickly learn how unenlightened I am by watching what comes up in my mind.
Point taken. All right, Scott, we'll catch up again soon. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. Welcome back to the show. It's all about Just Commit Coaching, right? Shouldn't it be? Yes, we are here with our next guest. And of course, she's the founder of Just Commit Coaching. And her name is Jennifer Chapman. Welcome back. How are you today?
I'm doing great, Jill. Thanks. It's good to be back with you.
Same to be here. And by the way, we're live on the podcast as well as on the Zoomcast for those of you that can't see. Beautiful woman, amazing heart, and she really has a passion for. We're going to get to that today. I'll start to have you introduce yourself. Tell me a little bit about what you do specifically.
Yeah, so I'm a certified life coach, life and mindset coach. So I focus a lot about what we can control. And so I help my clients who feel like they are just surviving right now, especially after the last couple of years, or if they've experienced a life-changing event and are just trying to figure out how to kind of get over that hump. And I help them go from surviving to thriving. And I believe that we all have an inner warrior in us. And so I help them tap into that for themselves.
Perfect. And there's a lot that you offer, the one-on-one coaching, you offer the workshops. Could you share a little bit details about the type of work you do specifically?
Yeah, so I work with clients one-to-one, either in 3-month or 6-month packages. And me and another coach here in the Indianapolis area, we're hosting a free workshop. Actually, it's tonight. And then from there, whoever's interested and felt like that spoke to them after a free workshop, we invite them in and we do small group coaching as well, where a lot of people feel a little bit more maybe safe in that space, right? And have the community of other like-minded individuals that are, nobody's doing it alone. So.
Perfect. And if you go to the website, justcommitcoaching.com, you can get the free guide there, find out more about her. And, there's a lot of us that do feel stuck, that feel we can't change. And there's so many things that we want. Give me some examples of some of the things that you're helping people coach through and to get through. And especially around the holidays, I'm sure there's a lot of people that could use some extra help for sure.
Yeah, it's, life. People are seeing struggle with kind of life is happening and we can't control that piece of it, but how can we control how we respond to it? And a lot of people, we're all conditioned and trained by the time we're 7, 8, 9 years old, whether people are aware of that or not, on how we dealt with things in the past. And I help clients kind of up level that. How can we change those patterns and behaviors and you be able to respond in a different ways versus how you responded to something in the past, maybe how you saw your parents respond to things or the relationship that was there. That's kind of what I see a lot of, Jill, is unhealed trauma and life experience. So if we haven't dealt with that in the past, anything in your past, it's going to continue to show up in your future, whether you're aware of it or not. So I help kind of bring awareness to that. And, then it comes acceptance and self-love and self-compassion. I help clients provide some tools and resources to help them tap into that. Beautiful.
And for today, did you have an area of focus for us? It's something that you wanted to dive into specifically for our show today for our listeners?
I think this time of year, it's always good. So what the workshop that we're doing tonight here in Indy, it's all about how can we help create a vision for you for 2023? What's worked for you in 2022? Let's acknowledge that. And then maybe what didn't work for you and how can we help support you in creating a vision that you want for yourself? And a lot of that has to do with establishing what your core values are. And a lot of people maybe don't know what their core values are, are they living in them or not living in them? Yeah.
What are core values? Give me some examples. And some people might say, yeah, what are my core values? How do I figure out what that is? Could you help us dive into getting to know our own selves? What do you look for to figure out your values? Are those things that you believe, you cherish, you focus on? How would you describe it? I'm trying to get a definition. I was in church last night with my boys and they talked about values and it's so funny. So what is your definition of values?
They're your North Star. I mean, they are your compass. They are what help make your decisions, and every choice and decision you make should come from, does this align with my values? And there's a couple different definitions of them.
Okay.
One are your non-negotiables, your foundational values. These could be 1 or 2 words such as, love or honesty, integrity, trust, things that you've lived out of and your entire life, right? And then there's your aspirational ones that you want to tap more into and develop for yourself. And they can be evolving because you're always evolving, right? True. Like there could be life-changing experiences in your life that kind of shift your perspective on how you now want to live out of. And then there's actually your non-values. So there's those words out there that maybe don't land for you at all, where you don't want to spend any of your time, energy, or resource on. Doesn't mean you don't resonate with them in some way, but they're not ones that you again, don't want to spend any time or energy on.
Got it. All right. That makes sense. So once we establish our values, but then it's like, are we really holding true to our compass, our North Star in a sense, right? Because some people feel like they can't get to that next level. How do you guide someone like this? I'm sorry. I want to ask questions too. I really want to know too, because there's things in my life that I'm not happy with that I want to change. I think all of us do, which kind of, make us all come here together today. There's something in all of our lives. I'm sorry. If you're perfectly happy, God bless. I don't know anyone though.
Yeah,
but there's always something, I think, and that's what keeps us living, keeps us going. And it's okay to want to better ourselves, to change something. You're not alone. And there's things I'm frustrated over. I want to change too in my life with my time management, but I can't. I can. I just haven't, studied. I can't say can't. I'm sorry. I'm a naysayer. But yeah, you're running into people like me, right? I can't. But they want. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. I'm just digressing.
You're good. So what was the question? How can I best answer the question that you're asking?
My personal question's about time management, but then we don't how do I get to that? But there's so many things that, we do want to change, and the fact that we're not alone, and it's okay to want to better yourself, but it's also accountability, it's commitment. It takes certain things as a coach. What does someone have to put into this?
I think it goes back to like your why.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you saying yes to something? Is it to satisfy someone else's response or need? And I think that's what I've seen a lot of, right? Or especially women, but I would say men and women. It's like, why are you saying yes to things? Why are you saying no to things? Is it to satisfy someone else or validate? Or is it holding true to not only my values, but like your boundaries? What's important to you? Are you protecting your own energy, or where's your energy going? And acknowledging like, it's okay. And I'm going to give myself permission to say no to something because it's not going to fulfill, it doesn't align with my core values anymore.
Yeah. It's time. And I just feel like this time around the holidays is a great time to really start thinking about these things. Is this like a busy season for you? Like, is this where people really start thinking about, and then you got New Year's resolutions, you got all that?
Yeah. And New Year's resolutions are a whole nother thing, I think. But yeah, and we can talk about that, because it's not just, that's like, it's like going to the gym, right? That's always a huge New Year's resolution. But what happens when you walk into the gym in February? Like half the people are gone. What happens there? And so from a coaching standpoint, it's a huge accountability piece, is a huge piece that I play. And a partnership with someone is holding them accountable, not to just a New Year's resolution, but like sustainable, upgraded ways of wanting to change your way of being, your lifestyle, your choices, your decisions. And it all starts with not only creating a vision for yourself, or what I like to call even a mission statement for yourself that you can view and see every single day, but then start to make those choices and decisions based on wanting to obtain that vision. Where do you want to be? How do you want to feel in 6 to 12 months? Who do you want to be with? Getting really specific, the more specific, the better. And then you'll start to live into getting closer and closer to where you want to be by making different decisions based on really feeling aligned in your values in every aspect of your life, right? When it comes to family, when it comes to relationships, when it comes to self, most importantly, when it comes to finances, when it comes to your professional space, you want to be aligned in every aspect of your life. And it all starts with your values.
Beautiful. And I see the spark in your eye. What were you thinking? As a coach, is there still things that you want to change and mold in your life? And could you just share a little bit about your background, what brought you here to be a coach, which can help people empathize, like, hey, it's possible. Like, we've all been through things, right?
That's right. Yeah. Thanks happy to share. My background is corporate sales. So I've spent 17 years in sales in a variety of roles and companies and loved it, honestly. And then, 2017, my life and body had different plans for me. And I suffered a life-changing stroke at the age of 34. And, after a few months of physical rehab and therapy and recovery, and then I went back to corporate sales thinking I wanted to go back to normal. I was mentally and emotionally in a completely different place and had to find stability there and wanted to find stability there. And so it was it was knowing I didn't want to be and feel like that anymore. So I reached out to a life coach, which I had never worked with a life coach before. I had tried traditional therapy, which got me to a certain point. But the value I received from my life coach was not only did she meet me where I was, but how can I move you forward? And that just landed so much for me. And it was really helping me tap into the purpose in all of this, understanding that this happened for a reason. And then what was I going to do with it? Well, how can I pay it now forward to others that are where I was and want to get to where I am, get to, and I got to tell you, Jill, you can't, I used to always say, like, I had to overcome my mental and emotional struggles, but I couldn't overcome them without going through them. That's the only way.
Got it. And it makes us stronger for sure.
It does.
Could you share some of the things you're working on with clients that can maybe resonate with some of us here at home or in our cars listening today?
Yeah, I think what I've seen the most, honestly, especially over, I think have people come to some sort of clarity over the last 2.5 years? I think they have, but that's step one. It's like, okay, I'm no longer fulfilled doing what I've been doing the last 10, 15, 20 years. Like on the outside, everything looks really good. I've got a good paying job. I've got a spouse. I've got kids. Like life looks good. But so many women come to me and say, something's missing. I'm not fulfilled, but I don't know what direction I want to go. I don't know what the first step is to take, but they at least are open. The key is to be open and curious and explore what it could be.
Yeah. Wow. And today, I think it's in particular, the holidays, though, also could be hard for people who, there's so much dynamic around the holiday, right? And about, being with family or some that don't have family, loss of grieving. And as a coach, do you also help with those types of things, loneliness issues, depression? And people say, well, what's the difference with a mental health counselor compared to a coach? What's the difference? But it's similar, but can you share how you differ from a mental health coach, but you can still help with certain things that they do?
Yeah. I think the biggest difference from like a mental health counselor or therapist is that any trauma that you've, faced, there's big T and little t trauma. Okay. Big T is the big, it's maybe an abusive relationship, grief, those are huge things, or a severe accident or huge illness that's occurred. Those are big, but I've survived. I've gone through big T trauma, but it's not, recent. It's not I've worked through it. So I wouldn't consider, if that, if something major had happened to me in the last 6 months or 12 months and I haven't dealt with it, therapy is probably your first step. But then there's little T trauma, which I feel like I can help support my clients through, whether it's, a job change or a relationship change or, some of the smaller type events. But maybe you still have to find somebody, everybody needs somebody. And I think that's so important for people to know, especially when they feel alone. It may not be your spouse that you're going to go talk to about it or a family member that you're going to go talk to about it, but everybody needs somebody to help support you and kind of letting you process those thoughts and feelings and emotions that come up, because they have to come up and out. They cannot stay locked in your body, because that's where you're going to continue to do damage, honestly. Because if you don't talk about it, if you keep it bottled up and think that's the best thing to do.
Perfect. And would you mind just reminding our listeners how we can reach out to you?
Yeah, I would love to hear from you. My email is jennifer@justcommitcoaching.com. Obviously my website is justcommitcoaching.com. You can schedule a complimentary coaching session on there. Would love to hear from you. Just if you're looking to explore what something like a coaching partnership could look like. I'm also on LinkedIn every day, Jennifer Chapman.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. We are live here with Jennifer Chapman still, and we're talking obviously in regards to how Just Commit Coaching can help you. Maybe it's personal wellness. Maybe you have a job that you want, or career change in a sense. And you mentioned on the website, like the mental and emotional struggles in life can really make your future challenging. But with you say you partner with a 3-month journey. Is that normally what it takes? I mean, how do you describe it? I mean, it's probably different for everyone, but to kind of get that habit going and that new behavior pattern. Is that what you usually recommend?
Yeah, like you said, it depends. I know my website says 3 months. I've over the last 3 months or so myself have launched. I don't know if launch, but I've created a 6-month program as well. And it's different for everybody. We definitely do a deeper dive when it comes to 6 months. And depending on where you're at and how you feel and what you're going through, it will take at least that long. But it's there's a framework, Jill, that I like to share, because the framework is, there's an awareness stage that we work through, because you may not be aware potentially of it's those blocks that you're kind of running up against, or those limiting beliefs, or those barriers that are holding you back from your point A to point B. And then phase 2 of that is the acceptance work. So I help people with self-love, self-acceptance, self-compassion, self-forgiveness, powerful tools to help you kind of release those blocks. And then aligned action. So it's then those upgraded behaviors that we create, or aligned action that you're going to continue to take day after day to help you kind of create, pivot and create a new path for yourself.
I love it. It gives me hope. I think it feels so good to talk about positive things and to be our best self. And that's the one thing I say, the big takeaway from COVID, as hard as it was, we were not alone. We all suffered. Unfortunately, loss of life, loss of job, loss of change, but there's good to come out of it. And the biggest thing was we were all in this together, to know that everyone could be affected. And now we're through it in a sense. And wow, we've come so far. And now it makes me realize life is so precious each and every day with my kids. And why not live our best life? You never know when the next pandemic's coming. You never know when there's a tragedy in the live your best life and be the best you can be. I don't want to die with regrets, right?
That's
we
right.
all have regrets. Why not do it now? Just commit coaching. It's true. It's just mindset is a huge thing. Is there any advice for us to how do we get in a better mindset? I mean, what do you teach your clients? What are the things that we could start doing at home on a daily basis to get that positive mindset?
Because mindset is truly everything. It is. It's the one thing that you can control. But so many people allow other things to control them, or especially the biggest of all is our own mind.
Yeah.
Our own thoughts can control us. And so I ask my clients, who's driving your car today? Is your spouse driving your car today? Are your kids? Is your boss? Who's driving your car figuratively?
Yeah.
Or is it your self-doubt driving your car today? Or is it your fear of failure? Or is it the perfectionism in you driving your car today? How do they can still be in the car, but how can we put those limiting beliefs in the back seat? They can show up, but don't let them drive your day. So I help support them. I mean, they all sound so simple tools, but it's not easy to do, because you have to do it every single day, right? When that alarm goes off, what do you say to yourself when you're getting out of bed? Or do you hit the snooze? And how many times do you hit the snooze? And why do you hit the snooze? And even when you do, is it good quality sleep that you're getting when you hit the snooze?
No. It's postponing the inevitable.
It is.
Today I didn't. I usually hit that snooze button a few times. I do. Guilty.
No, and you didn't today?
I didn't. I didn't. I got up
earlier. Celebrate that. And that's one of the things that I share with my clients is celebrate the small wins every single day, and celebrate something for who you are every day, not what you do, not the roles that you play, but just celebrate, because that starts to change the wiring in your brain, and you'll start to find things every single day that you want to celebrate, or that you did get done right on your to-do list. We are human beings that find every little thing that we didn't get done, or that we didn't do, or that we got wrong. I don't care if your to-do list is 10, you have 10 things on there and you only got one done. Celebrate the one thing that you got done, because that's okay. Let's not beat ourselves up for this, or the one, let's say we got 9 out of 10 things done.
Yeah.
We're going to weigh ourselves down with that one thing that we didn't get done. For what? How does that serve you? So celebrate the small wins. Gratitude is huge. That's another huge topic I would say over the last couple of months is what are you grateful for
What?
write something down every morning, and then maybe you're grateful for something that happened during the day. And
Okay.
those are the small things are the big things. They become the big things.
Okay. All right. What else did you have in mind for us? You're on a roll. What else do you want to share? JustCommitCoaching.com. Just a reminder here, we're working with you. And don't forget the free workshop tonight. We can get more details on that on the website.
Yes, you can. Everything's on there. If you just have a question, you can always reach out to me on my website. I will respond to you within 24 hours as best as I can. And then to schedule just a complimentary coaching session is all it is. And I help support during that call. I want to hear what's a goal, what's something you're trying to achieve in the next 6 to 12 months. Where are you now in relation to that goal? And what would get in your way? And how can I support you getting out of your own way to reach that goal? And maybe it is that, our coach always told us, whatever block is in your way, it's not in your way, it is the way, which is powerful. It's hard. It's a big concept to understand, but once you understand like how it was just how those blocks are trying to serve us, which ultimately, Jill, it's the ego part of us keeping us safe. It's just trying to protect us. It doesn't want us to get hurt. It doesn't want us to do too much. It just wants to keep us safe and comfortable. Right. But the magic doesn't happen when you're comfortable.
Yeah.
We got it. I help support my client. Let's get out of the comfort zone. That's where the magic is. The unknown.
Yeah, and then the holidays come too, and we feel like we do, and then we get to this like just feel empty, like depleted mode. And when we get like that, it's not good for anyone. I know we have to fill up our own cup first, right?
That's what I was going to say.
Ourselves, right? Is that the terminology you use? Yeah.
Yeah, I do. It's what I call your soul cup. What's your soul cup full of? Whatever it's full of is going to pour out onto everyone else around you, your friends, your family, your kids, your spouse, your work. So how can you pour out what's no longer serving you? And how can you pour in, what you want to be full of so that you can be there all in for everybody else? But it is not self-care is not selfish. It's essential. It is going to be, it's the key to your success in every single aspect of your life. You have to put yourself first so you can be there for everybody else that you're supposed to be there for.
Yeah, it's true. You're right. And we forget about that. My goodness, at times, you have to put that oxygen mask on first. Heard it on the plane a few weeks ago. I took the boys away and I'm trying to teach them, like showing them, okay, this is what happens. And they're like, well, I'm like, no, don't worry. I'm like, yeah, mom's going to put it on first and then you, but it's true. You have to.
It's true. It's true. That's my permission. I'm giving you permission today, and anybody else out there listening. This is your permission slip to put yourself first. What does that look like? And it doesn't have to, your whole life doesn't have to change, and you don't have to go from 0 to 100 to make all these different decisions. But what's one small action step you can take today or tomorrow?
Yeah.
To just boost your own energy level a little bit.
Yeah. And, not everybody has a great support system, has people around them. But I know a lot of life coaches that have become really good friends with their clients. Does that happen to you a lot? Are you like
it
friends?
Does. Yeah. You build a really great, strong, safe relationship. Rapport. Yeah. It is my job as a coach, not only from that accountability piece and support piece, but just creating a safe space so my clients can be simply seen and heard and valued and understood, most importantly, without judgment. No, it's a no judgment zone.
Got to feel good about that. Great. And anything else that you're working on that you want to share with us, upcoming for your clients, for your workshop?
No, my workshop is tonight. It's at 7 p.m. Eastern. So even reach out to me today on my website if you're still interested. We'll get you signed up because it's free. Other than that, no, I'm looking to explore opportunities to meet with small business owners, companies, HR professionals that are looking to help support their people, because it's so critical, right? I want to help support. I want it to be normalized to be able to talk about your mental and emotional well-being at work. I'm not here to coach people on their sales and leadership skills. There's people there for that. But I think if you do work on your own mental and emotional space, and it can be the best you want it to be, you are going to up level yourself and your sales and leadership skills and where you are in a professional level. So looking to explore those opportunities for 2023 as well.
Beautiful. All right, Jennifer Chapman, tell us how we can reach you, please.
Yeah, Jennifer at justcommitcoaching.com. My website is justcommitcoaching.com, and I'm on LinkedIn and I'm on Facebook often. So reach out.
Great. And again, that workshop tonight, check it out. Go on the website. You can sign up. It starts at 7 p.m.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes,
Eastern Standard Time, ladies and gentlemen. And in closing today, do you want to leave us with any insight, any quote, anything that can resonate with us for the rest of the day?
Just fill your soul cup first. Yeah. Put yourself first. It is not selfish, it's essential, and you will be a better version of yourself for it. And so will everyone else around you, your family, friends, spouse. They will thank you for putting yourself first.
Yeah. And Jennifer, are you on social media as well?
I am. LinkedIn a lot.
Okay.
And then Facebook under just Jennifer Chapman. Right. I am on Instagram. I'm not on there as often, believe it or not, because I got hacked earlier this year. So that it's kind of a rebuilding mode there.
Did they fix it for you? My girlfriend's still been hacked. They won't get back to her. It's I don't know what's happening, but it's so scary, these things that can happen. Did you at least get your account back? Or you had to start a new one?
I had to start a new one. So I'm rebuilding there, which is fine. Okay. Again, it's checking my own energy, and it's I gotta pick and choose where I'm at. But LinkedIn, it's been a really great platform for me because a lot of people are resonating with these types of conversations you and I are having.
Good. All right. JustCommitCoaching.com. Jennifer, thank you again for being here, sharing your story, and for helping others. And don't forget the free workshop tonight, JustCommitCoaching.com. You have a fantastic day. And it was great seeing you. All right. Enjoy your day and your week. I'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. And Lisa Lane joining us here once again. Yes, my teen life coach. She is a life coach specifying with families, teenagers, and boy, oh boy, we're talking college and careers today and so much more. Lisa Lane is here live from
Atlanta.
Yay, Georgia fans. But doesn't matter. She's virtual, so all over the world, of course, Lisa can be your teen life coach for you, your family, your children. Please introduce yourself. Tell us a little about the work you do, and then we're going to get started on this topic today. And I'm excited because I have a friend's son who's dealing with the same thing right now. Do you choose college? Do you choose the career right away? What do you do? All right, go ahead.
I know, it's kind of crazy. So I'm Lisa Lane. It's nice to meet everybody. Love working with Jill. She's one of my favorite peoples. And at My Teen Life Coach, we are a team of professionals who are trained to use evidence-based coaching strategies to help teenagers and their parents navigate through the teen years. If you would like to know more, we just updated our website, so it's kind of cool and fresh again. And so all you have to do is type in myteenlifecoach.com and it will shoot right up for you guys. And also we're on social media and exploring just all the different platforms that we can kind of get to everybody.
Perfect. Well, exciting to have you here. And besides myteenlifecoach.com, we can reach you at 770-235-8202 and on social media, how?
My teen coach, Coach Liesel or Liesel Coach. I always remember which one comes first. But on Instagram, if you look up my name on TikTok, we've got some cool things going on there. And then just Google us.
Yes, perfect. Well, let's talk today. So this seems to be the ever popular question.
Especially right now. Yeah. So my inbox is full of parents and teenagers and young adults calling about, like, is it college or career or job, and what's the difference? And also the reason why these calls are so common right now is because November and December is when, application deadlines are coming in, when kids are 6 months away from graduating high school or from college, and the parents are like, what are you going to do? You need to make up your mind, So there's a lot of stress and frustration around this topic. And as you listen to other podcasts and you talk to different professionals, you're going to see that there is a change in the paradigm around what this generation is looking for in terms of their continuing development journey. So I was listening to a podcast the other day, actually, and they were talking about how colleges are making consumers out of students because, not all career paths are college worthy even, or college appropriate even. And then you've got, this generation who's like, I want the practical here, the know-how, unless I'm going into law or medicine or into some sort of healthcare medical field. Like, why, if I'm doing marketing, why should I go to college for marketing, for example? So I'm getting a lot of these kinds of questions around the more critical thinking aspects around this. And I'm finding, here's the demographic that I'm finding this from, is parents who it's their firstborn that's going through this new journey, or it's parents with an only child, right? Because it's the first time for them. And also first generation parents of college kids. So for example, I am one of those parents. I was born in South Africa. My kids were born here. All my degrees are from South Africa, and I did not grow up or even learn to understand how the college experience works here. It's so different wherever you are.
Yeah.
So for me, I really had to walk through this pathway for the first time with my son, who's also like, well, what must I do? I'm like, I don't know. We got to figure this thing out, And so frustration and stress and anxiety and overwhelm comes along with that. But I want to talk about what's real, because that's the key question. The real is, number one, we have young adults who are now saying, I got to think about this. It's a lot to think about. Plus, their brains are still trying to figure out, like, who am I? What am I? What is even in the cards for me? So it's very personal. It's very individualized. And society and marketing and all of these things are putting pressure on these kids and their families to make this massive commitment to a path that we don't even know, like, what the outcome is going to be. And more, you've got kids who are, when they're calling me and we're having these conversations, they're like, I don't want to come out with $150,000.
No.
Right? So it's a big deal for them. And my assistant, she is a 20-year-old who decided not to go to college, And she is trying to learn real world workplace appropriate skills, all on her own dime, all in her own way. So it's this like very big thing. And then you've got parents who are like, you've got this summer to figure out what you're going to do. Or I was a doctor, it's a family of doctors, so you're going to be a doctor. Or it's you need to make up your mind because you're not going to be home next year. So you got to figure it out. And what I get frustrated about is that this is a journey that is, not a this weekend journey or, make up your mind tomorrow or over Thanksgiving kind of journey. It is a very long journey. It is a 6 to 9 month journey. It's a whole summer project journey. For some, I'm working with teenagers who are starting in sophomore year, and they're starting to figure out what that journey looks like. So when I am working with them, I like to turn this question upside down. So, we just all came back from Thanksgiving, and we were in Texas visiting family there. And of course, we have Zaya, who's coming up into her senior year. And what's the question? What college are you going to? What are you going to do? So what do you, and she's just like deer in the headlights, like, I don't even know how to answer this question, right? So instead of answering or starting with that question, what I try to coach parents on and what I try to do when I work with clients is I start with, and here's the phrase, is what thoughts do you have around continuing to develop, to grow, to build your confidence, and to become independent? So that's where we start. We don't start with what college you're going to. We start with what thoughts are you having around how do you want to be independent? How do you want to live your life? What does development and growth look like for you? So for a minute, I'm going to turn into Professor Liesel, and I'm going to talk about what the research is showing out there right now. So there is, and I am blanking on his name right now, but there is a well-known psychologist and researcher who believed and did research and work on psychological capital. All right. So psychological capital is another way of saying psychological investment. How do we invest in your psychology? And the research shows that we all desire to flourish with being able to build or invest in our psychological wealth, if you want to put it that way. So kind of like putting away a 401k or whatever, like how am I investing in my brain development that will then, develop into my life satisfaction? So there are 4 areas here that is completely research based on this. So this is for your friend with the son or with the that is needing this. So the first thing that I want to say in terms of what this means is we all want to have self-confidence. We're just built this way. We all want to have the self-confidence to be able to take on and succeed in challenging stuff. Right? So that's the first thing. We all want to be able to be good at that. The second thing we want to be good at is we want to be able to succeed in our future and going forward, right? So whatever that looks like, right? And the third thing is we want to, if something is not turning out or the goals are not coming, like shifting, basically is what I'm trying to say, is when the goals are shifting, we want to have the hope and the capacity to be able to redirect ourselves towards those things and towards whatever goals we do have, right? And then the last one is when we have setbacks, which we will, every one of us will, we want to know how to bounce back from those setbacks. And we want to be able to have the resilience to be able to get up and keep going towards the success. So when this happens, the research has shown that we'll have a more well-off adult population going into the future. So if that is the outcome, I want to build towards being good at those 4 things. Then I'm more productive, I'm healthier, I have a more satisfied people, right? Population, community, business, right? And also the results have shown that there's less stress, there's less anxiety, there's less burnout because now you're going to places where you want to be, right? And also they've shown, this is kind of an interesting tip, is that there's less workplace deviance, which is kind of interesting, right?
Yeah.
So that's like the research, like that's like when you take the science and you apply it to this. So now I go to, okay, what does Liesl do? Like what does, how do we turn this around and come at it from the right angle? So the very first thing that I talk to future graduates about is their values.
True.
Question number one is, what are you striving for? What do you want the qualities of your actions to be, right? I want to feel challenged. Being challenged is important to me. Being in a caring environment is important to me. Making sure that there is no hanky-panky going on where I end up being, that's important to me. Being with people is important to me, or working alone is important to me. Those are values. That is like, how do you want to see your actions playing out in the world, right? So this is the ways in which I wish to be in the world. So that's number one. And that is a whole, when I work with teenagers on this, that's like a 4-week deal right there, because it takes time to sit down and think, like, what's really important to me? What is a no-brainer for me, right?
Sure.
So how long did it take for you and I to be in all the wrong places to find out what we needed or wanted in terms of how we lived our lives, right? So now, based on the fact that we have our values, so let's say he or she is sitting down and they're like, okay, these are my non-negotiables in terms of how I want to live my life. Now we go to the goal setting. Now we go to, okay, so what goals do you have that will allow you to live out those values? Okay, so my goal is that I don't care where I work, but it's important for me to feel like I'm making a difference. Or it is, I want to be in an office environment because I need to be around people. So that's a goal. So now we're looking at office environments, right? Or, oh my gosh, do not put me in an office environment. I'll rather work in the zoo. That's now you're starting to go towards the what it needs to look like. And it's not just around work, it's around friends. It's around family. It's around education. Like, for example, Serena is like, do not put me in a classroom. I will work hands-on all day, but don't put me in a lecture hall with 200 other kids. Personal development in general, like, okay, obviously work is obvious. Self-care. How about the goals that I want to have a job so that I'm still able to like have a life and not going to have a heart attack at age 52 years old, right?
Yeah.
And then also spirituality, community, it's about all of you. You know that whole thing about work-life balance? There is no such thing. There is just a life balance. Work is an integrated part of that. So that's like the other part. Now, once I get to that point, so now we've done the values, we've got this broad picture about what my goals look like. From this place as coaches now, and this is what we do at NTLC, is we then start to navigate the where, the what, and the when as it relates to those values and goals. And from that place, now we can look at, what does the timeline look like? What does the journey look like? What are the resources you need? What are the deadlines we need to meet? What support do you need? And then not only do we look at it like, so let's say we'll dedicate a summer, or we'll dedicate the 6 to 9 months period, or whatever that is, but we look at career and college. We look at both of those things, because after college, there's career. They're both important. Job is the thing you do while you're getting there, or in service of getting there. Job is the part-time or the volunteer thing I'm doing that is aiding how I get to what that end up place is going to be, right? And then, a lot of parents will say, well, are you going to do college coaching? Are you doing career coaching? I'm going to do both. We're going to do both, because no matter where you are in the world, we first start with the career stuff, right? So it's the critical skills, like how do you meet people?
Wow.
Etiquette, right? Your basic computer skills, like all of those very, very basic things that we need in today's working environment. And then also looking at what their value proposition is. That's really important. We never think about that. What's my value proposition to the place that I finally land? What is it that I bring to the table? What is it that I contribute to the overall outcome of all of these things? Then, of course, you've got the usual stuff like the resume, do you have to do like internships kind of things?
Yeah.
And then you've got lifelong career goals. So, for example, I want to land up in the C-suite around the boardroom. Okay, well, now we got to go there. Or I want to be a full-time mom when it comes to that. So I'm going to go as high as I can, as quickly as I can, right? So what is the longer term picture as well? And then how do you launch that? So that's like the career side of it. But then the college side has to happen at the same time, because guess what? We have admission deadlines, we have ACTs, we have SATs, you have financial aid stuff, you have scholarship stuff, you have all the research, like the college. So we take them through that checklist, or that I have like a calendar timeline, like what overlaps in terms of the deadlines and stuff like that, and then helping them through those applications. I mean, for example, as a first-time college parent, I knew nothing about FAFSA.
I can't even think about this. It's stressing me out. Mine are 5 and 7, but it's going to happen soon.
Right? What is FAFSA? Oh, Common App. Oh, now I've got to get my taxes out. What? Like, what does that mean? And how does that apply to the scholarship that you're applying for? Right? All those things are like, it's overwhelming and daunting. So it's like, please, please, please do not hesitate to partner with a coach who knows what that career and college coaching is about, because we spend time researching, looking at what are the latest trends, what is the research showing there, are there jobs that exist today that are not going to exist by the time this kid graduates, and what does the Bureau of Labor Statistics talk about, right? I mean, what does salaries look like? How are they projecting salaries going out 10 years from today? I'm sorry, I'm overwhelmed.
There's so much to think about. You're stressing me out, but in a good way. Like we should be prepared for this, and I'm not. But it happens, right?
It's like, and here's the thing: is I love that you bring that up, because these are conversations you can start now. This is like when you guys are sitting having Chick-fil-A together, or I don't know if you guys have Chick-fil-A in New York.
McDonald's mostly, but yes.
Okay. When you're sitting in McDonald's, it's like, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a firefighter, right? That's like your 7-year-old, like kind of answer, right? Okay, well, what do you like about firefighters? What don't you like about firefighters? Are there things that you're scared about with firefighters? You start to have those conversations really, really early. I mean, think about the typical little kids, right? Like, oh, I want to be a doctor because I want to be a vet because I love animals. Okay, so how do you feel when I prick your finger? Or when you cut yourself by accident, or when you see a dead animal on the side of the road, right? It's those conversations. It's getting them to start to understand what it is for me.
Yes.
Right?
And
so, and then, if you have an introverted child, it's like, well, do you like to be with people, or do you like to work by yourself? Those are values, and those are things that you can talk about from the earliest times. And then it doesn't become this like big thing. And I really encourage, like, especially when you start in high school, starting from freshman year. Okay, just so you know, your grades, your transcripts, if you're going for a scholarship, or, we have to think about these things. But if you're not going to go there, then you do not have to take all these AP courses. Why take advanced placement courses when you want to be a welder? Welders make that's a fantastic career to go
Mhm.
into welding. But, then look at what's appropriate around that and don't stress your kids out. So I just am very, as you can tell, I'm very passionate about educating parents. The parents who have 2 or 3 kids, they've learned from the first one. So they're kind of like, they're on it, they
Yeah.
get used to that. So like right now, for example, my middle child is like, Mom, it's FAFSA time. I'm like, okay, got it. I understand what that means.
Wait, what is that? By the way, I just got an email about that. What is that again? What does that stand for? Is that for financial aid?
Yeah.
FAFSA.
So it's
Yeah.
the
You have to
financial,
fill it out by a certain point.
yes.
What
And
point? Tell me.
so
Is it fall? Is it spring? Is it?
it's November, December. So end of November, beginning of December, depending on
That's for all scholarships, all financial aid, everything. Thank you for reminding me. Just curious.
all of that. Yeah. So on our website, we're going to put a resource in there for like, here is like what the schedule needs to like look like. And these are the touch points that you need to go to, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah. So, I mean, these are things that, I'll tell you what, I'm guilty of it myself. When my son first started this, I was like, avoid.
Uh-huh.
I didn't want to deal with it. It was just like, this is too overwhelming. I'd rather just not deal with it. He's just got to figure it out. But no, it's a team effort because, and it's got to be a team effort from a non-judgmental place, because you do not, I have this client, Jill, who has parents who are doctors. This kid is not that kind of person. She is a creative. She is sensitive. She has no interest in the medical field, and she doesn't know how to say no to them and say, this is not what I want to do. Right? So now it's like educating the parents, navigating the teenager, making sure that you're facilitating between those things. Those are difficult conversations to have.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's all about empowering and helping the teen advocate for themselves. So it's very much also about, that self-esteem, that self-efficacy, being able to. So can you see how this cannot be like, a quick, like, oh, make up your mind and be done with it kind of thing? It's just not going to be that way. And we're not proactive enough. And I talk about this from experience, because I was definitely not proactive enough. Now I'm with my third one and I'm like, okay, girlfriend,
Now you got this. You're like,
now we've got to start, right? So it's a big deal. It's a big deal. And I don't want to downplay it or anything like that. And yeah, if parents get stressed by this message, it is probably with reason.
Yeah, absolutely.
Say it like it is.
Perfect. Well, thank you. Great conversation for today, and lots for us to all think about, even people like me.
Yeah.
It happens before you know it. I hope that those parents aren't blaming you now. Like, did your teen life coach do this to you? But no, they're smart people to hire you. They should understand you're helping their child navigate to what they really want, and that's important. That's important. It's
and
gonna be.
That's the one thing. I'm very nice, but I'm very direct. I'm not gonna lead you down a pathway. I am gonna be straight up front, but I am super compassionate, because I have been there. I've made those mistakes. And that's part of what makes me so passionate about this, is because I've made those mistakes, and I don't want parents to have to reinvent the wheel.
Got it. All right, Liesl, how do we reach you one more time?
All right. Text me at 770-235-8202. And you can Google me on myteenlifecoach.com, and you can just find me on all the social medias.
Beautiful. Thank you so much again. You have a fantastic day, and we'll talk soon. Thank you, sweetheart.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. And we are so excited to have our friend back here, Serena Franchini. She's the Healing Fawn Inner Child Work Coaching and Somatic Therapy. She does it all. She's based in Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia in Morrisford, but she's helping people all over the world, right?
Yes, absolutely. Offering all my services can be done virtually, which is amazing. So you do not have to be local to work with me.
Beautiful. Is that the benefit? That's the one good thing that came out of COVID too, all this virtual work. A pleasure to get to actually meet you and speak with you. I've been looking forward to it. Tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do before we start.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I'm so happy to be here and meet with you. So I'm my background is a nurse. So I've been a registered nurse for 15 plus years, and I've done it all, worked in all various sorts of settings, hospital settings, etc. So I always had like this, drive to help
clearly
people, being in the healing profession. But a few years ago, which kind of how a lot of entrepreneurs and coaches get started, you go through things in your own personal life that help you grow and see things from a different perspective. And I kind of did this inner work myself and started this journey about 5 years ago. And I saw the transformation it made for me and like all the things I became aware of about myself and just made a lot of connections. And so I really wanted to share what I learned with others. And, these holistic healing type models are fairly newish, like they're just getting to be mainstream. So when I was doing this for myself, there wasn't a lot of resources. Like I really had to dig.
You're one of the pioneers.
And so I wanted to make it really easy for people that were like, okay, yes, I need to do this inner work, go through some of these memories from childhood, teenage years that went unresolved that are affecting me today, but I just don't know where to start. Like I can guide you with my step-by-step approach.
Well, I love the fact that you have the best of both worlds. You have that knowledge of the Western medicine, Eastern medicine, bring it all together. And it's a whole set of different, I was reading this before on your website, by the way. You say inner wisdom is available to anyone with a quiet mind. Let's awaken your true self by healing together in a safe, empathetic space. You're worthy of an authentic, purposeful, and free life. That's so beautiful. And I just want to remind everyone they can find you on Heal Me. How do we get you specifically? We type in your name.
Heal.me/the healing fawn will bring you to my page where all my services are listed. So there's different packages, there's different sessions. And I also, if someone isn't sure, we always have a discovery call where you can tell me what's going on with you and we can talk through it and see what will work best.
Love that. And I know today we have some topics in store for us. Did you want to start by talking, was it awareness? Did you want to mention first? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the first kind of step in doing any inner work, shadow work, inner child work is awareness. And I think that's the kind of, I don't want to say the problem, but a barrier for a lot of people to grow in today's society, in this culture that we're living in, is that people just aren't aware. And so specifically with trauma, right? So even today, when I talk about trauma, people flinch, they cringe. They're like, oh, like I didn't go through like I had, I had a great childhood, or they think trauma is this like life altering experience, and it's not. And what I like to educate on is like, we all have trauma,
Oh, I sure do.
and I kind of have a guide in that I go through in my workshops and with clients that list, I mean, it can fall even outside of that, but it kind of really shows like all of these things are trauma, and most probably every single person has one of them at some
For
point.
sure. Absolutely.
So I like to bring the awareness and like break the stigma of the word trauma. We all have it. It's nothing to be scared of. And then the other component of awareness is I talk about different family systems. There's multiple different family systems that you can look at and say, okay, like, were there issues from childhood as a result of these particular family systems? And some of them are really obvious, parents that maybe had an addiction, mentally ill parents, things like that. Like, most of those people are aware they had trauma, but it's these other types of family systems that people are not so aware of, that there were some barriers, some lack of needs being met, specifically emotional needs.
Okay.
And not seeing the connection to potential barriers in your adult life. So for example,
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask for one because I have, personally, my parents fought growing up to the point where I don't trust men. I have my own issues from that. Talk about childhood trauma. My dad had drug addiction, so I could empathize with this. But I'm interested to know, like, what type of underlying traumas that we don't really see. Tell me. This is interesting.
So the ones that I think I like to bring awareness of are the perfectionistic types of families and the militaristic types of family.
Oh, yeah.
So where, on the outside, you had a great childhood, you lived in a beautiful neighborhood, you played sports, financial issues were not a burden or anything. You had mom and dad in the house, everything looked good. But with those perfectionistic families, there's a lot of like criticism and lack of emotional needs. It's you are held to this high standard where you then build this like inner critical voice because you just don't feel good enough, and you're held too high you're held too high of a standard, and there's a lack of emotional needs balancing that out. And then like the militaristic families where it's just so rigid, again, you see this lack of emotional needs.
Yeah.
And the emotional needs, like I talk about, are when a child needed comfort. Like, it could be anything, like small, you fell off your bike, you got bullied at school, you came home, you told your parents, and they just shrugged it off. Like, it might not seem like a big deal now as an adult, but at the time it mattered.
It was huge. Yes.
And it was never resolved. You were left to deal with that. And it's crazy, but it's lingering today. It's literally still there.
Wow. Now, let me ask you, what made you come from the RN side of this, having all your medical background to find the holistic way? Can I just ask, there a personal experience for you that inspired you to get here? Did you have any awareness in your life that you want to share with us?
Yes. So for me, I also, similar to what you mentioned briefly about your childhood, like very much the same. I had more of not what we just talked about. I had more of like the addictions, the mental illness, the, lots of screaming and arguing, so I knew that I had childhood, issues and trauma. And so I actively worked on it. I thought I did throughout my adult, through my 20s. Like, I'd go to talk therapy, like I was able to, I wasn't in denial, but talk therapy, when you have trauma, it doesn't get you very far. So that's where the somatic approach comes in, because
what is the somatic approach? I want to know.
Because you can talk about it. You can talk, but anything that was traumatic that went unresolved is actually stored in your body, specifically in your nervous system. So you might feel better for the hour you're going to therapy to talk to someone who you feel comfortable with and all of that, but you're going to see the same patterns repeating in your life because you're not getting to the root of the problem, which it's in your body.
Yeah. Wow. So what is the somatic way? Explain the term, what that really means exactly, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So then I went, so once I went through my own healing journey, and like I said, I found like I had to dig for resources. I'm like, okay, I want to do something with this and I want to learn more. So I did a certification program for mind body therapy, which basically mind body therapy, somatic therapy, they're kind of interchangeable, give or take with some differences there. But and so it's really this model where its base is like a neuroscience base, but it's also holistic base. So it's like you said, it's like these two kind of models coming together. With somatic therapy, we provide a space where it's safe for the client to feel. So it's less about talking and it's more about feeling and
Okay.
experiencing. So, but what like we start out with awareness, we start out with setting boundaries, because you can't really do healing work if you still you're entangled with toxicity and unhealthy connections in your day-to-day life. You're just not going to get anywhere. You're just going to keep spinning your wheels. So awareness, looking at boundaries, and then we work with resourcing first. So before we even try to like look at a memory and sit with it, we have to give you resources so like you feel safe. If something is too triggering, we know how to bring ourselves back to a safe place. So that's like the steps. And so resourcing can be, meditation, mindfulness, grounding, centering, breath work, all of those things, and more. And then once we feel like we have these tools, then I work with someone on a particular memory. So, and it depends specifically on what their needs are. And so we work with a particular memory. I continue to like check in with what is going on in the body. Like, what are you feeling right now? And so, for example, it might be, I feel hot. My face feels hot. My chest is tightening up. Like, okay, like let's sit with that. Let's see where does that go? And we work with it, and believe it, it's fascinating how it will start to morph and transform into other areas. Or what are you feeling now? What are you thinking? And different thoughts, different emotions come up. And so it's this process of sitting with, being with feelings that we haven't sat and felt with, and letting them move around and work with them.
Wow. And let's remind everyone how we can reach out to you, if you don't mind. Tell us the best forms of contact.
Yeah. So you can follow me so TikTok's like my main social media platform. I love TikTok.
I got to get more into that. I have to, but I hear that's like the latest and greatest, right?
And it's like, it's so good to share like information, and tips and awareness. Like I love it.
And it's quick. It's quick.
Yep. So at TikTok at The Healing Fawn, Instagram at The Healing Fawn, my site to book coaching, heal.me/The Healing Fawn. And then I actually just finished my guided workbook. So for people that aren't like necessarily ready to just do the work or join a workshop, you can actually purchase my workbook digitally to kind of walk through. And that's on my website, The
new website, The Healing Fawn. Good. Awesome. Congratulations. And also there's a t-shirt line. Is that what you have on today? I was trying to look.
Yes. So
beautiful.
Be the light. And so they're just like little inspirational messages.
Positive.
And images, like looking at like images that are soothing is actually another resource. So I like to put on like just pictures and images and words that are inspiring.
I love it. Be the light. Beautiful. Also, I do want to touch upon relationships today, from not just parenting aspect, but relationships in general. And again, I apologize for my nose being so stuffy. You know why?
I was like, oh my God, is she going to be there today? So, okay. Yeah. So this is another big component, which it all kind of links together, but we're right now in this culture, in this generation, we're seeing so many relationships issues, failed relationships. This dating culture is like insane, right? Like of like just these crazy things that men are experiencing with, like, you know, ghosting and all of these like unbelievable like things that go on in these toxic relationships and these you know, like everybody's a narcissist, or I'm this and you're that, and it's like wait a minute, like how common,
Yep.
why is this so overly common, like all of a sudden in the last 10-15 years, right? And my theory is that the baby boomer generation of parents really just didn't have the skills for emotional needs to provide that, right? It was kind of like, you're on your own, figure it out, like, you know what I mean? Like, mostly a generality, but it, you know, so we have now these products of that didn't have emotional needs, didn't have security. So you have people that have avoidant tendencies, you have people that have attachment like issues, anxiety issues as a result of these lack of emotional needs. And it's not to blame the parent. They only knew what they knew at the time.
They didn't, exactly.
So so we see these relationship issues and divorce rates, you know, skyrocketing. And so it's really important to take, if you haven't taken a look at the link between childhood and your relationship patterns.
Oh gosh, I have. Ooh, not good. And I've never got through that. I'm 44, still single, so I think I get over it, but it never goes away.
Yeah. I mean, that's like literally like ideally, like, you know, I think this work
type of
can
people you
really
could help. Yep.
bring things to the surface and understand so much more about yourself and why you're, you know, making the choices that you make with people, and just getting to a better place to ultimately have a successful, healthy relationship. So really, when it comes to like that, like talking about relationships, I think that whether you're in one that's having issues, or you've tried and you want to be in a healthy relationship, but you just keep seeing the same barriers and patterns, this is a really great model and tool to work with, to maybe get somewhere that you haven't gotten before with regular talk therapy or the things you've tried already.
Beautiful. Let me ask you specifically on the Heal Me website and your website as well. What specific services do you offer, and how does it work? Does it start with like an initial consultation call? Do you offer like a free initial consult to see if it's a good fit?
Yes. So I totally will do that if someone looks through the services and they're like, I just don't know.
Yeah.
I definitely have the discovery call or clarity call, whatever you want to call it, on there. And then there's various packages. So if someone just wants to do somatic therapy, like they're like, I'm not ready to do like inner child work yet, like it's a little too deep, but I do want to start connecting to my body and understand what's going on. There's one-on-one, individual, or packages for that. Then my main package is my inner child work with somatic therapy.
Okay.
That's a 6-session package, with the first session being where I do assessments together with you. So it's not like, hey, here, fill out this paperwork like you would. Like this is some hard stuff. So we work together to do some of these assessments for me to custom make the rest of the 5 sessions specifically to your needs. I also do have a relationship, inner child work relationship session package as well. So like we were just talking about, if you're specifically just wanting to focus on your relationship issues, whether as a couple or as an individual, I have packages just for that.
Yep.
And there's some other, you know, nervous system regulation, movement pieces that people can do as well individually. And they're also added into the packages themselves.
Great. And would you mind if I just inquired a little more about you? Your own personal relationship, you're very open with that. You were married, divorced, and is this part of your childhood trauma that you think brought you here? Would you mind sharing that? Only because I read in the notes. Just want to make sure it's okay. You're an open book, right?
Yes, I totally am. And like I love using myself as like an example, you know. But so to try to summarize it, my family structure was like I was more of like this rescuer role. My mother-daughter relationship was
Yep.
almost altered. So like
Ah,
it was more,
opposite. You were the mother figure. She was the
yeah,
same here. I totally can't relate. Yes.
yeah. So that was the dynamic the whole time. And I never, you don't really know what you don't know. So you like, it's not that you think, is this normal or not normal? This is life. This is just the way it is. And never thought anything of it. Like, I'm Italian, so like Italian culture, you're like, you take care of the parents,
Yep.
and like you do for the parents. And so it just seemed like this is just the way it is. Not realizing the stress, how dysregulated my nervous system was from having to fix all of her issues all the time, and being almost like her personal assistant, and so so and with that, as a child, I didn't actually realize that I had like needs, because my focus was always on someone
Her
else.
needs and
Yes.
yes, got it.
So as I grew up and became an adult, like that's what I really like did in relationships. Like as long as someone was like okay, and like they weren't a bad like person per se, like it wasn't like, okay, here are my needs and can you meet them? I didn't
You
know
were
that.
the nurturer. You were taking care of everyone else before you, which is something we all tend to do. I get it. Yep.
Yeah. So then the person I ended up marrying, even if you would have looked at it from the very beginning, like he really couldn't meet the needs that I had, but I didn't know what they were. So I ended up kind of sort of in a situation where it was similar to the role I had with my mom, and just doing for him, and then being kind of depleted myself. And just like I said, not really even knowing that I had needs. And so as I saw this relationship start, like, like, what is this? Like, why, like, how did I get here? Um, and ultimately it didn't work out. And then I always want to share this because it's like, it's just so crazy. But so when I decided that it was ending and I was moving and we sold our house, I purchased like new construction townhouse, and it was under, like, I had a couple of months before it was going to be ready. So
Okay.
that summer, I stayed with my sister, and me and my son stayed with my sister while the house was finished being built. And I had just gotten back from the courthouse, from like doing the initial like paperwork or whatever. And I come back, and I'm like literally living in my sister's basement for a couple months. I'm just getting back from the courthouse. Like, life is not great at the moment. And my sister's like, Mom broke her phone. Mom's cell phone broke. You have to go to the store. You have to go to the Sprint store right now and get Mom's phone fixed. She doesn't have a phone. Like, what is she going to do? And I'm like thinking, like, I don't really want to do this, but I should do this. And then I was like, and something just clicked in that moment where I'm like, no, like,
No, what about me? What about me for
yeah,
once?
like I literally just went through this. This was my day. I'm not going to the store, like, and doing that, like, no. And she was shocked because she, didn't have any awareness of this either. Like, ultimately, my sisters and I have like figured this out.
Learned over time. Yep,
Yeah.
of course.
But at first she was like, what do you mean?
Why are you acting that way towards Mom? Go do it. Come on, you're a helper. But
Mhm.
I'm sure she understands now. And now, how's the relationship with your mother now? Did it
So
heal,
boundaries,
repair, or you just have
boundaries. So at that time, I literally said, like, I'm done. Like, I can't. And I had a therapist at the time that really kind of pointed it out. Like, you're going to keep being, if you're continuing this rescuer helper role, this is just going to be the people you will attract.
Wow.
So you have to cut it at the cord, at there. So I stopped. I gave all the responsibilities. I didn't want to put it on my sister, but I was like, I can't do it anymore. I need to remove myself from this cycle.
Toxicity.
Yeah. And so I did. And honestly, like, my relationship with my mom is a million times better with all of these boundaries and me not being involved in her life in that capacity. So it's boundaries, it's not having my hands into anything that she's doing, and I'll see you when I see you, holidays for visits, whatnot. But that's
So you
that.
really are a testament to your own work and
Yes.
how the somatic therapy can heal someone because wow, that's it. Thank you for sharing that, being so open and honest. And I'm glad that you have a son or a daughter?
I have a son.
How old is he?
He's 9.
Oh, congrats. Mine's 5 and 7. So, I feel for you. Oh my
Oh,
God. You and your little guy.
yeah.
That's amazing. It's amazing. What grade is he in?
He's in 4th.
Okay. He's doing well. Is
He's
he
doing
loving
great.
life?
He loves, yeah. He's an awesome, sweet little guy, and loves sports, super athletic, and yeah. So he's a happy, fun little
Good. He's
guy.
got a smart, beautiful mom taking care of him too. Awesome. Awesome. We still have 5 minutes left of the show. What else do you want to share about you, your services, of course, anything else?
Yeah, so I can talk a little bit about parenting because I think that's another topic that
I'm in on that one. Yes.
So one of the things that we see a lot with unresolved trauma, and again, everything I talk about, I've experienced in one way or another. So this is a total no judgment zone. But one of the things that we see a lot with unresolved trauma is how it comes out at different times, and like it's morphed in different ways. So like you might have had this like crazy like childhood with all of this chaos, and then you grow up, you're an adult, you have kids, and you're like, I'm gonna do things so differently. Like I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna, scream and yell like with my significant other, or I'm never gonna drink, or you have these things that you're just, I'm not gonna do that because of what I've been through.
Yeah.
And you usually follow those things. But if you don't heal those wounds from your childhood, they will transform and be toxic in a different way to your children. And people just don't realize that. So like one of the biggest kind of signs that you have unresolved trauma, and that you're kind of like not putting that on your kids, but like showing it, is you can go from you're like having a great time with your kids, you're laughing, you're joking, it's a great safe environment, and then like the smallest like little thing happens, like they spill some water or they drop something, and then you go like make a 360-degree turn and you're just
Oh
like
my gosh. Yeah.
lashing out over like nothing. So it's these
That.
extremes.
Yep.
And it's very confusing for the child because they were just playing safe in a happy environment, and then all they did was like do something like really small or nothing maybe,
That set us off. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So that emotional dysregulation we're then giving to the kid. So and that's one of the classic like signs that like, okay, like maybe I do have some things I need to work through still and work on regulating my nervous system, and that comes with kind of healing some of these unresolved issues.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much. My goodness. It's a pleasure getting to meet you finally to talk. Let's remind everyone of the best ways we can get in touch with you directly, please.
Sure. So for my coaching services and sessions, heal.me/thehealingfawn, my digital products and t-shirts
and workbook
at thehealingfawn.com or www.thehealingfawn.com, and then social media at thehealingfawn as well.
Serena Franchini, pleasure getting to talk to you today. Really, thank you so much. And I
Thank
appreciate
you. I
you
hope you
talking
feel
to me
better.
under the weather like this all daysly. But I feel good, except my nose is so clogged. But really excited to work with you and to get to know you better. And again, you guys check her out, The Healing Fawn. And are we together again next week?
Yes, and I think we're going to maybe take some questions or
awesome.
whatnot. So
looking forward to it. Thank you so much. Pleasure getting to know you. Have a great day.
Okay, you too. Feel better.
Thank you. And to all of our listeners, we appreciate you too. Stay tuned. More of the show is coming up after the break.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.